the front row seat. As a commentator, I've had this pleasure of being able to just be watching, trash talking, saying whatever I like, not having any stress on me, but being able to see the best players perform at their best and sometimes at their worst. But that's part of the whole story. And you get to close out the year in a beautiful place, a festive season. There's nothing better than being here for the final event of the year. You can't beat it.
Absolutely. I mean, again, so much drama. Where else do you have a competition where players literally fall off their chairs? Double illegal moves. I mean, what else? Playing a game with 30 seconds. When I was going through all of the scandal that's happened, there is one big name that really rises to the top there. It's all about Magnus, right? Magnus turning up late at the Blitz and, 30 seconds left on the clock. And, where else do you have an event where you literally have tales of the unexpected?
Yes, absolutely. No, here expect the unexpected. Yeah, you just never know what's happening, and you never know who is going to win the event till the very last second. Yeah. It's crazy.
And I got to tell you, being able to work with you all, my first time working with you, Peter, having Jovanka again, we haven't worked together that much, but it's always fun. And this is your first time, so it's this team. I'm looking forward to seeing us call the action and being with such great people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Maurice. The same. I very much feel the same, that we have the dream team. It's so much passion and energy involved, and this is what we need for this event, because it will be a crazy event with all the excitement, with so many twists and turns.
Yeah. And before we close out, just some quick predictions from my guys.
Well, in Rapid, don't rule out Sindarov. He is amazing now.
Yeah. And for you, Maurice?
Come on, you put me on the spot. You know who I'm going to say. It's going to be Magnus and Magnus.
And Ju Wenjun, I'm going to say.
Yes, and Ju, I will say on the ladies' side, I'm going to give it to Bibisar.
Bibisar.
In the Blitz, and Ju Wenjun in the Rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about having that momentum. It's all about having that magic. Well, what can we say? Doha here for the World Rapid and Blitz is going to be absolutely magical. It's going to be great fun, and we'll be here to call all the action.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Hello and welcome. It is day 2 of the World Rapid and Blitz, and it's the World Rapid Championships here. We're back in Doha, a city where, quite frankly, tradition meets modern brilliance. But it's been such a fantastic tournament so far. Round 1 of the World Rapid Championship, it did exactly what it promised to do. It delivered. I am your host, International Master Ivan Gahauska, and I am here with the absolutely legendary Grandmasters, Grandmaster Peter Lecco, and in the studio joining us is also Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Now, yesterday we began the event with a bang, didn't we?
Yes, I'm basically speechless because just going through my mind what we have witnessed yesterday was insane, but we have only seen 5 runs and there are still 8 more runs to go in the open section, 6 in the ladies. Maurice, what's waiting us for today?
I got to tell you, I hope more of what happened yesterday for sure. It was so topsy-turvy. It was crazy. It was wild. It was the kind of day where you're seeing chess at every level. Brilliant games, some just fantastic games played, but then those blunders that you just feel like somebody tasered you when you saw the blunder. You just know how the players feel. This is such an important event for them. They want to win. We'll see if they can bring it all today, as they have to get a good middle day.
Yeah, exactly. As the tournament progresses, the stakes are getting higher and higher as the players start seeing the end in sight. And that coveted prize, that World Championship crown ahead of us. So, as you mentioned, day 1 is in the books. But let's take a look at the format. We've had 5 rounds already. It's been played at a time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. But today, we don't have 5 rounds in the Open. It's now down to 4 rounds in both the Open and the Women. But in total, we have 13 rounds in the Open, 11 rounds in the Rapid for the Women. And all I can say is that the pressure is rising.
For sure, because after the first day, one could say that, okay, I still have 2 days to mount a comeback, yeah, if something went wrong. But if you are not starting your comeback today, then you might be too late to join the party. Because the guys on the top, they are running away with it, and it's not just Magnus Carlsen. There are so many other brilliant players there fighting for the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can't wait too long to start making your mark. And today I feel like it's crunch time. It's when the players really have to get motoring. We're going to be seeing the effects of yesterday, whether people will be carrying on the momentum or will they crash and burn. Yesterday was an incredibly exciting day. And let's remind ourselves of the highlights. Concentration, the tension in the playing hall as the players are looking to make their mark on the competition. Well, someone else who's looking to make their mark on the competition is Fabiano Caruana, and he's right there with Charlize, ready to share his thoughts on how the opening day went.
We're live in the playing hall where day 2 of the Rapid Championships are about to start. And I'm joined by none other than Fabiano Caruana. How is it going here? How are you enjoying Goa and the tournament?
I'm enjoying it. It's a fun tournament. I mean, I always enjoy the Rapid and Blitz. I'm doing kind of like moderately okay, but obviously nothing great. 3.5 points. I won all my games with black and I drew all my games with white, but unfortunately I started with white, so I drew a few too many games. But hopefully today I can pick up a few more points.
And it's such a long tournament. Do you think it's more important to be steady throughout the middle, start strong, end strong? What's your opinion?
I think all of those.
All of those.
Yeah, all of the above.
And you're looking forward to the Blitz, or are you enjoying the Rapid more?
I enjoy the Rapid a lot, but I think I'll really enjoy the Blitz too.
And Fabi, last question. 2 years ago in Samarkand, I asked you what you prefer, Rapid, Blitz or Bullets. At that point, I think you said Blitz. What is your opinion now?
I think still Blitz, yeah. I'm definitely not Bullet. It's like it's a close fight between Rapid and Blitz. It really also depends on how I'm playing. Recently I've played a lot of Rapid, but not too successfully. And then like my biggest successes here was because I did well in Blitz. At the Grand Chess Tour, I just did really well in Blitz and not well in Classical or Rapid, but that was actually enough to win. So let's ask me again after the Blitz.
Are you starting with whites or black pieces today?
I'm going to start with black today.
Okay, so that's good luck for you.
Well, yeah, normally I'd say it's not a good thing, but the results so far say maybe it's not so bad.
Well, thank you so much, Fabi. Other players are joining us. You can see the hall is filling up. Round is about to start soon. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. And hearing from Fabiano Caruana, Grand Chess Tour champion. Well, he's enjoying himself in the Rapid. I'm sure he's going to enjoy himself in the Blitz as well. But today is the day that it matters. And today is a day when the players are going to be facing off against each other. The leaders are going to be fighting it out. It's going to be incredible battles. It's going to be young, old, absolutely everyone just there in the playing arena getting ready to fight. And one of the great things about chess is how it's for absolutely everyone. Young, old, talented, not so talented. And I just want to kind of bring up that today we are running a poll. And we are asking for you to vote at home. Who do you think is your young player of the year? In the Open, we've highlighted a few names. So, guys, I'm going to be asking you your opinion. Andy Woodward, Yaz Khan Edomush, Ivan Semlyansky, and Faustino Oro, just 12 years old. And for the girls, so these are your picks. Watch these guys. In fact, a lot of them are playing here in this event. And when it comes to the women, well, we have Anna Shukman, just 16 years old. Alice Lee, she's actually not here. Afruza Hamdamova and Liu Maoyi. Big names. So now is my turn to put Peter, Maurice on the spot. Those are 8 contenders. I know it's a bit difficult. They're all actually fantastic players. But Peter, starting with you.
Yeah, well, you know me. It's just so difficult because if I think about Erdogmus, of course, yesterday I highlighted he has beaten Peter Svidler, he has beaten Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in 2 consecutive matches in classical chess. It is just crazy, so I cannot not pick him. And he also had a wonderful Grand Swiss, but also what Faustino was doing this year was sensational. But okay, let me pick Erdogmus at the same time, but my heart is aching for Andy Woodward. He also made a undefeated kind of Grand Swiss +3 score.
Almost qualified for the candidates.
Yes,
came from nowhere.
Incredible. And Zemlyansky is also very strong. So, okay, I pick Erdogmus, but my heart is aching for the other ones if they are not making it.
I'm in the same position for the young men. You look at these names, there's a reason they're on the list. It's because they've done something fabulous this year. So to me, I think that my heart is with Faustino just because he's so young. He's younger than the rest. He's 12 years old. He's got a bright future ahead. He's just a monster. But they all are monsters. Of course, as you mentioned, Andy Woodward winning the U.S. Junior Championship as well. Had a great run in the U.S. Open Championship. And then, of course, being in contention for maybe getting to be a candidate, that's crazy. But as you mentioned also, Erdogmus is just such a fabulous young talent. Those players are going to be what we watch in about 6 years' time. They're all going to be knocking at the door of the top players.
And on the women, we have Anna Shukman, Alice Lee. She's so good. Afruza Hamdamova, she's playing right here, right now. big talent there from Uzbekistan, and Liu Maoyi, 15 years old. And she's touring the world with her mother, who's also a chess player, woman grandmaster, I think, or even maybe international master, I think.
Yes, I think that I will go with Liu Maoyi because I have witnessed her firsthand in Vachier-Lagrave in the Challengers tournament, and she was playing so fantastically. And I haven't seen the other players live in action. She made a big impression, so I will pick her.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going with that, then I have to go pick Alice Lee. I see her up close and personal. The way she plays in St. Louis is just remarkable. Beating her elders, even not just her peers, but her elders. A fabulous young talent, and we expect to see her get the GM title sometime soon. So that would be, I guess, leaning my heart pick for sure.
Yes, well, it is basically a selection you cannot go wrong. You just should cheer for the person that you think is the most talented, or the most person that you are going to be cheering for the most. But I agree with you. I mean, it is really quite the selection, and we're going to be seeing them in action right now. Well, talking about yesterday began with a bang. It started with a lot of fireworks, some incredible games. Let's take a look at the standings. Now, in the open section, things are far from clear. Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, they took the lead when they raced to 4 points out of 4, but they met each other in the final round yesterday, and it did mean it was a draw, and that meant that suddenly other people caught them up, and we now have a 5-way tie at the top. But it's a situation where the big names are actually there, and but some of the big names are missing. I'm going to point to the absence of Alireza Firouzja. He's not on the list just now. And I also kind of want to draw your attention to 15-year-old Gautam in 8th place. Just 15 years old, winning with 1b3, 1b6, playing some fabulous chess.
Almost ridiculous, 15 years old, and be on this list. We did see Volodar Murzhin, 18 years young, who actually won the whole thing, not doing great, and won the whole thing last year, not doing great this year, but that list, certainly some illustrious players who are right below those numbers at the top 15 looking to jump in.
Yeah, and when we look at the women's standings as well, things are a little bit more clearer there. And I'm being very British here, as always. A little bit means that there's one person in the sole lead, Zhu Jiner. She is with 4 points out of 4. The women played 4 rounds yesterday, and she's been chased by a pack of wolves, quite frankly. 7 players on 3.5 points, and look at the names that are there on 3 points. Amongst them, I can point out Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kanaru. They are fighting it out, and
yes, and you don't even see them on the list because there are so many players with 3 points, but they are there. And they will be moving up pretty soon.
And yeah, for you, Maurice, which one of these names are you kind of got your eyes on?
The top.
The top.
That lady's a boss. I've been so impressed by the kind of play she's had. She's the kind of player who seems to want to dominate. When she's winning, she's just winning, and she's winning, and she's winning. I see her as the next challenger. That to me is certainly the name that just comes out at you as somebody who's also hungry to prove herself. She hasn't yet become the #1 Chinese woman, well, because there's somebody else who has the title, but I can see her battling for the title and winning. Just as she grows, she has so much more room to grow.
Well, now it is the test of how everything will develop, because now round 6 is on the verge of beginning. So let's take a look at the pairings. And they are juicy in every sense of the word. We begin, as always, with fireworks in the women's. Zhu Jiner, she is facing off against one of the highest rated players in the tournament, Alexandra Gariashkina. And then we have Antonetta Stefanova, former women's world champion, playing against Harika Dronovali. Maria Mazichuk, another former women's world champion, playing Sarah Khalem, and Zhu Wenjun there on table 5. Plays black against Mary Arabitsa. Tan Zhongyi, very nice to see that she recovered from a devastating loss that she had against Vachier-Lagrave. She's there on 3 points, but she plays Gunay Mamadzada. Any Anything that takes your...
Well, what caught my eyes that how many players had 3 points. Yeah, we have seen like 30 players are on 3 points and they are very close to just winning 1-2 games and they are fighting for medals.
Yeah, and look at the Open. Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That one is, as always, going to be absolute cinema. Erigaisi, Vladislav Artemiev, and Gukesh now plays, I would say, a man who's on red-hot form, Anish Giri, and Vachier-Lagrave, World Cup winner, really man of the moment, plays black against Maxime Matlikov. And I've just highlighted the top, but sure enough, we are in for a treat.
Yeah, there's a lot of great names. I mean, come on. And you see people like Caruana, Hans Niemann in the mix. Nepo at 3.5. Remember, he took that quick draw to end the day. Will that come to haunt him? He's a full point behind the leaders right now. He's going to have to win. Those quick draws are not going to get it done. So that's interesting to look at. And, of course, you have people like Nordebek, Abdusattorov. And where is Fabiano Caruana? You look around.
Fabian
there
12.
he is.
Yes.
He's on 3.5 right there as well. So it's one of those days. It's moving day. Like, this is what the middle day usually is moving day. You've got to put yourself in a good position. You don't want to have to win out on the last day. That's unacceptable. Yeah, good luck with that against these animals. You have to be in a good position so you're like, okay, I can be strategic how I play on the last day. It's 4 rounds today. It's a lot of rounds tomorrow as well. But today's the day to cement where you are. If you do that, you could be in pole position to win.
Yeah. Today is the day where we're going to see a clash of the favorites. And here is the moment where you have to rise to the challenge. Erigaisi with the white pieces. He held a very comfortable draw against Magnus Carlsen.
Comfortable? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, he made it look comfortable.
He made it look easy, but
it was not easy. That rook and
he was down to 3-4 seconds couple of times. Yes.
This was what impressed me the most. You know, it was like he knew the technique. He knew exactly where to steer the position. And, you know, from the beginning and at the end, things got a little bit, tiny little bit shaky, but he had it under full control, and I was very impressed by the way he handled that. And Magnus Carlsen early, he knows that today is business day.
He would have liked to go 5-0 for sure and just separate himself from the pack. This is a big game. He would love to win this game, but he knows full well he's a great finisher. So as long as he keeps himself in the mix and remains consistent throughout, his opposition is going to kind of maybe get a little bit softer. It's going to get stronger right now, like right here. So when he gets to tomorrow, he knows, okay, let me just take care of business here at the top. And then he might start getting pared down, where places people don't have the number of points that he has, and they might have to beat him in order to catch him or overtake him. And that's where he wants to be. So definitely a big leader here. I don't expect too much hiccups from him. But there are the players who are just playing so well. I mean, as you mentioned, Arjun, Maxime is playing really well. Artemiev is playing well. And Gukesh, who, by the way, we kind of were, where's the world champion? 4.5. Sorry, 4 points.
4.5.
4.5. No.
Also. 4.5. He's
right. He's at 4.5. Exactly. He's tied for first at 4.5. After we really didn't talk much about his games. I think we went over one game really yesterday.
And that was primarily because he employed this, what I call the submarine variation. You know, you draw your first game and then you just rise to the top from the depths.
We call that the Swiss Gambit,
but
submarine is a lot more visual.
Everybody calls it the Swiss Gambit, but I don't like it.
Submarine is a lot more visual.
Yeah.
What kind of gambit it is, yeah?
Exactly. In the English local chess circuits, we also call it the slow starter. But there you usually begin 0 out of 2 or half out of 2.
By the way, talking about Gukesh, he's up against Anish Giri with the black pieces. Not an easy start at all to start the day.
No.
Against the motivated Anish Giri.
Yeah.
And there he is. That's the look I remember from the World Championship in Singapore. Whenever I had to introduce him and Ding Liren, it was always an issue around interfering with his minute of meditation. We had to time it such that we didn't interfere with that. And we finally worked out a good system. But he always tries to relax, breathe, calm himself, center himself before every game. That's his method for doing so. Here we see Magnus just strolling around. He's I think he's born centered, like ready
He's
to go.
ready, yes.
He's just ready, rolling out of bed. Sometimes when we saw him online, he looked like he rolled out of bed, ready to play, stuffing in his shirt at times. But it doesn't matter with him. But we see all the players, and it feels like something is holding up the start time. Is it?
Now the players will get ready. They're just waiting for the
What are they waiting for?
Oh, okay. They're just waiting for the final bus.
Yes,
Participants to.
that's what I imagine. Because the official buses, you wait for them. Yeah, this is the rule.
Exactly.
Because it's not the fault of the players. Yeah.
No, absolutely
Oh,
not.
so that is a big, because a 10-minute delay is quite substantial.
And then Magnus says, now I'm in time, now you don't start.
Right.
Why are you complaining? Yes.
So
But Magnus probably isn't on the official bus, right? He probably has his own chauffeur. But it is a little bit annoying, right? When you're sat down, you're ready, you want to get yourself into the zone, and there's a delay.
Yes.
You know, you're just so eager to
Especially
get off
also for this first game of the day, because this is the only game for which players really probably prepared, because they had the luxury, they knew the pairing from last night. And if you are facing, for example, Magnus Carlsen, yes, what do you prepare? Maxim will play e4, that's for sure, but Magnus can do so many things. But still you want to have a strategy, and I think that it would be a clever strategy from MVL not to challenge Magnus too aggressively. If he gets a nice position, yes, out of the opening, but otherwise, because Maxim was doing so well, and there's a handshake, we have a lift off e4 on the board.
Yes. And that's an interesting strategy that you mentioned there, Peter, because when I associate Maxim, I think of tactics, I think of messy positions and complications and, you know, going for broke right from the beginning, you know, always looking for a tactical solution to even positional aspects. But he's taking your approach there.
Nice, the
You see
Rossolimo.
Rossolimo, the bishop comes out, keeping the position close. But it's interesting because this is traditionally Magnus's forte. You know, in positional positions, he's the one who's able to harmonize the pieces with such great power.
And already a pause in the opening as we see Maxim there studying Magnus's last move. If he had prepared all night for this game, which he knows Magnus plays everything, it's not self-evident at the moment. It looks like Magnus has sort of, just a little bit, I'm not saying for long, but a little bit of a surprise.
Yes, because basically Rossolimo with knight f6 followed by g6 is very rare. It's supposed to be risky. But on the other hand, the MVL knows that, wait a second, if Magnus is ready to play it, I think Pragnananda has been using it this year as a surprise weapon. And Maxim goes h3, a prophylactic move. Not the most challenging move, but a very useful one.
Okay. It's kind of close, and both players are going to be just working out like exactly how to develop their pieces, you know, what kind of break, what kind of position they're going to be steering into. But I want to ask you a question to both of you, actually. You want to win as black, and your opponent plays d4. What opening would you deploy?
Against d4?
Against d4.
Wow, that's a headache. d4 is so solid. Normally they say the king's in them, but I personally don't play the kings and never played in my life, so I won't do that.
So what would you do?
Well, everybody knows that I'm not the right person to ask how do you win with black, Peter, yeah? How to neutralize, yes, but how to play for a win, no. I want my opponent to start playing for a win, and then I will get my chances.
Okay, and you, Maurice, what are you going to deploy?
Well, I mean, my openings tend to be a bit sharper than Peter's, but I think the first question for me is, you can't isolate the question in such a way. I mean, you could, but the first question is, what is my opponent's situation? Are they playing for a win as well? Because if they're playing for a win, that eases my task. We can now go toe-to-toe. They'll sharpen it without me having to try. So we're both in a must-win situation. Then you know you don't have to neutralize the game. Now, if they're just playing for a draw straight and you're playing a strong player, now you're in a weird situation. I would always play a modern with g6 and bishop g7, but that's known to give white a lot of space. You want to kind of draw your opponent out into muddy waters somehow, give them a chance to get some space and maybe think about winning. But that could be enough that they're like,
okay,
you know what, maybe we'll take this space and make you suffer for a while. So it is a very tall order when somebody plays a move like d4 and stares at you and says, what do you really want to do here, buddy?
Yes.
Again, very situational.
Okay. Well, I've asked the question because I just saw on my screen that Sindarov did deploy a Benko gambit.
Well, I used to play it in my childhood, but it was supposed to be if white knows his theory, then black is suffering. And that's kind of also my mentality, that as a very young player, I started playing against top players. Yeah, so my mindset is different.
By the way, we were having this long discussion, and we've been really focused on board one, rightly so. But after that h3 move, look at Magnus. You saw that reaction of Magnus. He's been deep in the tank after he played this subtle, maybe rare move, and MVL took a little while and said, you know what? Let me play this move. And Magnus, in what looks like a really deep think, right out of the opening, we're always trying to fool our opponents. What do you think's happened here?
Well, the point is that black's natural move after g6 would be to follow it up with bishop g7. But suddenly there is a big question that maybe bishop g7 might run into somewhere into e5, knight h5, g4, trapping that knight on h5. Yes, at the moment the f4 square is still available, but if we just imagine that white plays a move like d3 next, then already this e5, g4 kind of things will be there. And Magnus's knight f6, g6 was a provocation, and MVI say, thank you very much, I'm not ready, I'm not going along your invitation. I pardon me, but I decline, and I play my own game with h3.
Well, it's interesting because h3 is actually designed to take away the g4 square from the knight, because I remember when white was at e4, e5 on the earlier move, attack the knight is coming to g4. So as you mentioned, you know, bishop g7, I was just checking the opening databases, is a move, but after e5 you have to go all the way back to g8.
You have to, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of like the done thing.
Yeah, that's why Magnus is taking his time, because I think he was expecting e5, the so-called challenging move. And there is knight g4, there is also knight h5, knight g7, knight e6. You can also try to reroute the knight like this. So we had two options, but if he puts the bishop on g7, he takes away that route from the knight, for example, which also puzzling, and it just shows how rich this game of chess is.
Amazing, and he's on his own basically right now after that h3 move, spending all those minutes. You saw MVL, he pushed on his chair as if he was going to get up, like, oh, I got him, and then he controlled himself and sat back down in the chair and said, don't go anywhere yet, just sit, let him stew a little bit longer while I sit here. But now it looks like did he actually finally get up? From the board, if we can get a wide...
Yeah, he's still there. His shadow is there.
Yeah, you see the shadow.
But wait a second, Magnus, wake up. It's not a classical game.
I know, I mean, okay, there is MVL for sure, and Magnus, it's this early, folks, and we have a situation. Magnus, who had been seemingly just cruising throughout the tournament, and he knows who he's up against right now, and he's treating this so seriously, going all the way down, almost under 10 minutes in a rapid game. This is a lot of intrigue already.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I just wanted to point out that there are other moves, not just bishop to g7. For black, black can also jump in with the knight to d4. Again, that's a very direct answer to the problems that white has posed. And you start attacking the bishop on b5. But it could be a situation where you need to really know your lines and what white is planning, because you're wasting some time.
And knight d4 played finally, yes, the knight jumps into d4. The trick of this opening is that it's a reversed English as well, yeah, because now after the move knight d4, played by Magnus, yeah, this is like normally white plays knight d5, and then there black is dreaming of having that h6 extra move, which white has now with h3. So it's psychologically tricky, and Magnus is a big expert on all this kind of transposition. So definitely is thinking that if I play this, how does it, you know, compare to the reversed English business?
And now the question is to Maxime. e5 is the most principled move, not losing time at all.
But then you give up the bishop.
You give up the bishop, but if you have to step back with the bishop, where is it going to go? Is it going to go bishop a4? Are you going to be going a4 yourself? Okay, e5. Onwards.
Did Maxim play e5? Okay, wow. That's kind of a slightly committal move. Yeah, Magnus goes knight h5. He very much wanted to keep this knight h5 possibility. The knight is heading to h5, potentially to g7, e6 if white insists later on to push g4, of course, with d3, because if g4 is played, then the black knight can jump to f4. So that's why. But for the moment, the bishop probably will have to move from b5 because we can't really allow this bishop to be captured.
We've got a lot of tension, clearly, round one of the day. It's obviously round 6, but round one of the day, and the leaders are feeling it. And I just want to draw your attention to this game on board 2. Arjun Erigaisi playing quite well, playing against Vladislav Artemiev. And if you look at this, the position itself, okay, it came out of already with knight f3 and then c4. They've gotten an unusual position with this knight on a3, but and actually this position has been seen. But look at the clock times. 15:10 for Arjun to 7:31. We thought Magnus was taking his time getting to this point. It's only 6 moves in. The guy's used half his time. Artemiev has 6 moves in. This is just a function, I believe, not just of lack of preparation necessarily, but some of that anxiety. Like, you just want to be perfect at this moment. But perfection means you lose on the clock. I mean, you can't just be down. He's going to go under 7 minutes.
But this is Artemiev.
Yes.
He enjoys this. He loves it.
Yeah, that's nice. Yes. He's also playing against this guy by the name of Arjun Erigaisi, and I say this guy meaning like this monster. He's going to have to watch this. It is definitely a tough situation he's putting himself in right away.
But look at this. He doesn't seem stressed at all. He's taking all his time. He's enjoying.
Yeah.
Should I play knight g7? Should I play a6? which finesse should I use? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it's an Artemiev speciality. Don't try this at home, kids, because it doesn't really work. I mean, there are some people who just love living life on the edge. They get a thrill. It's almost like an addiction for them, playing with no time on the clock. And it's where they find that they are in the zone. But for a lot of us, we just panic and the position just collapses and mistakes get made. But yeah, for sure, Artemiev is going to watch his back because he's playing one of the most dangerous attackers on the planet, Arjun Erigaisi, and
he's under 6 minutes already.
Yeah, and the decision, how to develop the king side, that's still there on the board.
And look at Arjun. Yeah, he just cannot believe what is this guy doing. Yeah, and Arjun is the one getting nervous. Look at this. He's a little bit shaking because you just don't understand what's going on. Is the guy sleepy? Is he having so much confidence that I will handle this game with 30 seconds on my clock? What's going on?
Clock handling. By the way, MVL castled, and Magnus is about to go under 6 minutes. These are the 2 top boards, and we're seeing weird time mismanagement, if you will. These are obviously fantastic players, and Magnus has now moved. He has...
Knight f4. He wants that knight on e6.
Can't blame him. It looks like a great square, but same move, as Yasser Serouan would say, same move faster. You're going to play it, just play it already and get it moving. Again, these are big boys. They can handle themselves, but they're playing some killers as well.
I was going to say, knight to f4 is a bit of a rare move. And the big question here, and I see that this is its kind of top move, is to go bishop c4 and just ask the question, what is happening? Or you can go d3 and just ask the question to the knight on f4.
Yeah, but
there's going to be a pushback at some point.
That answer is clear. The knight will head back to e6. That's where Magnus wants to have that knight. So I don't think that he really worries about d3. And already, once he has the knight on e6, he can just quietly play bishop g7, castles, and then later break with d6. So fundamentally, black's position is actually absolutely fine. And this is probably the reason why Magnus is not that worried taking the time. He knows that if I settle on something and I regroup my pieces and he's about to land the knight on e6, I will speed up.
Well, we saw him do this against Lorenzo Lodici in the first round. You know, he took his time and then he sped up and put the pressure on, and it was Lorenzo, the one who in the end was struggling with time.
Respect to Lorenzo, that's MVL. And he's a different beast. He's a tricky one too. And when he beats Magnus, it's usually some nasty oversight, some trick that he pulls off on Magnus. So Magnus has to be really wary.
And he's already going along some lines. Knight takes d4, cd, queen f3. He's not playing the traditional way. He's trying to mix things up.
By the way, talk about this time deficit. 3:53 on board 2 is what Artemiev has on his clock. 3:53? How? You thought he came late to the game. How can he be under 4 minutes? They've only played 7 moves.
7 moves, yes.
And look at him. He got swag on
Yes.
top of it.
I like my choice. Yeah, I made up my mind. I went knight f6. I'm not afraid of e5 pushes.
It's just there
Thank you
to
very much.
add some spice for the audience, right? You know, but it's very stressful.
Well, honestly, if we would be covering some online event, I would be calling out as a commentator that he got disconnected, something is not right, because this cannot be that on move 7 he is down to less than 4 minutes.
Okay, well, let's leave Artemiev.
And what about Giri and Gukesh,
Exactly,
right?
this is the game I want to take a look at. And then I also would like to just take a look at what's happening in the women's, whether Zhu Jiner, will she maintain her 100% score? So 90.
But yeah, let's move then with the camera to the Giri Gukesh game.
Absolutely.
That would be nice.
Let's head there. And knight to e5 being played. And it is Anish Giri with the white pieces against Gukesh. Knight e5. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is that there's a big positional threat on the board of white, just planting a knight onto c6 and then enjoying all that space.
Yes, so basically it means that black has to react, and there are 2 ways of, or 3 ways, no, actually just 2, because knight takes e5, but then there is this transformation of structure. D takes e5, probably followed by rook a d1, putting pressure on d5 pawn. That's also very risky for black. Or to just ignore everything and play c5, then you have to reckon with moves like bishop h3 along this diagonal. Yeah, this is a very typical kind of idea in all these Queen's Indian kind of structures, because it did come from a Reti, just very quickly to see that where did this come from. Well, and then the players transposed into some kind of a Catalan. I feel like white achieved something. And yes, here there was a trade. Knight d5, e d5, knight e5. I feel like Anish is more comfortable in this type of positions because he has much more experience.
Yeah, and the question is also pretty unpleasant for Gukesh. He's a very direct player. His forte is calculation. So, yeah, he's gone for concrete action. The knights are off the board. And your idea is going to be very much in play of just centralizing a rook, putting pressure on the d5 point.
By the way, we just got to keep track. He's under 3 minutes now, is Artemiev. It's board 2 of the tournament. So we don't have to go to that board. But when you're under 3 minutes after 9 moves only, and you've been sitting at the board the entire time, you haven't gotten up, you didn't come late, like what is going on? And he's just really taking his time. Interestingly enough, though, the engine likes his position. A few moves by Arjun that weren't exactly the most precise. So black has the edge. But he looks like he's trying to sit and milk the edge. Let me take some time, think about it. And he's about to go. There's no way he goes under 2 minutes.
No, and now he's speeding up.
Now he's speeding up.
Yes, he's speeding up. Well, we can also just quickly go there to see the update in Anish Giri Gukesh position. We have a static position. It's clear that white is putting pressure on the d5 pawn, but black is also trying to put the rook on d8, potentially play d5, d4 in the right moment. So that's why white is unable to break and use the d file, because then black can very comfortably play d5, d4, and strategically black will be winning because black's pawn structure will be much more mobile than white's. So I'm kind of expecting Anish to double with rook d2, rook fd1. However, he's missing 1 pair of knights, yeah, because if there would be 1 pair of knights on the board, then usually this structure is so dangerous. I was believing in white's position before, but maybe black is perfectly fine.
Can I also ask whether you can go and play like a lunatic with moves like f4? E4, F5. Let's go. Try and finish the game in 30 moves.
Yeah, but for example, F4, I can maybe even just answer it with D4.
Yeah, then I was hoping with E4 and F5 and
yeah,
let's go.
But then that's the point that I don't think that this goes anywhere because the bishop is shut out of the game, and also the bishop on G2 is bad. Black's bishop on B7 is very strong. Black can just maybe even, start getting all these pawns rolling much faster than we need a knight. If that knight would be on C4 or somewhere, it would be a different story.
Okay.
So
Don't go reckless.
Gukesh has a solid position, and Danish plays the move E3, which basically says, yes, I know that D5, D4 is hanging there. Let me stop it, but it gives Black time.
It does. But you still have that plan of going F2, F4 in your pocket.
Yes, absolutely. And also to double with the rooks.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the typical kind of way. Anish likes this slow kind of play, but probably it's too little.
You played H4 in this position.
Oof.
Talking about pawn structure, I was just going down the boards to see what may be interesting at the moment. It's still early goings in the other positions, even though we saw time just frittering away in all the boards. But I'd like to bring your attention very quickly to this game, all the way down at last year's co-blitz champion, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's playing against Maxim Chigaev. And in this position, Chigaev decided with the black pieces to play this very interesting, enterprising move, E4. And after rook takes, D takes, the move knight to E5. Take a look at white's pawn structure. It's about to get cracked even more so. And if you play the move bishop to E2, then you gladly capture here. You can't maintain the pawn structure like this because you drop a piece. So you have to accept after this move, knight to E5, bishop E2, knight takes. Well, you could take with the bishop and then take back with the pawn, or take now. How often do you see a pawn structure like this at this level? You're up, but it's worse for white in this position. So pay attention to your pawn structures. Will Nepo be punished for yesterday's quick draw, strategic draw? Because if he doesn't win now, going all the way down where he is, and he only makes a draw, he might just draw himself out of the tournament.
Yeah, he very well might do that. And yeah, they say the pawns are the soul of chess. And yeah, those pawns are not looking great, but well, we'll see whether black can actually target them or not.
But it shows also like a player, Chigaev, yeah? People might not know him, that who is Chigaev? Well, he's a very strong Russian grandmaster with 2640 kind of rating. He makes decisions like E5, E4 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, he's not afraid. He plays his game, he believes in himself, and it's never easy. But you also mentioned Sindadov playing the banker gambit. I feel like we should check out how did that gambit go, no?
Yeah, can I first get your opinion on the game between Zhuzhina against Goryashkina? Because Zhuzhina is the only person in this competition who's on 100%. She's on 4 out of 4. Will she make it to 5 out of 5? The evaluation bar on my screen is saying it's an endgame and a pretty level one at that.
But wait a second,
is there something?
There is some technical error. I don't have the game, so we have to zoom in on. Maybe Maurice can handle, because the game simply did not start in the women's section on my screen.
Okay.
So there is
well, if we just zoom in quickly to this and make a snap assessment.
Okay, I can tell you from which opening it came. It's the Tarrasch, the modern Tarrasch, with D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight F3, D5, knight C3, C5, CD5, CD4. The new nightmare of white players who are playing D4, because it's a very solid kind of position, and it requires tremendous amount of preparation for white to try to get something going. It does seem like white got something, because the pawn on E6 is hanging. Trade, so rook D8 has to be played, I guess, because the E6 pawn is hanging, B7 pawn is hanging, and rook D7 check is threatened as well.
Yeah, and the pawn on B7 is also gonna disappear.
Yeah, and now if the rook somehow sidesteps, the problems still remain. I'm not exactly sure how Alexandra is planning to deal with this.
It looks shaky, but I guess it's not enough, right, if she decides to swap off rooks and cash in.
No, if rook D8, then knight D8 protects both pawns.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that is out of question. So rook C1, because rook E1 is impossible to do bishop E1. Let's not forget about the bishop on A5. It's a tricky piece. And probably also Goryashkina is counting on some bishop B6, eventually targeting the F2 pawn and going with rook D2 for counterplay. but I'm a little surprised. Yeah, White was not supposed to get so much activity, but certainly a very high quality game.
Yep. We'll see whether Zhuzhina manages to grind out an advantage from this position. Let's check in on the game that you mentioned, the Benko.
Yes, Matlakov against Sindarov. First of all, just few sentences about Matlakov. He's a great player. He has been 27-20 for many years, and he's the trainer second of Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was with him in the World Championship match 2020 in Astana against Dingliren. A very big theoretician, a very good friend of Daniel Dubov. So you know that there is a lot going on. So exactly playing the Benko gambit against someone like Matlakov is a very brave decision. Or is it too much respect? Like if I play my main lines, then maybe Maxim will put pressure. We don't know exactly what were the thoughts in Sindarov's mind, but he's such a fighter. He's always looking for these chances, creating chances. His games are full of life, and this is indeed something very interesting.
It is very interesting. But bishop to h6 appears on the board. Of course, you have to protect g7, so the bishop steps in to do the job.
And then bishop g5.
Yeah,
very clever kind of play, because
you don't want to be taking that bishop because that just gives White a free hand on the king side.
But what happened after?
He attacked the queen, bishop to c8, and
bishop
the queen
c8
steps back. Okay, now he takes that pawn. I felt like this was
I mean, captured on
risky.
g5. Yeah, bishop
Because you
g5.
take the pawn.
The pawn takes. Well, if the rook would be on h1, then it would be checkmate. But with the king on g1 and the queen boxed in on g3, so it's not easy to get this typical g3, king g2, rook h1 in.
Well, you can go queen to h4,
Yes.
g3, but this is probably why he went for this bishop c8.
It takes some time, yes, definitely. And black will always rely on some knight d4 counterplay. I believe that black has everything under control, and black is probably happy that he got a very fighting position, also up on the clock, 5 minutes time advantage. When you put me on the spot during our pre-tournament talk, I suddenly, out of surprise, out of blue, I'm told, okay, I take Sindarov, yeah, because let me just tell you quickly that after the World Cup, I thought like if someone after a marathon World Cup of 1 month of fighting, he wins this tournament, he should be so exhausted, he should be, you know, so happy inside that there is no way he can continue on this, incredible journey. And then he played a fantastic freestyle event in South Africa. In Global Championship, Global Chess League, he was crushing people. Insane what this young man is doing.
Yeah,
insane is the word for the clock handling by Artemiev. My time here must be wrong. It says he's at 8 seconds.
It's correct.
It's correct. And he has played a bad move at the 8-second mark. He had equalized. He actually had a slightly better position, but he's been playing quick move after quick move after quick move.
Look
and
at
now
this.
his last
5
move,
seconds.
5 seconds after knight d4, and he has to keep moving quickly. And he is now watching his position deteriorate. He grabbed the pawn in the middle, but he's going to have problems as far as White's pieces being fantastically placed. And now White, despite being a pawn down, has great pieces. Just look at all of them. If the knight lands on f5 on the next move, and there's no reason for Arjun to rush, by the way, right about now. I love when you make a guy suffer when they're in time pressure. You just calmly look, I might play this, I might play this. You think they're getting more time to think, but actually, internally, they're suffering because they don't know which one of these moves you might play, and they start seeing ghosts. So Arjun doing a wise thing. He'll probably almost 100% play knight f5, but what a situation Artemiev has put himself in.
Yeah, but Artemiev is Artemiev, and we were panicking, oh my God, 5 seconds. He played rook e8, the top line of the computer, the top choice. So that's how he kind of reacts to the situation. He's
also top choice with a bad position, according to the engine.
Knight comes to f5.
f5, okay.
You got 10 seconds, Peter, to handle this one. I mean, it's not easy.
He's got to move.
Yeah.
Bishop f8. Bishop f8, let's not panic. Played with 1 second on the clock.
Bad move according to the
Bishop
engine.
g5.
Bishop g5 is tremendous. Yeah. White is now dominating the entire board. This is crushing. He's in big trouble.
c8.
Trouble, but Bishop g5 was the move played, of course,
Yes.
setting up a pin.
And now rook c8 comes. Black is hoping for the back rank issue for white. If white would have an h3 extra, it would be game over.
You've got like knight to h6
You have also
ideas.
these ideas, but they are not winning yet on the spot.
There's also a direct threat to the bishop on d5. It's only defended by the queen at the moment since the knight is pinned. So knight e3 is a move. Might force you to sacrifice an exchange.
Wow, well, if black will have to do something, if something gets out of control, something unplanned is happening to Artemiev, then he will not be able to handle this with 15 seconds on the clock.
Knight e3, though, is a very calm move because it is just to kind of go, hang on a second, the bishop is loose, and loose pieces drop off. Whereas you're looking at the knight on f5 and you kind of want it to go forward. You kind of also looking at like rook takes rook. Is that going to be something that's
I think they also say that the easiest move to miss is a knight moving backward. Yes, and I can imagine Artemiev was thinking, yeah, bishop takes f6, knight h6. Yeah, I'm covering that. Rook takes e8, queen takes e8. Then there is this rook e1 counter checkmate.
And he is played.
And knight is replayed.
And he already analyzed it
That's a killer
apparently.
move.
But he's still in the same situation.
Yeah, and rook takes rook is really not going to help things. You just capture with the queen as you're highlighting. And still, there's pins galore. You know, the bishop on d5 can't move, neither can the knight. And
Isn't he losing a piece? Is rook e5 looks...
Yeah, this is bad.
What did he play? He played queen a5. Well, that's definitely... He's going after the a2 pawn. So he's just accepting the fact that he's going down material, the piece for... The piece for 2 pawns. Bishop takes on f6. He's going to take on a2 and then hope that he can survive that position. It is 2 connected passes over there.
It's actually a clever practical choice. It was probably the best.
And there he goes. So winning is Arjun, but a technical task ahead dealing with the 2 connected passers. He dug himself a hole in the clock, and now he's suffering for it.
Yep, and this is one of the dangers of burning the time. Can we take a pause from this game and go to see how Magnus is faring against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? Because I'm seeing an unconventional pawn structure in the middle of the board. 3 triple pawns, 3 pawns. Bishop takes pawn now, and who's better here?
Yeah, that's
Looks
a
like
good
Magnus
question.
is in control, right?
It
Because you
looks
can't
like.
take on d5 because suddenly black gets all of the light squares.
Exactly. You don't want to touch those triple pawns. In general, if you would have the chance to sacrifice the exchange and then pick up the d4 pawn, that would give perfect harmony. But the problem is you can't get to the d4 pawn, so Maxim goes rook e2, trying to double up with rook a1. Clock situation, 5 minutes for Maxim versus 1.5 for Magnus. But objectively, Magnus is doing great.
Yeah, objectively, you're right. But the time situation is real. And that jacket for Magnus came off a little while ago. He knows this is it right here. If he can win this game, he puts himself in a great situation with the black pieces at that and knock back a rival like MVL. But I got to say, it's a pawn extra. But those triple pawns, they're never exactly rosy to look at. And at some point, if he's not careful, 1 or 2 of them might get picked off.
Yeah, this rook a1 is a big threat, so it's a huge moment. Did Magnus make a move? I think so. Yeah, he made a move. d6, rook a1 played, yeah. White is blitzing out the move, putting the pressure on Magnus that, yes, okay, you cemented the bishop, okay, congratulations, but there is still a pin against your rook on e8.
Well, there's nothing to worry about for the time being because the bishop is not going to be attacked by f2, f4.
Yeah, it's more like an irritation. Yeah, that with little time on the clock, you always have to keep in mind. And Magnus advanced, I believe, something on the queen side. Yes, a5 was played.
White's queen has been out of the way on this side. It's even gone to d6, by the way, earlier in the game. Actually got that far in, but then had to leave. And so it's just been out of play. White would love to have the queen somewhere on the absolute other side of the board, but not going to happen anytime soon. How do you progress if you have the white pieces here? You'd love to just pick your knight up and play a 4. if you
Yes,
could.
well, I can tell you that the computer dislikes this move a5, so before it considered that Magnus has an upper hand, well, 0.6 kind of advantage, and now White has some advantage, 0.3, so there could be something in the air.
Could you go knight takes g6? And
There
then go
is a
f4?
bishop takes a5, actually.
There is bishop a5, but I thought like there is no way, and there we go.
He's on for it.
Yes.
No. Maxime is a tactical wizard.
I told you. The word is
solution.
tricky. Okay, he's a trickster, and you better not make a tactical error against him because he will find some weird thing. And I gotta tell you, Magnus is shaking his head right now for missing that move.
Yeah, I was shocked. Like when Magnus played the move a5, like I was thinking that he has an answer to bishop a5.
And apparently no answer, and he's under a minute now, 44 seconds on his clock, and he's had to concede that he blundered a pawn.
Oof.
It's just the facts, folks. You can be very strong, but time pressure makes fools of us all, and even the best players will make real mistakes. That was a straight pawn blunder by Magnus. And now White's better.
Yeah. And you can't go bishop takes knight because of rook takes rook, but
now at
now
least
is the
Magnus
threat.
knows that he is not playing for advantage. Yeah, he's playing for survival for the moment because he first of all has to digest this shock. And look at this, yeah, he's not happy. Not happy at all.
Okay.
MVL knows it too, by the way. MVL's rubbing his hands together.
It's not that easy though, still.
Yeah, what do you do with the knight? Yeah.
Not at all. Not at
Because
all.
you've got to do something about the knight.
Yes.
And bishop
You have to retreat.
Go to d2.
Exactly.
And then this bishop was perhaps going to come to c6 and, start harassing the queen on b3.
Yeah, but now is the big moment, yeah, that actually what should Magnus do? There are also ideas with rook c5, yeah, played. Because also the rook, first of all, protects the d5 pawn. Maybe it's time to just get out of this pin forever, trying to put pressure on
But
actually,
that move
where's
is a
the queen?
mistake. That move is a mistake because bishop to b4 now, and then you can take the d5 pawn.
Wow, okay, but this I want to see because bishop takes a5, bishop d2, and then bishop b4 and the knight on f4 is hanging. I don't think that he has done it.
He's played instead c3.
c3, yeah, that was too much to ask for.
The thing was, black was threatening rook b5 and the queen on b3 didn't have too many squares.
Yeah, but the bishop on b4
With
is
the bishop
perfect
on
with the
b4,
idea of
I
a4.
know.
You're giving up an exchange.
But I can understand why.
Oh, and also
Maxime wants to
c3 is
get
a
up.
nice move.
Yeah.
It's a nice move.
Magnus is starting to miss things.
Yes.
Starting to miss things. And that first miss, it can be disconcerting to anyone. And, okay, MVL missed the shot at bishop to b4. Of course, it's a rapid game. That will happen. But it's starting. Magnus wants to control this game quickly.
But he's the control, you can forget about that because there's a pin as well. I just want to remind everyone.
And he wants to go with d4, break the e-file open. And d takes c3 had to be played.
But you don't really want to be doing that because you can meet that with even bishop takes c3.
The engine loves this last move, by the way, c3. And dc3, bc3 is going to be a big problem with that pin and the possibility of d4 coming. And it has happened. And white is for choice everywhere. If you look at the position, black's pieces are not coordinated. White's pieces are just a tight unit with threats coming.
And 20 seconds. Less than 20 seconds, in fact, for Magnus. Very scary situation. Will he survive?
Engine's already giving +2 to white. +2.
Down to 7.
And 7 seconds, 6. Got to make a move.
Rook b5 out of desperation.
At least you get 10 seconds.
But it was not a happy move.
MVL knows he has this, but he knows also who he's playing. And you can't rush against Magnus. Magnus will figure out how to just flip the script very quickly, but they both know what the situation is. Magnus in deep trouble. Can MVL accelerate his advantage in some kind of way?
But the problems are still there, right? This bishop on e5, still vulnerable to d4.
Maybe we can even zoom in because we won't be able to, but we are missing out of the moves.
Let's zoom in to the action. Just focusing the queen to d1. Everything is nicely protected.
Yeah, then rook e7 and d4, bishop f6. Yeah, d4, bishop f6 happened. So at least Magnus says that I will resolve the problem of the pin.
But wait, there's a crushing move here that the engine is calling. That rook on b5 is completely misplaced, by the way, from all the action.
Yeah, takes, queen e2. Aren't we winning? No, the rook on b5 is protected.
No, but there's a move, knight h5.
Oh, Lord. Okay, but this is... if Maxim finds knight h5, Magnus will fall from his chair. No, rook e7 played.
Yeah, that would have been over the top. Knight h5 was genius.
And knight d3. It's
what he
good
did
enough.
is much more logical.
Yes. He doesn't have a winning advantage, but he has a long-lasting advantage, and he can squeeze. And in fact, with that horrible bishop on b7, this will be a very tough defense. Rook a5, knight b4 played. And then slowly white will start progressing with queen f3, activate the dark square bishop. Yeah, Magnus has to go back defending with the rook.
That rook coming back is a relief, though, on some level, because your rook was so silly on the b5 square. Magnus is very fortunate. The big advantage that MVL has dissipated quite a bit. He's away from 2+ to now only 0.7. According to the engine. So
this is not a massage kind of position. It's not a crushing position.
Yes, but I think Magnus must feel some bit of relief. It felt like things were much worse.
But how does he protect the d5 pawn? Just when it feels like, yes, he survived the wars, but after queen b3, show me a move to defend the d5 pawn.
Well, you're handing it over.
You don't need to. I mean, it was like that thing that we were saying before, you know, if white takes d5, then you hand black as compensation.
Yes, but the f6 square is weakened. Yes, so Magnus plays bishop f8 only move. So that after knight takes d5, what does he do? Because knight takes b6, knight f6 check. I don't want the pawn, but I want the follow-ups. Yeah, so Magnus has to give up the light square bishop. That's a clear pawn for white.
Okay, so it's plus pawn right now, and Magnus is now going to try to look for some compensation somehow to try to get this pawn back.
Yeah, queen a7.
This pawn can be defended with rook a1. It's not exactly what you want to do, is to put your rook there unless you could get the move a4 in immediately.
But still, like, rook a1 is going on the passive because you kind of invites queen a3.
Exactly.
You know,
that's why I mentioned a4. If you could get a4 in, then you want to play rook a1. Yes. If you can't, then... But are you going to give back the pawn? Like, where would you point to?
Yeah, and it's not only the pawn, but it will kick the queen away from the lovely d5 square, and it will come with a tempo. So actually, Magnus has not chances to survive.
Yes.
And you know someone else who's got chances to survive? Vladislav Artemiev.
What?
Who is managing to slowly make significant progress.
But okay, we have to first stick with this game.
Games.
Yes, just to see if Magnus really manages to get into some endgame, which will be holdable.
And it has absolutely turned, and Magnus is back in business. Where he is right now, there's not much of an edge for black. We can see some kind of rook and pawn ending appearing on the board, where Magnus might be a pawn down, but holding the draw.
Yes, he will. This he will. He will be very relieved because, you know, so as you said, yeah, Maxim is so tricky, yeah, that you are so worried to survive, and he survived the scare.
Yes, yes, Maxim played a bit too quickly, a bit too traditionally, didn't find the hammer blow that would have knocked him out, and instead he has played in this, as you said, as we say, traditional kind of solid form. But this Magnus we're talking about, you don't beat the GOAT without doing something special, and this was not it.
Yeah, now rook c2, we will be talking about this rook endgame after rook takes b6, rook takes c3, bishop takes d6, bishop d6, rook d6, which is a theoretical draw, but a tricky one. They will be playing this. You can win and you can lose this position. This is not a dead, trivial draw.
And just to update you, it was a draw between Zhuzhina and Alexandra Grashkina. That was what we expected. And that means that no one in the competition has 100% anymore. But Zhuzhina still currently in the lead with 4.5 points out of 5.
Now, so let's see how comfortably Magnus will hold this endgame. It's a draw. It's a famous kind of draw, but practically speaking, people have already lost it with black. G5. I won it against Viktor Korchnoi in Dresden 2008, but I had a perfect kind of structure. Magnus plays G5, very instructive, making sure that white is unable to grab space with H4. That's the reason for G5. And you want to play F6, King G6, H5. The rook on C3 is perfect because the rook will fall behind the D pawn and will also cut white's king and will keep an eye on the H3 weakness. So actually Magnus, yeah, there we go, H5, making sure that H4 is in time, and also F6, King G6, very natural moves. That's a very easy kind of position.
We can leave this one because he's going to make the draw. By the way, Gukesh is under a minute against Giri, also down a pawn at the moment. That is a fascinating game.
Yeah, we can move on.
Hold that position as we take this is going to be a draw. Magnus.
I wasn't even sure whether Gukesh is looking at holding or looking at winning.
Because he has a lot of activity.
Exactly. Yeah, he's down a pawn, but look at that pawn on d3. It's just clamping down the white position. The white king is unsafe. I mean, I would be feeling very good, actually, if I were playing black.
Queen g4 played.
It's actually tough to hold the d3 pawn, though, because rook takes is coming, and you can't play rook c3 because your rook is hanging. So he has to go for activity elsewhere, and he's played the move queen g4. Now he's threatening a rook takes f4 if Giri is not
And
careful.
after rook takes d3, there is queen takes d1 check.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Be careful. Who is better than white? In a practical game, I would pick black maybe, because this is so dangerous for white.
It's to do with king safety, right?
Yes.
If you go into an endgame where the white king is out and about, it can be harassed by the rooks, it's not safe.
But it's all about that when you talk about major pieces. The only major pieces on the board, queen and 2 rooks. The first thing you look for is the safety of the kings. And right at the moment, white's king is more vulnerable, although the injured is pointing out the move e6.
Yeah, e6, but I felt like e6 is the way how I can make sure that I'm safe with white.
Yes, that move just changes the balance.
But he didn't do it. He moved the rook.
What move did he play?
Rook. Probably rook b1. I think rook b1 was played, which makes sense.
Gukesh glancing at the clock there. You see he knows.
No, rook f1. Rook f1, protecting on f4, but going on defensive in a situation like this, I'm not liking the trend. Rook e4 played.
Before. Just
oh my goodness, you will not believe it, but Artemiev is completely winning his game.
Oh, we have to go
against
there.
Arjun. Oh, what a turn of events. Past pawns will travel, and they're all the way down the board as Artemiev just completely flipped the script and will take a clear lead in the tournament if he wins this game. As, by the way, Gukesh could win and join him, but he will lead by himself, at least for the moment, and he knows it. He just grabbed that extra queen.
Grabs the queen, yeah.
And what happened to Arjun's extra piece?
Well, that disappeared, and the pawns are moving forward, and queen takes d4 happened. He queens the pawn. I mean, queens the pawn. It becomes a new queen, and black is up a piece, and also still has the a3 pawn. Yeah, this is kind of.
He just blundered the piece. He just completely blundered it.
Yeah, just queen b4, queen c8, check king g7, and there are no more checks. The queen protects. It's game over. Okay, queen e4 the same.
Unreal turn of events, what Arjun did for himself in this game.
In the break, we'll have to check out what really happened. And let's head back to Anish, because that is a crazy... Okay, no, actually, things had slowed down. The queens got traded off. It probably will be a draw. Is Anish going for rook d7? He's going for some kind of a mating attack against black's king, but it shouldn't be enough. It should be a draw.
Well, rook takes g3 has to be played by Gukesh, and then you have to go in with your king to h2.
Exactly, but then you will also hit on f7 with a check, and it should be perpetual check, but a very tricky one.
Yeah, because the black king has to step back.
Yes. And against both rook takes, you have to go to a different square, otherwise you get checkmate. Now you have to go back to g8 after rook ff7, because otherwise you get checkmated against king h6. And if white would have taken with the rook df7, then you had to go to h6. So it was a very tricky kind of position.
Yeah.
Gukesh navigates it nicely.
And here, rook takes a2 is the big idea, and you just keep on checking ad infinitum. The king runs into the middle. Yeah, this is just going to be perpetual check central.
Yeah, 2 rooks on the 7th. We were told that it's such a powerful force. Those 2 rooks on the 7th rank, yes, they'll do a lot. In fact, they often can be anemic. They don't do much unless you have supporting mechanisms of some kind. Just a pawn protecting one of those rooks is enough. But here, just the rooks by themselves, especially with black having counterplay, you can see how peaceful Gukesh is right now looking up. glancing at the clock there, he knows this game will be a draw, and he will remain in fighting distance of the leaders. Magnus is going to draw.
He's already drawn.
He's already drawn.
The way how he put on the jacket was clear that he's satisfied with the draw, that he survived. Yes, he's relieved.
And Artemiev will be the sole leader, going literally from the grave. They were putting dirt on the coffin in Artemiev's game. How he just rose like Lazarus from the dead, you tell me, that was insane.
And to do it with no time on the clock. Like we said, this is an Artemiev specialty. He is made for this kind of stuff, but it was very impressive, you know.
Exactly, that is his trick. That is his trick, because we have seen Arjun was also getting so, you know, nervous that what the hell is going on? Why is my opponent, you know, playing so slowly? But with Artemiev, you never know, and we also have some results. Sanna has beaten Hovhannisyan. Maybe let's head to the Nihal Sarin-Saxian game.
Can we head to another game that's happening in the women's section?
But the women's section was not working.
It is now.
It is working.
It is.
Yeah?
It's a crazy position between Nino Batsiashvili against Yushin Song.
Yes,
and
I have it.
Whilst everyone is in an endgame, they're in what is crazy.
Yeah, let's get the position on.
By the way, Fallujah won and Prague won. Just keep that in mind as a couple of the favorites rose a bit.
Yeah, Fallujah started the day with
yes, we need the board. We need also the camera. What is happening? Yeah, white seems to be winning. No more checks.
Yeah, it does look like white is winning, but it was very nice, you know, to see these pawns on f6, e7, and here, well, f7 being played. And for Yushin Song, she is in with a small chance, well, not a small chance, but a chance of, if she does well in both the Rapid and Blitz, of winning some circuit points, and that might get her a spot into the candidates. There's a big fight happening.
Yeah, but this one is looking bad. But okay.
But you never know, you know.
If it's a scramble, time scramble, we don't see the clock. So at least I don't see the clocks, unfortunately.
Big result on board 11. Nepo lost his game against Chigaev. Huge result there. And again, when I say, you know, you take those quick draws, you walk out of here feeling satisfied, but then something bad happens and you're thinking, what, could I get my half a point back, please? Because he only got now a half a point of the last 2 games and he's tumbling down the leaderboard. This tournament not looking good for last year's co-Blitz champion.
And we're also going to be in for another surprise in the women's, because Mary Arabitsa is winning her Rukampon endgame against the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun.
I have seen that Lighting GA has won her game, and also Bibisara has won. The 2 favorites are coming back or getting closer to the leaders. And yeah, this is a completely lost Rook and Pawn endgame, because Black's king is cut on the 7th rank, and now White only needs to get her king to g7 to promote the pawn. That will be a big victory for Arabidze.
Definitely. And also, Humpy Canero in big trouble against Moon Gunzul. She's down a few pawns. She's down 1 pawn in a queen. Hang on a second. I think that might be, sorry, that might be fake news, because I think there was a slip up.
Yes, that queen blunder did not happen for sure. And here we see Dogmus in action, still playing. Which board is this? We can actually...
26, I think.
Yeah, let me find it. Yes, against Lu Shanglei, against the Chinese player, and he is getting this winning king and pawn endgame that we talked about in the Magnus Carlsen Itulizaga game, that if White sacrifices the queen and breaks the blockade, then you are exactly getting this winning king and pawn endgame. Black will lose the opposition, king g7, king e7, or king f8, king e6, and Black resigned, because there is no way to defend. Let me just very quickly show the moves. This is the technique. So Black is holding on, but there is a Zugzwang, and then White cashes in, and the G-pawn wins, because the opposition on the back rank is not a real opposition. So huge win for Erdogmus.
He moves to 4.5 points out of 6. Not bad for a 14-year-old.
And Zemlyansky has beaten Parham Maksudlu with the black pieces. The youngsters that the poll is running on, both of them deliver on demand. Grishuk got a draw, Dubov got a draw. Rapport lost to Cristobal Henriquez, the Chilean player. And Dominguez against Aravind Chitambram in action still. That should be a crazy time scramble, but yeah, well.
And for Nihal Sarin, this is on board 6. He's got white against Shant Sargsyan. It's a Rukkampon ending.
Because we have camera, I think, on that game.
But before we go into that game, we have Charlize ready. And with her, it is Hans Niemann.
I'm live with Hans Niemann in the playing hall after the first game of Rapid Day 2. Hans, you played against someone who everyone's calling Gautam chess. How was the game?
He's super talented. I was really impressed. I was obviously a nice pairing. You could have, there were so many strong players I could have played, but he seems to be a very talented technical player, and I had to really grind him down. But yeah, very impressed, but happy to win.
Do you prefer playing against the top players here or against someone so talented that you're kind of spotting from a young age and beating them so early?
Well, considering the rating difference, you always see if you have the opportunity to play a low-rated player with so many points. I mean, when you have, like, now I'm +4, and I didn't face any, like, 2,700 plus players yet, so it's certainly fortunate pairings and a nice start.
What about preparation for this event? Of course, you don't have much time between the rounds. For the first game you do, but how do you go about selecting your openings for the Rapid tournament?
It depends. It's hard to prepare. You try to stick to what your repertoire and hope for the best.
Yeah. And you prefer Rapid or Blitz?
Blitz.
We'll see how you do there, but good luck for the rest of the Rapid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize. And Hans Niemann saying that he had a fortunate pairing, but he did defeat the highly talented Indian teenager prodigy, Gautam, or Gautam Chess, as he's been nicknamed. Did you know that just 15 years old, but he was already Indian, I think, senior champion? I mean, also under 15 champion, which in India, considering how strong everyone is probably a pretty significant achievement there as well. But wow.
I also would like to just quickly call out some results, that we have talked about. Zemlyansky beating Parham Maksudlu. I have seen Yesipenko lose to Jakub Kozakovsky, because very often we are focused only on the top guys and people are saying, and where are these guys? So let me, for example, Sinamova has beaten Italo Zaga, so after losing to Gukesh, the young Iranian player is coming back. Denis Lazovic has beaten Santos Latasa. A lot of things are happening in the tournament, and I believe also I have seen Levon Aronyan losing to Denis Makhnev, Pragnanda beating Kobalia Firuza. We already talked about that. He has won his game, and Ivanchuk has beaten the young French star Marco Materia. A lot of action everywhere.
And one game which will be fizzing out is
the Hungarian player, Kozak Adam, the young Hungarian. What is he doing against Fabiano Caruana?
Well, we can see on our camera it's a rook and pawn endgame.
It should be a draw.
It should be a draw.
Come on, Adam, hold Fabi. Hold Fabi. Okay. Hungarian spirit, we have to root for each other. Come on.
Okay.
If we are so close.
I don't know. He's taking his time here.
He's got the time, 20 seconds ticking down. He can either
he
choose
just
to
gives
check,
the checks.
or I was going to say he can probably defend that. And now the king comes in. And this one is going to be finishing in a draw. It is a draw. And Fabiano, well, he spoke this morning, he spoke to us at breakfast, and he said, he felt like he'd had some tough pairings. He'd played a lot of underrated players. And Maurice, he's having a tough time of it. It's all about winning those games, unfortunately. And although he's playing some high-level chess, he's just not bringing in those victories.
Well, he did just come off the Global Chess League with a victory. Sometimes when you're more experienced, as Fabi's starting to be one of the more experienced players, if you will. I won't call him really experienced, if you're using a euphemism there. You just come off a big victory. You may not be ready to play immediately. You're not hungry. You're not as fresh. And so he's been playing a lot of chess. He's played a lot of chess this year.
Yeah.
And I think his mind is already on the candidates. This is his big chance to possibly qualify and become a world champion.
But sometimes in events, you get a bit of luck. You get a bit of luck in the sense that your opponent doesn't play very well, and sometimes you get unlucky in the fact that whoever you play, whatever their rating is, they play like heroes against you, and a draw is a fair result.
Exactly. The point is that against a top guy, everyone is super motivated, yeah, because you feel like I got a chance. For example, I know Adam Kozak, a very talented player, but he hardly gets a chance to play against good players, but he has the talent to do well. And very often also as a top player, you feel like you have to win at all costs this game, and then you are not able to play your usual stuff because you are too much focused on the result.
If I may, by the way, there was some shocking series, or a series of shocking events that occurred in two games, the two top boards that we didn't get a chance to really look at. And this one, I just like now that the dust has settled a little bit to look at it. This is the position that Artemiev was able to get scraped together after he lost a piece, essentially. But he does have these two passers. They would eventually win him the game. When you have an advantage the way Arjun had here, you tend to want to win in the simplest way. I don't need to do anything fancy. I don't need some tricky business. Let me just win in the simplest way. And it turns out that he had to actually do a direct attack. In this position, he played queen f5, and literally his advantage dissipated in one move. His queen took over a square that his knight wants, and it took over a square for the rook. It's like it just came and said, I'm the queen, I deserve to be here. And the pieces were like, but we wanted some action on that side. The best move here was actually rook g5 and prepare a direct attack against this pawn. And then this knight would either go to f5 or even g4 if you push the pawn on g6. This would have caused real trouble for black. There's some sacrifices in the position, followed by knight f5. This was the key move. He just missed this possibility.
Wait a second, and let me just add that if black blocks the diagonal with f6, which I was thinking like, why not, then there's queen a2 check.
Yes, this move is a very important move as well. And if you duck with your king, then you just lose your extra pawn and one of your pawns, and now you can realize you're going to just drop dead in this game. So that was a key move.
And he had more than 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Look at the clock situation.
Exactly. When your opponent is playing quickly and you're in time pressure, sit and wait, look, study, analyze. No reason to rush. That's what Artemiev does and gets his opponents flustered. Later, this is what happened. In this position, he had already blown an advantage, traded rooks, and played this move, knight f6 check. His opponent just moved. The pawns had gone just a little bit closer to queening. Very precarious moment for him. And he blundered bishop to e5. I don't even know the meaning of bishop e5. In fact, what's the point of this move? Just to avoid the pawns? Well, that didn't help him because it's a one-move blunder. Suddenly bishop e7 landed on the board, and hand me your knight. And that's how he lost. He just lost a piece, and that was the end of the game. So Artemiev, I don't know how he walks that tightrope somehow delicately, but he managed to pull it off here and save the game. Now, the other thing I was talking about, the other game, safety first. The Magnus game, MVL had Magnus right at an early moment right here. And I talked about this line. If you look at this position, you see the bishop and rook. They're offside. They're just not working at all. That means the weight is shifted, the scale on this side. The other side of the board, what Kasparov used to call cutting the board in half. If you cut this side of the board in half, the black pieces are all the way over here. They can't deal with action on the other side. So the crushing move would have been a beauty if he had found it. Knight to h5. What a move. This is just an insane move. If you take the knight, look at the tactic. It's not a tactic. It's just a simple recognition of the superiority of white's forces on this side. He's threatening rook e3, rook up to g3. And again, these two pieces are not working. It's a hard line to just play. I mean, like I'm just giving up a piece and saying, but I'm winning, by the way. That's just,
I'm not even starting a check.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's your threat? No, I'm actually preparing my threats. Really? You can get away with this? Yes, because these two pieces are just not working. You can almost take them off the board. Look at the engine's top move, by the way, bishop c6, to deal with this rook e3 action. Are you insane? But he would have been winning in this exact position. So, yes, sometimes you see that big advantage is plus, But what you have to do to keep the advantage, not easy at all.
No, not easy at all to actually find that one. You need to give up a piece for a speculative attack. You know, some people have guts, some people, well, not going to be able to, well, actually not some people, I think most of us will not be able to find.
Classical game, maybe.
Exactly.
But rapid with 2 minutes left.
But even then, it's very dependent on style as well. And I'm being told that there's still one game that's outgoing. Yes, it's a game on board 31 in the women's between Nergalieva against Katerina Atalik. And
Bird 31 probably is not one of the critical games in the round.
Oh, and you know, this game can for forever because rook and opposite color bishop positions. These are the nightmares of the tournament. Really, because as long as this game does not finish, there won't be any new pairings, and this one black will play forever because you can shuffle around, try to break. On the other hand, white sits on h2 on the dark squares, and we'll see that there is no way to break through because if you are threatening checkmate with bishop e4, rook h1, then I will get to your h3 pawn. Yeah, so a lot of back and forth. The computer evaluates it like a minus 0.4 position, which gives you the feeling that this is an eternal game.
yes, it could go on for a long time, but there is an imbalance in the clock situation.
And by the way, the round started late already, round 1.
Yes.
So, like,
it will be a very long day.
What kind of day are we going to have? Will it be like 5 rounds yesterday that they played? But
just to update you, though, on the tournament situation and the standings in the women, we now have a 2-way tie at the top. Zhuzhina and Nino Bachashvili, they're on 4.5 points out of 5.
So, yeah,
and
Nino
then we have a whole load of people. I mean, it's in double figures on 4 points.
Yeah, just half a point behind. Yeah, and a lot of players with 3 points won their game. A lot of favorites, so they are coming, catching up, which is very good for the tournament.
Absolutely. Yes. And then some names, just to give you just a flavor of some on 4 points, we have Harika, we have Vaishali, we have Humpy Kineru, the current Women's World
also won her game. Bibi Sara won her game.
Yes, very important for Bibi Sara. Mary Arabitz is there, and Antonetta Stefanova. So very strong contenders. And going back to the game that we have on our screens, well, we mentioned that this could go on for a long time. But what are the chances, would you say, of black winning this one? Are they high? Because if the rooks come off, the players can just pack up and agree the draw. But the presence of opposite color bishops, suddenly you start seeing that there could be mating nets.
Yes, it is easy to lose with white, but it is very difficult to win with black. Yeah, this is the typical kind of, if white does not blunder, then because also after bishop e4 there is this bishop g1 defense, and we might be seeing it because bishop d4, bishop e4 just happened. We might be seeing this bishop g1 defense. Yeah, it's on the board. Basically, because we are following this game, it's the last game of the tournament. If any information you want to, we have all the time in the world to talk about because this will be 5 more minutes at least. I can guarantee.
Could I show you a crazy finish as they play? Let's just switch out for a second and look at this game that Ray Robson won. And this is going to be one you don't see very often. Take a look. In this position, the position is even according to the engine. And you look at the position, you can see that both sides have 6 pawns, bishops. It's pretty linear position.
No, wait a second. White is a pawn up. White, the h7 pawn is
apologies. The h7 pawn is missing. So it's 6. But this move right here, queen h3, that's a visual move. Not only exploiting the pin on the diagonal, but also the pin on the file. So what is white to do? Well, white played a very reasonable queen g5 move, only to see the move f6 land on the board. Now here, white could have just played very simply. No problem, just play queen g3. So okay, enough. But he did see bishop takes g2, queen takes, and queen takes, giving back the pawn. So he decided, I don't want to do that. Let me play bishop to c4, check, and get a little extra tempo here. Did he think black was going to play king f8? Well, surprise, surprise, d5 with your queen hanging on this square. You just blocked the diagonal. The problem is, if you take, well, then your queen was hanging in the meantime, and you have this unusual situation of the two bishops hanging, and this one with check. His opponent literally saw d5 land on the board and realized he just didn't have a move, nothing to do. Despite all these things hanging, it's black who came out on top in this position.
Yeah. Which is a very important thing for Ray. He's moving up.
Absolutely.
He will be with 5 points or something.
He was on board 7.
Yes.
He was on board 7, one of the top boards. So a win really leaps him probably just a half a point out of first.
And it's important as well to win with the black pieces. Next game will be against a higher rated opponent.
Against a very strong opponent already.
And you kind of want it with the white pieces, especially some players have very strong repertoires with white, not as strong with black.
Okay, I think that Ray has a very solid repertoire with black. But yes, of course, if you play against a top gun, you want to have the white pieces that you keep more control.
And also, the game in the women's section is not the only one that's continued. This one is still ongoing, and this one is on board 109. So
unfortunately, I don't have access to that game. We have to zoom in. Can we zoom in full? It seems like the black player, yeah, this is a queen and, yeah, they are about to shake hands. Wow, white survived. Yeah. And the black player is very disappointed, yeah, because he knew that this was a chance. This queen end game is a nightmare. By the way, the female game between Nurgaliyeva and Ekaterina Natalik is still in progress and nothing changed. We didn't miss out on anything. They are shuffling in that kind of solid construction.
Yeah, but the clock is ticking down, like 35 seconds for Nurgaliyeva, 23 seconds, and it was the eventful start to the day. But here are some of the results on the top. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it was a topsy-turvy game, I would say, against Magnus Carlsen. It looked like Carlsen was establishing the upper hand. It all went wrong after a one-move blunder. And in the end, Magnus was the one that could count himself lucky. But for Vladislav Artemiev, hats off to a remarkable save.
Well, not only a save. Save would be from a losing position a draw, but he even wins.
Turned it around.
That's basically a 2 points game, right?
Yes, I got to say, though, Arjun has to blame himself. He has to kick himself. You don't have 8 minutes on the clock and a winning position and just play quickly and end up losing a game like that one. That's going to be a heartbreak for the young man who played like a genius yesterday against Magnus. And to look at this position, can you imagine when you walk out of that tournament hall after blowing a game like that one?
And also today he played a brilliant game until he blundered because he just crushed Artemiev.
Yeah,
it was an incredible game.
Up on the board, up on the clock.
Yes.
Like, come on, you got to win that one.
But on the other hand, we've got to really compliment Artemiev because he found the way to pose the most practical problem.
Absolutely.
He gave up the piece, and he went for this whole thing, and he just held firm. And he did this with no time on the clock. It was remarkable stuff. And that win means that he's now the sole leader of the open section, but there are a whole load of people on 5 points. So
which
it's
means
still
he doesn't play Magnus next round then.
There's a whole load of people.
He plays, but he will
they have the same colors.
Yeah, he has to. No, then they cannot play. Yeah, probably they.
With all those people tied with Magnus, it seems like it would be unnatural for them to play. It should be somebody he gets to play with. He has white. And,
yes, because then actually Magnus would have to be black again, because the player who is leading, he switches the color. And that is the rule. So he was black. So probably we won't be seeing Artemiev against Magnus. But Artemiev would love to face Magnus with the white pieces.
Exactly.
Give me Magnus right here, right now with white.
Exactly.
I will be very solid and I will be collecting my points against the other guys later on.
Yep.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. That would be Artemiev's perfect strategy. Let's take a look at the results of the women in the round 5. So we did see that Zuzhina, she wasn't able to keep her perfect score intact, but after a draw, she is now the co-leader alongside Nino Bachashvili, who defeated Song Yusin. And as mentioned, the amount of people who are chasing them is absolutely insane. We're talking double figures, people on 4 points. So that tournament is completely wide open.
Yeah, also Divya Deshmukh winning a very important game. And by the way, Anna Muzichuk, that you mentioned that there is this big rivalry between Asabayeva, Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk. Bibisara managed to win, Anna lost. That's then a situation which is very much in Bibisara's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And also another one that was important was actually Zhong Yushin. She's also in the fight for that candidate spot, but it's still very much early days. It's 11 rounds in total for the women's.
But I think I checked out because I was interested and I talked to Sindarov and he told me that, yeah, Bibisara is leading like with 100 points, Anna Muzichuk has 80 points and Song has 60. So actually Bibisara has quite some margin. If she keeps the same kind of result like her concurrents, that might be enough for her to qualify.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, it was such, I mean, the results could have gone either way, but if they did perform terribly with Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk, there was even a chance that Arena Crush, with a sensational tournament, could be in.
But it's
with
very difficult to have a sensational tournament here with so many brilliant players in 15 runs. Yeah, because you have to bring this incredible
Excuse me, guys. 5 seconds for. Okay, this one is
nothing changed. You know, it's the same position for the last 50 moves.
They're trying to rival your
well, wait a second. When was this is now moves 132. When was this last pawn move to h3? Let me count it. h3 move 93.
So 143 before the next capture or pawn move has to be done. I'm thinking they're trying to rival your record against Ivanchuk.
Well, still more than 130 moves. Yeah, good luck with that.
That's hard to believe that they're only at the halfway mark of your record.
Exactly. It's crazy. And that was even a 3 minutes
hang
game.
on a second. Also, there's some trickery afoot here because with rook to e2, the next threat is going to be king to g5, attacking the rook. And white, of course, spots that elementary threat and goes bishop to h4.
Well, she has to play 10 more moves without blundering anything because there are no pawn moves in the position. Yeah, the pawn on h3 is blocked, the pawn on f3 is blocked. That's if you suddenly make a blunder in this situation, you will never forgive yourself. By the way, both players down to 10 seconds.
They are.
And now a big moment.
Rook f2, stability.
Excellent move. If the rooks come off the board, the game is going to be
yes, and if rook e1, there's rook take g2 trick, winning the game for white. So
played rook e4.
King g5 played, yeah, now rook f2, rook e4. On the board, bishop moves away. The big question is because she doesn't know which move they are at. You know, this is a horrible scenario because you feel like you are playing this position eternally, but you have no information that where do we stand.
Yeah. Well, there's one kind of information that if the players play 75 moves,
then the arbiter interferes.
Absolutely.
Yes, but that is so far away. 75 moves.
Can you imagine all the players waiting in the hall saying, this game's not over yet? They're probably watching on a screen in the players' room.
Bring the information. 143, just 6 moves away. You just have to hang on 6 moves and it's a draw. And I think that there is this, expert kind of thinking that if you play forever and you feel like forever, then you can just stop the clock, ask the arbiter, and if you are, for example, a move 40, you get the information, okay, give my opponent 2 minutes.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter at all because you need the information.
That is exactly right. Yasser loves to talk about that. Go ahead, take your 2 minutes, but at least I know what's going on. Clarity is necessary, and she's making moves, but she should make sure at the right moment.
C1 is coming, so bishop to G1 is white's only defense.
Yeah, but this is what she was relying for the last 30, 40
No,
moves.
but she played bishop to she played bishop to D4.
Yeah, protecting the f6 pawn. If rook c1, then bishop comes back to g1. No problem.
Yeah. White has a nice pendulum going with the bishop. You know, when it's needed, you protect f6. Otherwise, you cover the g1 square.
So what's the possible...
Yeah, Artemiev is there following the game. Yeah, they know that this is so important. Voldemar Murzin is checking it out. Bring the information. 2 more moves, and we are there. Nicolas Theodor also just walking, strolling there.
Ekaterina is not giving this one up. Where's the trick? I'm up a pawn. Why do I have to stop? Might as well just keep playing.
Threatening checkmate in one.
The mate threat. And bishop back, and that solves that. And I guess she's there now, yes? She's at move 143?
And not yet. Yes, exactly. Now it's draw according to the computer. I think the computer stops, but this is not an online event. So should we start, waving and everything?
Don't wave. Yeah. Don't put your hands out. Don't do anything to influence the game in any way.
Let's not do
that.
Now
everybody's coming. Shuvalova is coming. Everybody's coming, gathering that. Come on, guys, girls. It's time to finish.
And it's no arbiter interference at this moment. The player has to know. And many times, in some events, you'll have screens that will let the player know exactly what move number it is, but not here. You can't have screens covering this
Wait a second,
event.
Knight's crazy because she's losing. It's a Zugzwang position. She's losing the f6 pawn. She should stop the clock and claim 50 move.
Right now?
Yes, right now, because she will lose the pawn and then...
And she's got 4 seconds.
Don't do this. Look, D2, brilliant, because bishop e3 check.
Oh, nice
What a
move.
trick, but stop the clock, call the arbiter.
And she must be unaware of this strategy. This is, when you have to know the rules, she's unaware of that strategy. She's played a fantastic tactical move, but she should know, as we mentioned, to make a move and say, I think I've made it to 50.
Yes.
And let the arbiter decide.
Exactly,
And
she
there
stops.
she does. There she's
Fantastic.
now done it. Good for
because
her.
she got so scared that she almost lost it. That now I have to.
She's made the claim, and now the arbiter will check, and of course, Ekaterina is like, yeah, it's probably true, whatever.
Yeah, but can you imagine if Ekaterina said, the f6 pawn is about to fall? I mean, let me continue.
That would have been devastating.
It was a close call. But nice save. The two players, I think, are going to go and check the computer, and the arbiter will just
And I think this is so instructive for everyone following our broadcast, that this is a golden kind of rule. You have to stop the clock and ask the arbiter.
Even if it was 40 moves in.
Yes, you get the information.
You think, it's somewhere, I don't even know. We've been playing a while. They get 2 minutes. Don't worry about that. They can have the extra time. Don't feel like you've lost something by giving them extra time.
But I got to add a condition to this. I think this is very good technique, practical technique when it comes to claiming 50 moves. This may not necessarily be the case when it comes to claiming a threefold repetition.
Yes, no, that is
because you give information to your opponent as well, and they're able to avoid making
of course.
the
Here it is. They look like they're
times.
shaking hands. We saw off in the distance there, them shaking hands and agreeing to that.
Wow.
draw.
And finally, it was so dramatic, because this looked, it was only move by white to keep the pawn on f6. Insane save.
It was a marathon game for the players, but it was, in the end, a fair result. Some excellent defense, gotta say, to the young opponent there with the white pieces, facing some heavy pressure from Ekaterina.
I'm sweating from this game.
It's so funny that we would talk about being nervous. As commentators, we can't stop. We just keep going until the very end. And you get to see this kind of drama unfolding everywhere. And we kind of get a heart attack. I was talking to a guy earlier today at the hotel, and he's like, chess can be exciting? How do you call those matches? And I'm like, man, there's all kinds of situations that get the adrenaline going. And one of those where it's a draw, it's a 50-move rule. But wait a second, she might lose the game. That is why we love doing what we do.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, chess is super exciting. You've got the elements of the clock, you've got the elements of those fiery games and the technique and the outmaneuvering. It has everything, and you've seen everything here. And as the tension begins to simmer, we are going to step aside for a short break. And when we return, we're going to bring you more of the action. And stay with us, because the day is just beginning.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma.
In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
We are back and we are ready for the action to continue here at the World Rapid Championships here in Doha. The players are ready, they're getting seated, and it is round 7 in the Opens and it's round 6 in the Women's. And we had a very interesting turn of events because today's first game means that there is now one sole leader in the Open section. That's Vladislav Artemiev after his victory over Arjun Erigaisi. And guess who he's facing in this round, Peter? Can you guess it?
Well, if you ask me like this, then it has to Magnus, and there we see them, the two brilliant gentlemen about to start their game.
Yeah, and in the women, it was a relatively solid, and there we're seeing that there are two co-leaders, Zhuzhina and also Nina Bachashvili. Let's actually take a look at today's round 7 pairings. So as we see, this was the strategy. This was a dream strategy that you highlighted, Peter, that Vladislav wanted to, after his win with the black pieces against Arjun, a dream outcome would be if he faced Magnus Carlsen
with the white
pieces. You asked, the gods delivered, and here we have it.
And wow, we have also other great pairings. David Anton, Giharo, who has only lost to Magnus Carlsen, winning all the other games up against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Gukesh against Tarana, and the All-American duel on board 4. Maurice will love this, Ray Robson against Hans Niemann.
Not expected, of course, that when you say All-American, you didn't say Fabi, you didn't say Wesley So, you didn't say Aronian, you didn't say Dominguez, right? You didn't say any of those. The Olympic team. It's the two youngsters, actually, who are right there at the top. But, of course, Rapid Chess favors the young.
Yeah.
And we see here the two leaders, well, one leader by himself, and Magnus, who had been in first place this entire time, at least tied for first, now suddenly behind. And you know he can't be too happy about that.
Yeah. And before we dive into the opening here, maybe we can take a look at the pairings of the women's as well, because we're going to be seeing the co-leaders there. Zhuzhiner face off against Nino Bacic-Svili. And also, there's a whole pack of wolves, I've got to say, there on 4 points, just half a point away, and big names. Alexandra Gryashkina, she will now have the white pieces against Kotenishvili. Bibi Sara faces Sara Kadam, and reigning Women's World Rapid Champion Kampi Kanaru plays Zhapova. So definitely lots of exciting battles ahead.
Yeah, for sure. There is also a little bit of a confusion, like Hadam Asharieh got 4.5 points, but I think that is 4. That was just a mistake I wanted to highlight, because all the other players have 4 points and facing each other. Look at this gorgeous playing hall. I just want to, emphasize, because the organizers in Qatar, in Doha, they are always making an exceptional event. Yeah, the players love this. They are treated like superstars. The hotels are amazing. The playing conditions are just great. This is Qatar.
Yeah, this is definitely where tradition is meeting that brilliance. Everything is luxurious. I mean, let's face it. And the players are putting on quite the fiesta, quite the spectacle for us.
Well, Qatar is known for excellence in sporting events themselves. And I think the organizer told me before the event started that they had been coming off 80 days of football events. 80! You think about it, it's like 3 separate events, and all the heads of state and the ministers and all the excellencies and such were bouncing back and forth between all these events, been traveling quite a bit, and chess has its place. So you'd imagine how important football is. And now chess gets that royal treatment as well.
And it's lovely to see that chess has arrived. And for Artemiev, he has arrived. He's now on top board leading the tournament.
And he's already doing Artemiev things. He spent 2 minutes on move 3 after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, making sure that this is the most solid. I'm not falling into any kind of provocation. I think that he doesn't want to burn bridges at all.
No, he doesn't want to get into any complications whatsoever. And yeah, okay, he's taking his time, but we've seen that he's not phased at all. In fact, we should do a clockometer with Artemiev. How low does he go?
And how much he enjoys it, yeah?
Yes.
He is just super happy, no problem. He's actually doing the same thing that Magnus has been using yesterday, the knight f3, knight c3 kind of move order. No Nimzo for you, and Magnus goes c6. He wants to steer the game to the Meran variation, something sharp. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, there is the answer, e3, and I'm expecting queen c2 to be played by Artemiev. Keep it simple.
I was going to say, do you think we will see a bishop d3 line?
No. It does
Queen
not.
c2,
Queen
b3,
c2, b3, bishop e2, castles,
yeah.
bishop b2, and then shuffle the pieces.
Yes.
You know that you are safe, everything is under control.
But it would be fun if we saw bishop to d3.
We would love it, and Magnus would love it. Yeah, he would jump on his chair. By the way, I feel like looking at Magnus, he's doing the Magnus thing. Queen c2 on the board. He looks bored, like I'm not interested in this game and so on. But he just wants to fool Artemiev that he should feel very secure, like there is no danger looming, and then give me a chance. That's what Magnus thinks. Like, give me just a small chance, and I will jump. On this occasion, he goes for a walk as well. He played the move.
Bishop d6 did he play?
Bishop d6 is the traditional way, but b6 is the Magnus Carlsen move. Yeah, he likes this move, or this is b6, trying to play bishop b7 and then try to break the position with c5 quickly.
It also has the advantage that it doesn't allow these g4 ideas.
But I don't think that Magnus had to worry about the g4 lines in this specific position. Yeah, we see Artemiev instantly kind of reacting to b6, saying like, you know what, I just want to be solid, and I can be solid. And he take CD5? He made a move. Yes, C takes D5 was played. No unbalances in the position. If you want unbalance, take ED5. Thank you very much. Then I will have the upper hand. And if you take CD5 and Magnus goes ED5, wow, Magnus means business. He's taking strategical risk in order to get a game.
That is true, but there's some kind of advantages to doing this as black, because usually in this type of structure the bishop is not on c1, it's out there on g5 or f4, and in the Nimzo kind of situations the knight doesn't come to f3. It normally goes like e2 and g3, and then
yeah, it's absolutely right what he has, that this is the justification that White's bishop is on c1. If that bishop would be out there in the forest with g5 or f4, we would call it as a clear advantage for White. Then Black has no right to weaken his pawn structure in this Carlsen structure with b6, c6. But the bishop on c1, which means that probably White will play some beastly bishop b2 in the future and maybe prepare this knight e5 kind of stuff. Bishop goes to d3, castles and so on. In any case, we get an unbalanced position.
We should note also White has a plan of playing bishop d3, castle and playing for e4 and go for the Isolani with that bishop on c8, the weak c6 pawn. That's already some tenderonis that you can make a case that you're opening up the position in order to put pressure on Black. So bishop d3 on the board. Magnus has decided to go for this variation because, of course, as you mentioned, he wants some imbalances. He's already drawn 2 games after winning 4 in a row. He's drawn 2. He doesn't necessarily want to draw yet another one and feel like he's slipping back. And especially with other players having caught him, they might start getting some momentum, and then he'll have to work hard again.
But look at Magnus. Is he already regretting? He changed his pose. Did he regret his impulsive e takes d5 decision? Because he's not the Magnus that was like 1 minute ago bored, you know, and thinking like I have everything under control. He maybe is in some kind of a horror that this e4 is coming. E4 is coming. How do you save? How do you react?
I can't imagine that Magnus
you can go to
is
castle,
already
right? You don't panic that much. You just go castles.
E4.
And then e4 happens,
D
and
takes
then you
E4,
go
knight
swings
E4,
and
bishop B7, but
c6 is weak, but d4 is not that great either.
Yeah, but it's passive for Black, and White has the upper hand, and there is no risk in White's position. Yeah, it seems like you will be able to play then knight e5, bishop f4, rook e1, rook a d1, bringing all the pieces to the board into the play. No, Magnus, what have you done?
B7, you know, Peter, maybe you'd be a bit more worried. I feel like Magnus is not in that place just yet, but his opponent is testing him, and e4 on the board. Magnus playing quickly there, takes, castles. And now castles. And I get the feeling, I mean, there is a need to play one more move for White, and it's to get that bishop on the right square, sort of like his f4 square. If Black is able to get c5 in successfully, then he'll equalize, right? So,
but there is also this knight e5 move in this type of positions, which is sometimes very unpleasant because there are some tricks. Yeah, that there is pressure against the c6 pawn. There is this lineup, knight takes d7, knight takes f6. The pawn on h7 is kind of hanging. This knight e5 move can be very unpleasant to deal with because you don't want to take on e5, then d takes e5 would be a fantastic structure for White. Then you are forced to take on e4, bishop e4. Thank you very much that bishop dominates the bishop on b7. You were not in time to play c5.
Right.
You know why I find this discussion very funny? It's because I kind of played like this as Black.
Wow.
Now I have your voice. What have you done?
What are you doing? Don't do this, Ivanka.
Like
No. And look at Magnus's face. He thinks like, what have I done? Why did I do this?
You know, the engine is only giving it a tiny advantage for White, even in the variation you just mentioned at the very end to play the move h6, since you can't take on c6. So I think the bigger problem for Magnus is I'm playing imbalanced chess. I'm willing to go for this kind of imbalance, but in fact, I got nothing. And I'm the one who's defending. And how are you going to even prove anything in a position like this? The imbalances just disappeared immediately. I mean, in terms of dynamic, durable play. You'd rather White play the b3 and knight e5. Keep the game, even if with an advantage, keep the game going. Keep the structure going. But the structure is now blown up. It's gone. And White has basically nothing to fear with a tiny edge. with Magnus not having any like punching chances. Like, where do I hit? How do I make anything happen? If I wanted a draw, I should have just taken with the other pawn and play a solid position.
Yeah, but it was a little bit passive and symmetrical. And Magnus actually never likes to be, yeah, like you said, that here maybe he's worse, but he's dreaming of let's just go along the line that you mentioned also, that computer said that this is not the end of the world. So yes, black is kind of slightly worse. But if black gets chance, for example, to play queen c8 followed by c5, and we trade those bishops, then actually black can start thinking about playing for advantage in this kind of structure with the pawn majority on the queen side and without any attack on the king side. So there are chances for black also to potentially be better in the long run if white doesn't do anything with his initiative.
That's the gamble. It's like he's in Vegas now, rolling the dice. He's been to Vegas before. You know, like, let's see what the guy wants here. Will he go for it quickly? And you watch the knights go from the board. We know that when knights leave the board, a lot of the imbalanced, dynamic play goes away, and you get all these linear pieces left. You got to be real precise. So will Artemiev go for that kind of creative liquidation, which would be uncreative, in fact, as I'm making up words, but or will he make a couple of moves? Will he play bishop f4, bring his rook into the game, or his rooks into the game, and play the Isolani with black's bishop sitting on b7 and black being a bit more passive? I think that that's what he's looking at right now. Is Artemiev 95 is just a way to say, you know what, I want to stay away if I can steer this game into some kind of stable waters.
Yeah, I like your bishop to f4, because if white doesn't do anything, then queen c7, and then you just
yes, but after bishop f4, you are in time to play c5. That's what disturbs me. And if you are able to play c5, I feel like you solved all your problems. By the way, also there was the other move, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight f6, which was also disturbing me, because bishop takes e6, rook c8 is clearly not good for white. There is this deadly pin. And if I fall back with the bishop to this, then c5 comes and black is threatening to take over. Yeah, so this is the reason why I'm actually more into knight e5, and a big question for Artemiev, if will he do it? He's still thinking, he's under 7 minutes.
Yeah, let him think for a while.
Exactly.
Let's go to another game.
On.
Breaking news, the Americans decided to be friendly and made a quick draw in their game and got out of there. Ray Robson and Hans Niemann, click, click. Before we knew it, while we were just talking, they have made a draw. So that's that. I want to draw attention to board 2, where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after drawing against Magnus Carlsen, look at this really imbalanced position. I'm sure Magnus wishes it looked more like this on his board than what he has right now. Look at the king, castled on the queen side with this pawn chain right here, saying, well, you can't break through anyway, so I have no worries about that happening. The knights have left the board too, so that always gives me a feeling like the game got super linear and in that way stable-ish. Any more trades, and you could just block up the position, and you will not find any real easy way to get in.
Yeah. It's a tricky one, right? Because somehow I would feel nervous playing both sides. Maybe a little bit safer with the whites, because everything is locked up on the queen side.
And the big question is, what are you playing for? Yeah, because if you play the move that computer probably wants, bishop back to e4, it's the move with potential, but it's a double-edged kind of game. Or to trade on this and play e4 and then fix everything, no breaks, and we look at each other, right? But David Anton is normally a fighter, and he goes for bishop e4. We love to see players like this.
That's the thing, too, in this position. If we take a look, you realize, as far as black is concerned, how do you get your play? You could push this pawn. Maybe white plays a3 and says, you don't break up this position ever. You have no pawn breaks to even look at. But white is thinking, well, how can I prepare h4 and g5? It's hard to pull off with this controlling this diagonal. And also this bishop on this square looks weird. It might have to march, move the king, march all the way over here somehow to get that going. Not easy to get the pawn breaks you need. Without pawn breaks, the pieces aren't going anywhere. So very difficult to position. Imagine how either side gets anything, because the pawn breaks are not so easy.
No, I completely agree. You know, for white, it's all about that h4, you know, g5. You got to sacrifice everything. And for black, to open up a line, you have to look at revolutionary stuff like bishop takes b5, you know, just blast open the position.
And
but you
white
have
actually,
to be aware.
I think, wants simply king c2, bishop c1, and then we are talking about h4, g5, potentially e takes d4 at the right moment, supporting the g4, g5 break. Black might be putting his bishop on h4, bishop
Just
h4
to shut
block.
it down.
No h4
Exactly.
today, not in this game, my friend.
That's the thing about, again, the linear pieces. Without a knight to kind of eject something, then you just can't get it going, and it's just not easy when the pawn breaks have been shut down. This one looks like it may be steering
But
towards
there
the
is
draw.
breaking news now from my side. Artemiev still hasn't moved, and just at this moment when I wanted to say breaking news, he goes for my knight e5 with 4 minutes 3 seconds on the clock. Insane.
Yeah.
What is Artemiev doing?
Oh, clearly what he always does.
But this is a little bit, Jovanka, tell me, what are your feelings when you see something like this? Move 12, knight e5 played, but just with 4 minutes on the clock in a 50 minutes rapid game.
What are my feelings?
Yes.
Well, you know, again, this is something that I will leave only to the big guns, some people who understand and can play chess like this. But for most of us, you know, absolutely impractical. And I think quite rightly, a coach would be there going, what are you doing?
You don't do this.
You don't do this. You know, don't be like this. Play the moves, but play them faster. The end. And
Whatever coach he had in life gave that up a long time ago.
Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, it works for Artemiev. He's the leader of the event. You know, he's there playing and just absolutely storming the field. So it's working for him, but it's very much something that the rest of us probably
Yes, I can
can't
tell you
emulate.
that in 2014-15, I already started playing with him, and he was like 15 years old in the Russian league and also in this Nutcracker tournament. And already there I sense that actually he has this 2800 level potential. He has this incredible talent for harmony, for pieces. He was never a real theoretician. And in classical chess, because of this attitude, I think he was not fulfilling the promise that he had before. But in rapid blitz time control, that's where he can show his incredible talent.
Yeah, he's incredibly talented. I think he first burst into the scene, you know, for us when he won Gibraltar tournament in 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, he just won it, and a lot of people hadn't heard of him.
He beat Nakamura in a very nice game, I remember.
And also in Yu Yang Yi in the final. But what really struck me was how he booked himself a hotel in Spain, and every morning, every afternoon, I would see him walk to the playing hall from Spain.
Oh, wow.
You know, and and after that, you know, I've just been watching his success, and it's just fantastic.
His
to see him
rating
do so well.
skyrocketed to 2760 in when he played in Vaikanzi 2020. He was top 10 player with 2760 something.
Well, he got the nickname Chuck Norris from his Russian teammates.
But now the new shock. After knight takes e5, Artemiev is pausing again and thinking, should I take on f6 first and then go for d takes e5?
But he should have made that decision
before.
when he played knight to e5. Okay, can I also direct us to in another direction, because I'm kind of curious about our poll subjects, because as part of our poll, we are asking, who do you think is Young Player of the Year? We have options: Andy Woodward, Yaz Khan Adomish, Ivan Semlyansky, and Faustino Oro, just 12 years old. Incidentally, Faustino Oro is in the lead with 43% of the vote. So if you're a fan of the others, get voting now. Yeah, here you can see our candidates. I mean, they're all fabulous players. They're absolutely incredible and amazing.
Yeah, but Faustino is such a fan favorite, right? In Latin America, he's already like the new Messi and so on. It's very difficult. Yes, very difficult to compete with that for all the other youngsters because, yeah, he's just way too popular.
But Adomish, we saw him earlier on win his game, and he's up there, you know, on 4.5 points. Maybe we can just quickly check in on him and see how he's doing with the black pieces against Shant Sargsyan.
Wow.
Maybe slightly worse. A little bit of a Maroczy bind going on here. But not an easy position for White to execute. White has to still do quite a bit of work.
But White is also up on the clock. 5 minutes time advantage. 10:26 versus 6 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Basically, we don't really have to get too deeply into this position because it's nothing to talk about. White is slightly better.
But I tell you,
yes,
one of our candidates is in a promising position against Nihal Sarin, Zemlyansky.
Wow. Yeah, he's doing extremely good things.
He is absolutely doing the business against Nihal Sarin.
Wow.
Oof, yeah, that is Erdogmus versus Shansaksian, the very strong Armenian player. In fact, I think he's right now the #1 player on the Armenian rating list with some 2660 plus. But the position that we are having here is the Ivan Zemlyansky against Nihal Sarin because this is a much more crazy position. White sacrificed the pawn, but it's not a sacrifice. It's basically destroying black structure. And look at that lovely e4 outpost, the horrible bishop on g7, the pawn structure with g5, h4, fixing, locking down everything. White might be going queen g4 and then long castles, just enjoying the position. Or is there maybe even some tactical strike in the position?
How old is this kid?
15.
15.
Jeez.
And he just turned 15. Yeah, not like he will turn 16.
Doing stuff like this?
He just beat Para Maksudlu as well. So
he's already 26 plus also in the classical ratings. Yeah, he knocked out Ray Robson from the World Cup in the second round.
15. You know, I started chess pretty late, actually, at 14. So when I hear 15, I'm like, oh, geez, what? But I know they've gotten younger and younger and younger. But when you see this kind of class of chess, not just have the high rating, but play ideas and you go,
exactly.
Wait, you're playing this kind of chess at 15? Maybe if you were like a sacrificial, crazy player, you have all the tactical talent in the world. But to play this kind of nuanced, positional sacrifices, squeeze your opponent, you learn it that early.
And
Watch
can you
out.
imagine how these other youngsters are feeling like Nihal, that he's a veteran compared to Ivan Zemlyansky. And I know that as a youngster, when you become like 20, you are feeling very uncomfortable playing against this 14, 15 year old kid because suddenly you are the older one. Everybody expects that now you should be controlling the game, and the younger players have nothing to lose. Yeah, we keep on seeing this. I was suffering against Bakro. I mean, suffering in the sense that I was a heavy favorite, but I did not manage to beat him when I was so-called older and more experienced. It's never easy psychologically.
No.
I gotta say, young Ivan also is dressed, the part of the businessman already.
Yes.
He looks like he might finish this game and then go, trade some stocks. It just looks very professional, right? Like, yeah, I'm here to be a chess professional, and the attitude looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, I would like to use the chance also to check out on Denis Lazovic because we know him. He's a wizard on the online scene, and I want to see him. And if we can get him on the camera, he plays against Yuan Ji, the very strong Chinese chess player. A world-class player for like a decade already, and here is Denis Lazovic, the young Belarusian player.
Sorry, could I just do some breaking news?
Yes.
We can come back to this, but very big news in the game with Magnus and Artemiev. And Artemiev looks like he's trying to force a draw in this position. His last move, e6, a pawn sacrifice that wasn't really necessary at all. After this capture, there's really nothing to do other than take on
Bishop takes h6, yes.
Well, it looks like they're just saying he could also play calmly, but I doubt that's what he's planning. I think he's planning this, and this capture in this position. And now with this bishop hanging, you take, and then he plays queen g6 and just perpetuates his way out of this game. I think that's what he's after. The engine pointed out bishop e3. That would be a deep idea to play e6, fe6, and then bishop to e3 calmly in this position and say,
With 1 minute on the clock?
Exactly.
I don't think he's trying to play an engine move.
Yes, let's get them on the camera.
Exactly, let's get them on the camera. But I was going to say, if you're in Magnus's shoes, your opponent has 1 minute on the clock.
Can you play queen e? But no, the queen e just loses.
I mean, after fe6, after bishop h6, can you make another move other than
but then you have a horrible structure. Then it's just losing. No, you have to kind of. No, you should be also happy with black that you have no problem. Or is bishop f6 a move? But after he takes f7, this light squares, you know, I can't even find the wording for this position because it's horrible. No, of course, you have to
go
just,
into it.
yes, and you should be happy.
The only bit of good news in Magnus's mind is he knows his opponent, or he suspects his opponent now is just trying to make a draw. And if that is the case, then he's got f takes e6 in his pocket, and he's going to sit there and say, okay, I got a lot of time on my clock. Do I have another move?
Yes.
If I don't, I take on e6. Okay, let's make the draw. It's what it is. I couldn't do anything, and just got to move ahead with all the rounds left to play for. So that is the benefit, the plus for Magnus right now. I'm actually quite surprised that, well, I guess he decided e6, let me just do it and get away from this guy.
Yeah, with so little time on the clock. But why did you spend 10 minutes on 95?
Yeah.
You could have gotten this position with 12 minutes on the clock and then decide, and Magnus would be very happily capturing on e6. You want draw, thank you very much.
Exactly. And the funny thing about Magnus, you know, there's tournament situation and then there's game situation. Magnus may come out of here, a lot of players will come out of here and say, I drew with the black pieces, it's okay. Magnus is the type of person that's thinking, this is disgusting. I couldn't get anything. I couldn't even bait the guy into getting a better position and trying to beat me. And what am I supposed to do about this? So I feel like Magnus is going to be a little annoyed that he has to take a draw.
Can I play like a move queen c7?
I was thinking queen d6. What about queen d6?
But I wanted to protect the bishop.
Yeah.
I wanted a similar idea.
I just wanted queen c5 when it gets attacked.
But okay, I was not sure because I always want c5 to open up that bishop. Yeah,
c7 is problematic because of the pin, so it takes on f7. You can't take
yes,
back.
I take rook f7.
And then bishop d5.
Oh, ooh, crazy.
He's played it.
He played it.
Goodness,
oh my
played
God.
It.
Don't blunder like Peter.
He has followed this line, and now e takes f7, and I think Magnus is going to suddenly realize, and he does. And he does. He cannot capture because of bishop d5, and he's smirked now, realizing he's just blundered. Unbelievable moment.
Okay, but how...
Look at this. Oh, now he's
awful
truly disgusted.
Yeah, but how awful is it,
It's
right?
awful.
No. Rook takes pawn, you cannot do...
It's awful.
No, he takes on f10 and will sacrifice the exchange because you can't leave that light squares and everything. Yeah, and look at this Artemiev will be blitzing out bishop d5. There you go, Artemiev.
Unbelievable. You see that? Magnus, his tendency is, I don't want to draw. And instead of just accepting what may have been the best line, he has blundered, and now he is clearly losing the game and will have to fight for his life to try to save this one.
Yeah, well, luckily, thanks to the pair of bishops, there is always some play, yeah, because after bishop f7, rook f7, black will be counting on c5, bishop d6, queen c6, lining up against white's king. Let's not forget white doesn't have so much time. So if you manage to create some kind of an illusion of an attack, then who knows?
That's where he is now.
Yes.
It's hustle, baby. We talked about Vegas. It definitely is going to be a crapshoot, and he's going to try to survive this one. But Artemiev's game to win.
Bishop h6?
Oof.
Like, you know, pawn takes bishop, queen g6.
Yes,
check.
I have to play bishop d6 after bishop h6, right?
Yeah, and then...
I have to pretend that it's all part of the big plan.
And he takes... Look at how he did it with style.
He's only got
with 26 seconds.
Oh, the hammer blows keep coming. And Magnus, oh, there, that eyebrow lift. That is a tick of a chess player that says, oh, boy, I'm not happy about what just happened. And he's realizing that he is just being just blistered, like, whoa.
But wait a second, so bishop d6 on the board, bishop takes f7, now Artemiev picks up the exchange, but what is the follow-up? Because h2 pawn is hanging as well.
But who's worse with who's lost, who's h-pawn? I feel like white got the better end of that stick.
Well, if your king will survive on the h-file, right, but I'm hoping to get something going against the king.
The word is hope. The word is hope.
Yes. No, it's not objective. It's a hope, yes.
When those rooks show up, it's going to be mean. And he's played queen
to g6.
To g6.
Okay.
What is...
Well, rook f6 is going to be met with queen to e8, so that's absolutely fine.
But wait a second. This is a little bit murky. I don't know. I'm not liking it so much. But okay, Artemiev, I would say that he knows what he's doing, but he was down to 6 seconds when he played queen g6.
This is Magnus's only hope. This is, well, let's not call it the only hope. His main hope. The clock is ticking. What can I do with all this time on my clock to just create some kind of weirdness on this board that makes him blunder.
Actually, we have seen 15 seconds now for Artemiev, which means that he played the move with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but I've got to say one thing for Artemiev is that his plan is relatively simple. It's just, you know, he's going to make c5 with mobilizing the rooks. The rooks are now going to start infiltrating.
Magnus has to do something right here, right now.
Exactly.
That keeps the game going. Because once the rooks show up, the game's going to be over.
Yes.
So he is now deep in his bag somewhere, is Magnus, trying to figure out where is the trick. If only that pawn were on c5 already somehow, maybe you might dream more. But in this situation, it's not easy. You don't even really want to take the pawn on h2, but it looks sort of like you have to get something going. If you could just have gotten a bit more activity in that moment, but it just didn't work, rook f6.
What about, okay, so now you have to go c5, right? So you got to invite everyone to the party and...
But then already some rook e1, threatening rook e8 checkmate, might be very unpleasant.
You're not threatening anything.
But maybe the bishop can then drop back and...
He dropped back to e5, yes, makes perfect sense. But anyway, rook e1 is coming. Can white play rook e1? It's the most natural. Logical.
And then you're going to back that up with f4, right?
Exactly.
And there it is on
there
the board.
You go.
How to scramble to create problems. I mean...
There is an idea here of bishop to a6.
Oof. Say hello from there, yeah?
And bring the bishop around. Bring the bishop to c4.
And with the tempo.
With tempo. And hope that that gets somewhere. That also kind of deals with f4.
Well, it's already something to kick that rook away from f1. Psychologically, that's a step forward for black.
Exactly.
Yeah. And is there any kind of tactics? Because it almost feels like there's bishop takes g7 in the air as well.
Yeah, but then I take bishop g7, rook e8, rook f8, I still...
You're still defending, yeah, because the point is that if you take with the rook,
yeah,
you
then
have
it's
queen e8.
beautiful. Yeah, then queen e8, queen e5. Wow, actually this game is intense. Magnus is about to make a move. c5 is coming on the board.
What about now?
f4 was the expected move. It kind of surprised Magnus. Could it come as a surprise? It was the most natural kind of move. Is he planning to grab on b2? Can he get away with bishop b2, rook e8, rook f8?
It's his best move.
He has no other choice. Close his eyes and go.
I mean, you get another pawn at least.
Exactly.
I mean, you say you get one pawn and then you pray for rain.
And suddenly an endgame is good for black. So you have to get checkmated.
Yes. And by the way, you realize Magnus is just one move away from actually winning the game himself if he could play queen d7, queen h3. Note that just, if only that queen were on d7. We talked about the queen being on c7. That's what cost him the game. But if his queen were on d7, then he would get that square, and suddenly he's just crushing his opponent. But he's not going to get the tempi to play that move. And you know he's somewhere thinking, can I force this or can I avoid the guy playing rook e8 on me somehow? They can't get it all.
Maybe we can actually show what's going to happen after bishop takes b2.
Yeah, what's going to happen? Rook e8 check, rook f8.
Yeah.
And then what
next?
What's the big issue?
We have queen e6 as a check.
Yes.
Does that do anything?
But then I have queen f7.
Yeah.
And I think I'm very happy because then I'm getting close to the endgame, and endgame is good for black.
That's
black might even win.
That's already equal.
Yes.
That's a natural line. He'd love to see this land on the board.
No, white cannot afford, and that's why I feel that white is also under some pressure now because he just cannot play simple. He has to keep the initiative going.
We saw Magnus pull a rabbit out of a hat against MVL. Can he pull it off again?
Well, he's going to have to, grit his teeth, take the pawn, because there isn't anything else to do. Can we just revisit that bishop takes b2?
Yeah, and then rook e8, rook f8, rook fe1. Yes, join the party, yeah? Bring that...
Let's follow the attacking
principles. Bring that rook
and you're threatening rook takes rook, followed by rook to e8.
Checkmate. Checkmate, yes. So that's the reason why Magnus is hesitating. It's not easy, but still, you have defensive moves because the bishop from b2 beautifully protects the g7 pawn, which means that your queen is free. And wow, and he goes bishop d6, bishop f8. But this is like a panic reaction, or is this right?
That other line was crushing. The doubling rooks on the E line was crushing, according to the engine. It looked like he realized it and decided he has to go for a different kind of defense. It's the other line taken on b2 was just not going to work. That rook e1, as you pointed out, Jovi, that was just demonstrably crushing.
Anyway, rook fe1 is coming on the board. The white rook is joining the battle,
And
but
that
computer
move the
doesn't
engine
like
doesn't like. The engine thinks now bishop c6 ejects the rook and controls the light square. Bishop c6 could be a tenacious move as the advantage has dropped to under 1.
And then rook f6 is a threat, so you can't fall back with the rook.
Yes, the natural doubling of the rooks turned out to be an error. He should have moved his bishop back to g5. And now Magnus can find bishop c6, and he will be back in the fight. Still worse, but not busted.
So what a great defense with bishop d6, bishop f8, yeah.
Yes. If he had let his bishop go wandering, his position would have been exposed. But like this, it's not. And suddenly, bishop c6 is a save, is a near save. He's not totally out of the woods, but if Magnus finds it, he will be fighting. Chance to save this game. Real chance.
Okay, and what would be White's best response after bishop c6? Because you mentioned that rook f6 was a huge threat.
But actually, why is rook f6 not possible now? Why? Because Magnus is thinking, so there should be, because queen takes f6, is that a problem? And then rook takes f8, but I don't see the checkmate yet.
Your instincts are good, my friend.
Am I blundering something?
Hang on a second, can you double on d8? Like...
Yeah, maybe, but okay, I understand.
What did he play?
What did he play?
He played so quickly.
He played rook f6. He was also wondering.
This is it. This is the tactic I wanted to think about.
Oh, wait a second.
And then rook takes queen, rook takes bishop, and it will be checkmate on h8.
What are we seeing? We see rook e1 on the board. But
it was rook d1
that he played.
Rook d1 was played, and after rook f6, rook d8. Wow.
Okay, so we had the wrong position, but it still was better for black what happened. And again, Magnus definitely missed bishop c6 in that position.
Wow, but yeah, we have just to treasure it that after rook g6, rook f8, king h7, rook h8 is checkmate.
Can we just show that one? Because
what an
something beautiful to have checkmate.
But for the one, the rook is protecting the bishop. Yeah, white is probably already ready to sacrifice on f6.
Queen takes rook is going to be met by queen takes g7 as well. So...
Yes, queen d8, queen g7, checkmate because of the pin.
What did he play? Magnus?
And he took on g2, bishop takes g2.
Queen takes g2, and then...
We have to zoom in. Everything is happening so fast.
And he's resigned. And Magnus has resigned. He's losing a piece, and he's going out of there in disgust. Played quickly, and Artemiev has won the game. There was some confusion on our side, having the rook on e1 instead of d1. Yes. But Artemiev, with confidence, literally smashed Magnus.
Incredible. So let's just...
one big blunder from Magnus.
Let's just see the last moves. So after rook d8, bishop takes g2 happened.
Queen takes?
Queen takes. Rook takes h6, check. King g1. Now there is a rook takes f8 threat looming in there. So rook f6 had to play, and then queen d5 check. And the bishop is lost.
Give me your piece.
Because queen f7 is met by rook f8. There is a pin. Rook f7 is met by rook takes f8. Also there is a pin. And after king h7, white just picks up the bishop. And it's all over.
Wow.
What a knockout.
Right?
Wow.
And he moves to 6.5 points out of 7, extending his lead.
And Magnus is falling back with 5 out of 7.
I'll tell you what was extraordinary about that game is the moment e6 gets played, a tacit draw offer.
Maybe can you bring it up?
Yes.
Just to show it, to explain it.
This moment right here, a literal tacit draw offer. All Magnus has to do is take. But he had all that momentum. He won 4 games in a row. Then he drew. Then, when he was better and had some chances, then he was suffering as MVL, and he could feel the momentum slipping, that sense of invincibility and inevitability was no longer there after those 2 rounds. And he said, I got to get it back. And when his opponent offered this moment with E6, he said, no, not another draw, and didn't really calculate and just quickly played Queen C7. And when he saw this move land on the board, to his horror, he realized that his queen was completely misplaced on this line. You can't just let the pawn sit on F7, and that's how he went down after bishop to D5. What a moment, and it was all psychological. You could feel, again, his sense that he was dominating, he let it go away, and he did not want a draw, and it cost him.
Yeah, I gotta also give credit to Artemiev's clock handling.
This is the Artemiev gambit.
This was the killer point, right?
Exactly.
Because Magnus was like, well, hang on a second, my opponent only has 1 minute and he's trying to force a draw. I do not want to draw. I want to keep the game going. And he made that
if you give it 10 extra minutes for Artemiev, Magnus takes the draw with both hands.
Let us go to a game in board 6 between Enriquez against Yavokir Sindarov, because Sindarov in big trouble with the black pieces.
And also down to 14 seconds against 2 minutes 50 seconds for Cristobal Henriquez. I have played Cristobal here in Doha 2016 in the second round of the Rapid section. I remember that game. It was the longest game of my tournament. Wow, and he has taken down Rapport in the first round with black, and he's about to take down Sindarov. However, this is an exchange done kind of position with a weird pawn structure. There are always chances to survive something like this.
By the way, talk about upsets as well. Shimanov is crushing Giri. That's almost resignable in that game. This position, he's plus 11, according to the game. We don't have to need the engineer to see what a big position he has. So we're going to see another favorite fall in this round.
Yeah, this is the position, and we have also the camera angle, giving a lot of trouble. The white pawn on C6, and also white's king already on F6. It goes supporting the pawn king E7, C7, king D7, and this is game over. Time to design.
Too easy.
And in the women's, there's a big battle going on board 1 between Nino Bachashvili and Zhugenet. That looks like it's going to fizzle out to a draw, especially with more trades of the pawns. But Lei Ting-jae doing very well against Vachier-Lagrave. So Vachier-Lagrave in trouble. Lei Ting-jae might find herself amongst the
but let me bring the Zhugenet Batsiashvili. This is the Zhugenet Batsiashvili position. Yes, it is drawish. It should be a draw, but when you have the pair of bishops, you are still hoping if there would be one more extra pawn somewhere on the queen side, then white would have chances. But like this, it should be a draw.
Nihal Sarin managed to win the battle of the youngsters against his younger opposition, as he is way ahead in this game. The game is not over yet, but he is up 2 pawns and looks like he's cruising right now against young Ivan.
Big turnaround then.
It's a big turnaround there, so that one a big change of a result.
And again, to update you on some of the results in the women, it looks like Humpy Koneru, she won her game against Yana Shapova, so she's making the inroads into holding on to her World Rapid title.
Talk about the round of upsets. Alireza Firouzja just lost his game to Movahead. What? And a crushing one at that. Like, what? Well, this can't be right, but it is right. Rook E7 coming on the next move, and that is all she wrote. Another big name going down. I told you, in this day, it's like moving day. Everybody wants to make a move, and you may take some chances, and then all of a sudden something bad happens, and boom, you're out the tournament. You've got to balance right at the edge what you need to do in this setting. Firouzja, Magnus, Giri, all going down this round.
Well, Caruana has won against Paravian. That's very important for Fabi, is now +3. Abdusattorov has won against Andrew Hong. Wesley So has won against Max Warmerdam. So also some big names are coming closer to action, and they need to.
Maxim did draw his game.
Yes, and as you said, Nihal Sarin won his game. Let's focus on Chigaev against Erigaisi. What's happening there? It's a huge game. Board number 5.
Erigaisi's up a pawn, but tricky to win this one.
Yeah, it's a drawish kind of position, but you can play on forever. This one you can play on forever. It has the tendency. However, we have seen Dingleham losing it to Gukesh with Rook Bishop versus Rook Bishop. I feel that the Queen Bishop combination is so much more easier to hold because the Queen, you can always afford to trade queens and it's a draw.
And if the queens come off as well, you just simply sit with the king on a dark square, can never move.
So that's why Arjun actually sacrifices his pawn with h4. He wants to get something going, but I guess you can even just fall into the trap. G takes h4, g3, the queen goes away to d2, controlling the dark squares, and queen a1 check, I have bishop f1. But it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary. I'm not sure that...
He's gone for it, though.
Well, there was no real other choice. It should be fine. Down to 24 seconds.
Where to put the queen? How?
Yeah, queen d2. Intuitively, this is the square. If this loses, then you are very unlucky.
Well, you've also got a threat of queen to g5, trading off the queen. So
absolutely. But after queen d2, there are all these queen a1 checks, bishop f1, suddenly queen a7 check, but then we can probably step on a light square. It's not a minefield. We can just play king g2 and everything is fine.
Especially with that g-pawn on
hanging on g3.
That's not going to go anywhere.
And there is a handshake.
To a draw.
Whew. Dramatic. And Gukesh against Caruana, what's happening there on board 3? Some rook endgame.
Prague is going to win his game. Sorry, I was just tracking it. I know you come back to what you're talking about, Peter, but take a look at this position here. Prague is ahead. It's okay. He's not completely winning in this position, but look what happened next. He offered a queen trade, and of course you don't want to trade queens. His opponent played queen takes b2, and the engine screams immediately, this position is a draw. 3 against 1? Like, yeah, it's a draw because this pawn is so fast. Okay, we humans are not going to assess that very quickly, but that's what the engine said until this happened, and then it said, nope, now you're busted. Like in one
The pawn is hanging, yeah?
The pawn is hanging, and now it's 3 against 0, and you have nothing at all. What a blunder to make to just hand this pawn away to your opponent. It looks like Prague is going to win this game.
But I think it was a panic kind of reaction because he believed that if he pushes the pawn, then probably some e5, h6, he gets checkmated, yeah?
Yeah, but it takes time.
Yeah, but the computers are great. They defend everything. They see millions of checks. Humanly, the most difficult endgame is the queen endgame.
Oh, yeah.
It's just crazy. Whatever we do, it's mistake for a computer.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, at least here, you get some checks and you're thinking maybe there's a perpetual in there, especially when you've got no time. Well, early on, I referenced this, that Li Tingjie was doing very well against Vachier-Lagrave, and that's still the case.
Yeah, it is in fact...
Vachier-Lagrav's been tricky, you know, she's fighting hard.
But it's a technically winning position for black. Black is a pawn up. The bishop on b6 is lovely because white has this horrible weakness on g3. The pawns are fixed on the dark squares.
And may I ask a question? Do you guys know who's playing down there where the crowd is gathering? I'm looking down, and this is like a crowd around this board over here on the right.
Is that Faustino?
Vincent is also playing. Yeah, Vincent is playing. Salem is looking. Fabi is looking. What? Which number is this? But you don't have it. The top 50 boards. And Vincent is not in first 50 boards, and they are having such.
It has to be on the first 50 boards.
No.
There's only 50 boards, no?
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
There are so many.
Many more.
Well, on board 42. There was Gurel Yesipenko, just to highlight what a crazy tour. Martinez, Alcantara, Jospem is playing against Dudin on board 44. We don't have access to that game, unfortunately. Maybe do you have there? Do you have all the games, I think? Because I'm fixed on the top 50 boards.
No, I only have top 50 boards, actually.
Also, yeah. Crazy.
Well, maybe we can have a look at
maybe zoom
camera in. And that's a... Is that Ting Zhao, or is it?
You know, the crowds always know the most exciting games in the chess tournament. Like something's going on, and somehow people gravitate. There are a lot more boards being played, but they all go to the one that's super thrilling.
Wesley is also walking around, looking. We see Jordan Fanforest in the background, fighting his way.
And in the foreground,
Ray Robson.
That is Amar Elam.
And here is Aravind. Aravind in action. You know, this is a crazy tournament. Every single board deserves a separate commentator. Everything, it's just crazy.
And the quality is so high, you know, these are the best players in the
Of
world. You know,
course.
I cannot stress that enough for both men and women. So, of course, you're going to get a spectacle of chess.
So Anish did lose. Li Kuan Liang beat Sandapan, so that one's done.
And in the women's, you know, again, tracking the top boards, Humpy Canary with her win. Lei Tingje did win against Vachier-Lagrave, as we saw, and Alexandra Goreshkina with her win. So now we have a huge tie at the top for first
Actually,
place.
on board 45, there is a very sharp position between Hari Krishna and Gukesh Khan. But let me also try to find the Aravind game against Golami. Yes, here is the game in progress. We just jumped to Mamedov's game. Where is Rauf? Where is Rauf? Because he was up there, then he lost the game. And we know if you lose... he's against Madaminov, board number 12. But Madaminov is losing against Rauf. This is the thematic two connected pass pawns kind of situation. Madaminov was the second of Sindarov in the World Cup. That was a sensational duo. He has helped Sindarov win the World Cup. And he's fighting here, but yeah, Rauf with his experience will win this.
There's only one thing that Black has to take care of. He has to make sure he doesn't give a check on b2 with the rook and allow the white king to stalemate itself.
Exactly. Well, Rauf will not let that happen. By the way, Daniil Dubov is also mounting a comeback. He has won against Denis Makhnyov.
The game ended, by the way, between Faustino and Keimer. The crowd has dissipated naturally.
And we don't know the result.
I'm trying to see from here, but I cannot tell where the kings are placed to say exactly what the result was.
Okay, it was a draw.
It was a draw.
Yes.
Yeah. But this is, I saw the pairing of Vincent that he played in the morning against, or the first round, against Sava Vetohin, the Russian super prodigy. And now he plays against Faustin Nomad, and Vincent is on 50%. Yeah, and you are getting these very unpleasant youngsters, and also all the pressure, because Vincent is world number 4. You feel like you have to win on demand against these players, but they are very tricky, very fast. Yeah. Never easy.
Well, Vincent knows himself, you know, the very first time that he played in this event, he got the silver medal.
Yes, and he was very close of beating MVL in the final game. He was completely winning. Then he would have gotten the tiebreak, the playoff against Magnus Carlsen for the title. That was 3 years ago. Since then, Vincent became much stronger as a player. But you are stronger, more pressure, more expectations, and the tournament is super tough. 3 years ago, he was just coming here to enjoy getting the first experience. Aravind against Golami, that's the game that was still going on, and it's sharp. Aravind seems to be winning that game. That is Madaminov in the background against Rauf. Okay, that is a hopeless cause. Somebody is walking here around with something in his hands.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the Madaminov game, but okay, this one is completely hopeless.
Okay. Well,
but I can bring it up if this is what we are seeing, then at least let's see what's going on.
There's an interesting position in the game between Turkan Mamajarova against Polina
Shuvalova.
Yes. That's
Which
on
board
15,
it is?
15 in the women's.
So 60 something here. Yes, here it is. Mamajarova against Shuvalova. This is the endgame, double rook endgame. The pawn on h3 is hanging, but there are some more checks with rook b4.
Yeah.
Whose move is it? Yeah, black has just played rook a3,
so
threatening rook h3. You have to...
Do you check? Do you go king g5? Do you...
Yes, what do you do and how much time you have? Because actually the clock shows 0-0. I'm not sure if white was in time to make her defense.
I'm looking right now at them in the playing hall, and they're going at it.
They're certainly continuing, but that doesn't look like the transmission is keeping
they
up.
played probably too fast and too much tension for the technology to keep track.
So okay,
yes, they're making moves.
I think that was the sole remaining game.
Lei Tingje won against Vachier-Lagrave. We have seen that. Big news: Asabayeva lost her game So knowing that there is this candidate spot, here we have, maybe we can zoom in, fully zoom in on the players, because we have lost control of this game.
And through the magic of television,
we can just remove our analysis boards. We don't need those. And this is a very unpleasant kind of position to defend. 2 versus 1 with double rooks. I think some
now that
rook h3 is coming. Okay, rook h4.
Yeah, and
first.
That pawn on g4 is going to be falling.
Okay, but f5 is a threat, because the rook on b4, I thought like rook f1, you can target the f7 pawn, but then maybe f5 was coming.
But you can't play king takes because a rook mate. Rook d4
rook d4 checkmate.
Watch out.
What a construction.
And Turkan is actually the youngest sister of Shahryar Mammadjarov. It's 3 siblings, all 3 play chess.
Well, rook d4 fighting.
D4. It looks like she does have to put something on h3.
Yes, I like this. Look, h3, and then try to cut the king, and you combine this, you know, cutting and threatening.
Yeah, she can't play f5 based on where she is right now. Maybe she should have played king h6 and played f5 on the next move? Would that have been just silly?
No, but then g5 check. Be careful. g5, g6, there is also this angle.
No, but my king were on h6, he played g5, I just take, because the pawn would be blocking.
Can this rook just reroute itself from h4?
I like what she's doing now. Put a pawn on
F6.
e5.
Yeah, e5.
F6,
and
e5.
G5.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants that king back to g5.
Yeah, I like that. That's a nice idea.
A very nice
Your
idea.
opponent has to come up with, that was just a pass. What does she plan to do about...
Well, she stepped out of the e5 tempo.
Right, but what does she do about e5, though? Because now...
Well, maybe rook b8. She wants to come from behind, yeah? With rook g8 check.
Yep.
Okay, I still like this rook h3.
Yes.
Bring that rook and start threatening white's king on the second rank.
Correct.
That white will have to fall back with the rook to defend.
Yeah, no, rook h3 was such a nice idea.
It still is, but rook d3, planning rook d4, she's going after the g4 pawn. I'm not liking this. No. Rook g8 check, king f7, rook c8, and then we start giving checks and create some counterplay. Isn't it possible?
You can see the nervous tension in her body. She's playing with the pawn and also shaking her legs, body shaking as a result. We can't...
Yeah, you can try now rook d2 check, surprise the opponent. King g3, rook d2, h2 threatening checkmate. And then the white king will have to start marching towards the center, then the g4 pawn becomes vulnerable, but she goes rook d6. I think this was very dangerous, rook d2 check.
Yeah, but it involves a lot of calculation, because somehow you have to see beyond the horizon to see that the king escapes the white.
Unfortunately, from this camera angle, we don't have access to the clock situation, which is very vital. We don't know who is having how much time.
Well, now the king is running towards the action.
Yes, that's what she decided to do,
create
get up shelter.
To e4.
And there goes the king.
Yeah. King g3. Finally, the rook will move and join the party, rook h1. I'm not liking this now for white at all, but for the moment, the king is still safe on g3.
And also king e4, well, I guess king e4, rook check, rook d4, is that enough?
It's very promising, but now so rook g1 check is given. King f3, rook f1 check, a little bit nervous checks.
It's like rook f4 should be played, no?
Rook f4 going after the g4 pawn. That was her strategy all along. And by the way, the transmission has caught up. Now I have the position. The computer says it's kind of equal, but this is everything but not equal.
What's the time situation?
Both have now 1 minute on the clock because they collected all the seconds. So there is no reason to rush.
No,
Polina could have taken her time. I did not like that she let the king get to the center to e3. Because now white's king is shouldering black's king.
Now the king has to go
backwards,
but no
this
more
is
checks
not
yet.
This is not ideal. Rook c3. Where is white's? Black's rook is on g1. So rook c3 looks natural.
Yeah, but rook c3, rook a4 is possible. Suddenly your pawn is getting pressured.
Yeah, but then we start giving millions of checks because then black's king is kind of vulnerable. But she protects the pawn.
It's interesting because where is the white king gonna run?
But to f2. If rook a3, king f2, I'm hitting the rook on g1 and then I'm threatening millions of checks.
I was thinking also rook f.
From there,
Yeah,
the check.
as well, rook f, and then start.
Yes.
Like,
I have
Do
to
you go
probably
back?
go
Do you
to
go-
g2.
Yes.
I probably have to go to g2.
one thing I would not advocate is getting ambitious and going king e4. Ooh.
Yes. You do all these rook f4 tricks.
No.
I don't like that rook on g1. This is where I would have rathered rook f4 than this, but maybe there was a trick that I missed. Here's rook a3 check. King has gone back to f2. This is the second long game by the ladies holding
Yes.
up the round by playing fighting chess. Keep it going, keep it going.
Actually, Shakhriyar Mamedov has won his game. That's huge news. Jan Nepomniachtchi bouncing back with a win.
Still far away from the
Still
leaderboard,
far away,
though.
but okay, it's a step
Catching Artemiev is going to be
in the right
rough.
direction. And the Indian youngster Krishna Gautam has beaten Tabatabai, so he's climbing back. Aravind has won his game. What else in store? Ivanchuk drew with Robert Hovhannisyan. Jordan Fanfures has won his game. Pragnanda has won his game. We have seen this. Dubov won. Yeah, so, okay. A lot of catch-up.
How do you get out of these checks?
Yeah, this was my worry. I think you just don't. The answer is don't. What Polina has done.
Yeah.
Exactly, now she goes to the first rank.
Right.
She should have done that on the third rank with king on g6, no checks. And now she cannot avoid perpetual.
I don't see how you do it.
King
Your
f7,
king is
rook
not going to
c6,
hide on
I mean,
g6. It's
exactly.
just a draw over there. I think she's coming to the stark realization that she has allowed her opponent a clear draw.
Rook c5 check. Okay, she will have to actually go to g6. And after rook g8 check, king h6, rook h8 check, king g5, and then try to come in via f4.
That's true. That is true.
But wait,
It felt like it's a perpetual, but maybe it's not.
But maybe you can get your king into danger, right?
Yes.
Like rook to g8.
Yes.
King
and
goes h.
It's always dangerous.
H6 on the edge. Okay. Now you leave the king. Don't check that king
maybe
forward.
now you go rook c to g7.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you have rook g6 drawish mechanism in your hands, in your pocket.
And there's no danger whatsoever for the white king. So now it's very important that white doesn't check that king forward.
Yep.
Exactly. Rook c to g7. If you have already defended so nicely, yes, she has done it. And Polina will be kicking herself because she had the chances. She had it in her hands.
You don't escape this.
No.
You might get a bunch of checks yourself, but there's no way to change the mechanism over there. Just move the king over and say, go ahead, check me all you want.
Mm-hmm. In fact, can white try to get ambitious?
No,
Run the king all the
Why
way
not?
to f7.
But where to hide?
f7.
Wow, no, but then you will run into... Really, yeah, you can.
No, well, I don't know.
And look at
I'm
this.
dreaming.
No, why not? I mean, if she can get to... No, why does she go to D3? Why does she go...
No, she wants to be safe.
She doesn't want to get checked by the... Why didn't you just go up the board?
Well, no, but no, not believing in any dangers. But yeah, that would be very funny and fancy.
Why not? I mean, she seems like she's accepted the fact that that's all she wants. And by the way, this last check is its own danger, and they've repeated all the way around. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
it's already 3-4 repetition, I think.
Do you have the position on your board?
Yes, it's all zeros for computer. It's nothing has happened.
Yeah.
So what would have happened if she had marched up the board?
Nothing. Draw.
There was no mating construction,
No,
even
no.
with your beautiful rooks.
Yes, crazy.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Absolutely crazy, but still some games ongoing. Amar Elam He's fighting hard against Alexander Motilev.
Which board? Aha, here, number 25. This is board number 25. Another nightmare kind of endgame, because pawn down rook endgames, which are not exactly known to be a theoretical draw, are nightmares, but black is very solid, targeting the h5 pawn. Elham is nodding, like signaling. But okay, it's a little bit Zugzwangish position, but he can still play king e7. Then
Maybe
the rook moves away.
Maybe we can either pull up the board.
Yes, here now we can, because we have the position and our viewers don't see it from this angle. Yeah, that's it. So this is what we are talking about. White is pawn up. It's a very unpleasant situation for black, down to 25 seconds. Motilov, a very experienced player, he's trying to pretend it's a Zugzwang. If you play rook h2, I'm going to go rook g1.
Played rook h3 though.
Like this, he played rook h3. Let's wait for the moves to appear. Rook h2, rook h3, rook f2.
We get it in slow motion as well, just for the effects.
Yeah, whenever white activates the rook, black will start giving a check and then go after the h-pawn. But once white gives a check on a7, this is dangerous.
Okay.
It should be a draw, but with the king there, it's never perfectly safe. And I'm seeing the king move all the way to h3. Rook g2, check king h3.
Is there any way to construct a type of position where you give rook b1, rook b7?
Well, if rook b7 check comes for free, this is very dangerous, because if you go to g8, then rook e7. If you go to f8, then rook h7. No, black cannot afford this. Black has to find a good way. Maybe he has to fall back with the rook to a7, but this was not the plan. Then white gets free hand with king g4, potentially prepares rook b4, f5.
And rook b8 is also in the air as well, to kind of swing the rook over to h8. King g4 is coming. One of the things I wanted to ask...
Very dangerous.
Yeah, and then like, what is the progress after that, you know? Because you kind of want to go forward.
Well, one thing is for sure, we already made a huge step forward, and our opponent is down to 10 seconds on the board. We have 1:16. Actually, Sasha has 1:16 versus 10 seconds. And black is in a horror, because with the rook on g1, targeting white's king and the weak pawn on h5 was a good construction. This is not the passive stuff. King f7, I'm expecting rook b4 followed by f5. That will be very unpleasant to meet with little time on the clock. ef, king f5. I'm not even sure that this is a theoretical, though it might be lost.
Yeah, that rook will end up on b6, and your king will have to go over to g7.
Yes.
And then rook g6, and your king ends up on h7. That's lost.
Yeah, and Sasha is playing now rook b4, of course.
Yeah, but the problem is that you can't hold the 7th rank and also stop f5. And which one of those is more dangerous?
Does he need to hold the 7th rank? I'm wondering. Maybe that's what I was thinking.
He has given up, but because he was afraid of f5. But okay, rook e7, rook a6.
Why didn't he play
this defense?
Oh, he was losing the h pawn if he had played king f8.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He had to, but according to computer, it's draw. But it's a very scary one.
Yes.
White will start marching with his king towards the other side of the board. You know, there are all these dangers. If the e6 pawn falls, the game is over.
Oh, yeah.
So rook d7, another little idea, rook d6. So rook a1 played instantly. Rook e7, rook a6. We will be seeing the king march. The point is that now f5 is met by rook a4 check. And then white's king is not able to support the f5 pawn.
You do all this hard work to get to a position, then you look and say, I still can't beat this guy. Like, what does a player need to do?
And now the king has to start marching, but then the f4 pawn will be vulnerable. That's
where will the king march? You mean all the way to the queen side?
Yes.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah.
Well, there is nothing else.
King g3 is one of those little sneaky, I'm pretending I'm doing something move, but black could probably just wait.
This is a very unpleasant position. Yes, king g3, rook a3 check, king f2. The king starts to march, and you can never give up, or if you give up the e6 pawn for the f4 pawn, the h6 pawn is falling as well, and that is already a very special kind of situation.
Yeah, chess is evil. And the rook and pawn endings are the worst.
Crazy.
Absolute worst.
Is there any scenario where white can just give up the f-pawn, just go f5 anyhow, but use the fact that the king now will have an escape square on d5?
Yeah, but for the moment it's even not exactly clear how is black defending, because if he goes rook a6, then white can come with his king, and I even don't need to play king d4. I can just walk with king d. Yeah, rook a6. King d3, rook c6. Is this the construction? And then is your idea that
f5.
f4, f5, and then king marches to d5?
Or
like
even
a Zugzwang position.
What do you mean? King d3, rook c6?
Well, even here, like
king
here?
d4, no.
Then king d4, and
But
it's
wait,
kind of a Zugzwang.
What about
Right.
here? You just go f5. Pawn takes, king f4.
That was also a very good question.
Yeah.
Very good question. Okay, according to computer, it's a dead draw, but this is not dead draw. This is a horrible draw, because this is crazy if this is draw. It feels that this is very dangerous, and rook c7, a very typical method that you want to play king d4, rook a4 check, rook c4, and then probably you win. So Elham plays correctly rook a4, anticipating this problem.
Oh, and look at him, the way his eyes just felt the strain. You could tell it's just getting harder and harder to keep playing. The longer the game goes, white knows that he's putting the pressure on his opponent, and you don't have to necessarily win the game on the board. You start by winning the game in the body and the mind of your opponent as he fatigues and has to play accurately throughout. Just keep testing, testing, testing.
Exactly, and rook e7, rook b6, king d3. Now king c4 is a threat. Why on earth is this a draw? The computer makes it look easy, but this is very difficult. I would actually bet more on white winning this than black saving, honestly, but I have never betted in my life.
Never?
Never, never.
Not even in casino, Vegas?
No.
And
Not
are you
in this
tempted to
business.
start now?
I'm not into this business, yeah.
Well,
Rook a6.
This one is definitely against the odds as far as black saving this game, but he's somehow keeping his cool. I mean, he does have, oh, then gets tricked on that side.
Also, that is, yeah, even this king c4, rook a4, king c5, rook f4, and this is what we are seeing. Sasha finally goes for it.
Right, and he can take.
Yes, he can.
And now after takes, is he going to play rook f5?
Yeah, but the h5 pawn and is not that black's king on g8. The question, the rook will get back to the long range or not? That is the big question.
All right, we see rook f5 on the board.
Yes, rook takes e6, rook f5. We are expecting king d6, but then white's rook is getting boxed in. Okay, king d6, rook takes h5. And now Sasha is thinking like, if this is not winning, then what?
No, but he's not quite all the way there yet, no? Because if the rook gets to f1, and it's a6, like you said,
yes,
it starts to take on a lot of drawing mechanisms. You have the extra pawn. You don't even need the pawn in many positions to draw this.
Yeah, but you know, computer observation, nothing changed. 0-0.
Yeah, no.
But it's dramatic. It is dramatic.
As long as his rook can find an active perch.
But rook e8 check, and if you go king f7, I go with the rook to a8, and then I'm coming with e6 check, then your rook is not. So he has to go king g7. Yeah, only move. King f7, the closer, the more natural move was losing, I think. King g7 only, and e6. But e6, why e6? Now
rook a
I5, I thought rook a5.
Okay,
he could have switched here, but he switches to h1. Well, still good enough. The rook, okay, rook a8. Now rook d1 check. Give that check.
Yep.
Kick that king to e7, and then the pawn cannot advance, and then you start, using the h-pawn.
This is where the h-pawn does.
That's what's happening. Now the h-pawn is going to start running.
Now it is safe. Now it is safe.
It's going to be hard to build a bridge when that h-pawn is moving down the board.
Yes.
Oh. And earlier on, this is the big scene of the day where Artemiev won against Magnus Carlsen to take the sole lead.
That's already made the social media rounds, especially Magnus's reaction probably has already been shown because he looked very disgusted losing that game. The big news of the day so far.
We are now move 135.
Only?
Yes, only.
And I saw a pawn move recently.
And
so
another
that
one.
moved things.
H5 on the board,
You've
yeah.
got to be careful, right? Because say, for instance, you rush with your pawn to h4 without the backup of the king. White could have moves such as
rook a4.
Rook a4, right?
Yeah, be careful, yes. You always have to be careful. Rook a2 played now by Sasha. He's also trying to prepare this rook g2 check.
Also, still setting up that trick.
Yes.
Oh, is he reaching for the pawn? Be very careful, Alan.
Yeah, and he just realized that, wait a second, no, why am I pushing? And he activates the king, yeah, because then he can sacrifice the rook for the pawn if his king is active.
Yep, new plan.
And king f5. Forward. If you have defended so well, Elham, you deserve to make a draw. That's
And
how
now
we feel.
his opponent is recognizing this new plan, the new landscape, as the h-pawn is itself extremely powerful. That extra pawn disrupts everything. And yes, he will sacrifice his rook. And here he can just play king g4, no? Like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with that?
And shake hands, basically.
Yeah, just play king to g4 and then move your rook behind the pawn. And he takes 3 moves. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
rook a2,
Decided
only
to stop
try.
that.
But okay, rook a1, you can also just go far away with the rook.
Exactly.
To be sure that you can always sacrifice. Yeah, there we go.
Now the king going back, I'm not sure what that does if you pin the pawn.
And he's just trying to be closer, trying to trick the opponent. But yeah, you can just pin, as you say, rook a6. But
He's almost, I was about to say, he's almost at the point where he can push
Yeah,
the pawn.
he can.
Because if his rook gets back to a8, even if you push and win,
he can afford.
that one's a little bit more delicate because you're right on the edge, but the king just can't get back fast enough to stop this h-pawn from being a major threat, and he realizes it.
Yeah, very relieved.
He's already shouldering that king, and that's the key here. That's it. You can have my rook if you want, but my h-pawn will save the day.
Oh,
And Martilev's trying to figure out how to make a tricky move somehow, but he's decided to just advance.
now comes
And
the
here we
pawn.
go. And the king is just blocked.
Yeah, Sasha
It's
is playing it
shouldered away.
out of frustration, yeah, because he knew that he had chances before.
Now the king just advances, and you don't need to be precise here as black whatsoever because the white king is just simply so far away.
There were the eyebrows. You saw the eyebrow lift? Happened right there. The complete recognition by white that this is nothing. Nothing to worry about for black.
And after
Throws in a
check,
check,
you play
king
king f2.
I think
This
you could
is
even
it.
play king h1 there.
Yeah, but you don't want to.
You don't want to be fancy. Yeah.
But why not?
Just the straightforward.
Because if I play king h1, you have to move the rook away. You have no choice. Your king has no moves.
And here we go. 2 bear kings left on the board and a handshake.
What a struggle.
What a defense by Elham. We don't know what happened before, but what we have seen, it was impressive.
It's also impressive that after such a long game, the players are still analysing, sharing their thoughts, just working through exactly what was the right path. And this is the mark of a true chess sportsman. Like, it's not about the result, it's actually getting to the truth of the position. But what a round it has been. Absolutely sensational. And there we saw it all capped off with a marathon rook and pawn ending. It's been a round full of results. And talking about results, we did have a poll earlier on where we were asking who is your young person of the year, and take a look at who won. Can you guess? You guys kind of more or less knew the answer.
yes.
Faustino Oro. Yes, indeed, he did win. He snatched 43% of the vote. And
How much did
second,
Ed almost get?
around 35%.
Yes.
And then it was Andy Woodward and Zemlyansky. So this 12-year-old wonder kid, nicknamed Chessy, big things are in store for him. He has already 2 GM norms to his name. We can shortly expect him to become a grandmaster very, very soon. And we also have a new poll of the day where we're asking who is your female young player of the year, and the options are Anna Shukman, then we also have Alice Lee, and then Ilu Miaoyi, and also Afruza Hamdamova.
Didn't we ask this already?
We did ask this as well, but we can only run one poll, so I kind of gave everyone a bit of a sneak preview. That was a bit of a my bad. But we have our thoughts, and get voting, and let us know who you are cheering for. A lot of those players are playing in this competition, and we'll try and keep you updated with the progress. But as mentioned, it was a dramatic round in the Open. We saw what was probably the sensation of the tournament so far, as Magnus Carlsen stumbles against Vladislav Artemiev and
also
loses his game.
Alireza Firouzja losing to Sina Movahed. That's crazy, like in the very same round.
Let's take a look at the results. And as mentioned, it was full of shockers.
The difference between sorry,
in the sole lead.
Sorry for the interruption. The 14 and 1, like those are divergent boards like by a mile. Alireza losing, a shocker for sure, but he's not doing that great. He's trying to make a comeback, and that's probably shut the door in his comeback. But Magnus, he looks so pristine and perfect, and now.
Well, 5 out of 7, and just highlighting, look at this, Sina Movahed had 4.5, so he actually leapfrogs Magnus Carlsen. He will be 5.5, and how many others are gonna be jumping ahead of Magnus Carlsen?
Well, it's going to be all about the comebacks when it comes to the next round. You know, they've got to be getting back to their feet. But I also just want to again highlight that Sina Movahed, just 15 years old, beating his former compatriot Alireza Firouzja. And let's take a look at the women's section, because it was a calm and steady draw between the co-leaders Zhuzhina and Nino Batsiashvili. But there was a whole flurry of decisive games, and we have a massive scramble at the top. It's basically too close to call. And if this continues, we are going to be seeing what is probably going to be a massive tiebreak tomorrow as we try to establish who is going to be the women's rapid world champion. But the headline story of the round was Magnus' loss against Artemiev. And it was done in a very upsetting way, you know, because Magnus, perhaps fooled by the fact that Artemiev didn't have so much time on the clock, made a terrible blunder that just cost him the game. And it really upset him. To be fair,
a blunder which I have also called out. Queen C7.
Take a look at this. Okay, and here it says this is in Norwegian, where it says that Magnus was so upset that he just shoved away the NRK, the camera crew, after that loss. Yeah, chess is an emotional game. It's not easy to lose, and especially when you feel that not what you wanted in such a big manner.
For Magnus, because he lost the comfort. Yeah, he will be in this very nervy kind of situation. He feels like he needs to win all the games.
Yeah.
Very tough spot to be in. But, okay, he's Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and there we see the moment in question. You know, it's not easy, right?
Wow.
You lose a game. The last thing you need is someone to follow you with a camera in your face. So I can understand the frustration from Magnus, but he's got to recover.
But it shows that in which state of mind he is, right? Because if he would be feeling comfortable, he wouldn't mind at all.
Yeah, but he's raging after such a blunder like that. Yeah, wouldn't want to be in the cameraman's shoes. And also for Magnus, well, I hope he apologized to the cameraman afterwards when he's calmed down. And we'll see whether he takes out that revenge and that frustration on the board. But for Artemiev, it was sheer delight. And
it looks very promising for him, right?
He's in the sole lead. He has an amazing 6.5 out of 7, and he caught up with our very own Charlize. So have a listen.
I'm here with Grandmaster Vladislav Artemiev, who just beat Magnus Carlsen in the 7th round of the FIDE World Rapid Championships. What a results, what a game. Tell us about it.
Yes, it was a very critical game because every time when I participate in the World Championship, Magnus is clear favorite, and game against him it's very interesting and big challenge for me, for everyone. For today's game, I wanted to play very solid and see on his ambitions, and depending of this, choose strategy. And after opening, I have interesting position. I think a lot of time, unfortunately, because my opening preparation was not so well in this game. But knight e5 was first critical moment. After knight e5, black have some possibilities. Magnus choose knight e5, but c5 also interesting. After c5, I can play knight g5 maybe, and it looks very complicated. I think that I analyzed this line, but maybe a few years ago, so it's very hard to say white is better or it's equal. But in the game, later I played e6, and of course queen c7 was a big mistake for Magnus because he missed my idea with bishop d5. So in this moment I was little lucky, because for example he can take my pawn f7 on e6, and honestly I wanted to force a draw. I have a nice tactic, bishop h6, g takes h6, and bishop c6. And black should be take bishop c6 and queen g6 and many checks draw. Then it was very nervous because I have troubles with time. Of course, I totally understand that my position very close to winning, but it's not easy play on, for example, 20 seconds on every move, because black have some tricks in this position. Bishop on b7 is very strong, and probably last critical moment was after move Magnus rook f6. It was very nice tactic for white, rook d8. Idea that after rook g6 I will take rook f8 and rook h8 mate. If queen d8, queen g7 mate. So it was very nice. Yeah, after bishop g2 the end already. Yeah, so of course I'm very glad to win a game like this, but we have so many rounds in future, so everything is possible, I think.
What's the difference playing someone like Magnus in classical versus rapid?
I have only one classical game against Magnus. It was in Vachier-Lagrave, probably 5 or 6 years ago. I have black, it was draw. I don't know, I think that for Magnus better less of time. Because of course he is very strong in all formats, but blitz or bullet, it's incredible level. So probably when I have time, it's better for me, because it's very hard give fight for Magnus when 1 minute for both, for example. Yeah.
But you didn't have much time in this game or the previous game against Arjun. You were also very low on time early on in the game. Tell me about this, your time management in Rapid.
Probably it's one of my problems, time management, because I love think a lot, find good ideas and maybe surprise my opponents. But sometimes it's a risky style. But especially game against Arjun, I have troubles in the opening. He played a very fresh line, e4, bishop c4. I not analyzed this line, so it was big surprise for me. Of course, I will prefer to have at least few minutes. Yeah, I hope that I will have in this tournament, at least in one game. Yeah.
But you say you like to think a lot, but your rapid skills are so great. But it's not about time management. What makes you such a great rapid player then?
Probably I'm more or less a universal player. My technique is good, I believe. And I have a lot of experience in my life, so many tournaments on professional level, and probably Rapid and Blitz I love more, objectively. It's very fun and very emotions, For example, when you win game, it's like celebrating. When you lose, it's nothing, just only one game, And second game will be very soon,
Yeah, you don't have much time to celebrate or be sad about it because you got to play the next one.
Yeah, because when you participating in a classical tournament, it's usually 9 or 11 days, and you need to be very focused on tournament, to be in very good physical shape, maybe have a very good sleep. Now it's more for relax, I think. I am enjoying.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations once
Thank you
again,
very
and
much.
good luck with the rest.
Thank you. All the best.
Welcome back, and we're reaching critical point in the tournament, and round 8 in the Open, round 7, and we have one sole leader in Vladislav Artemiev, and in the women's it's just a massive tie for first. But the action has all kicked off, so let's get going and dive into the action, Peter.
Yeah, we would love, but okay, first of all, let's announce the pairings. On the top board, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is facing Vladislav Artemiev. For the moment, we don't have the games running yet. There is some technical issue. On the second board, it's David Anton Guijarro against Gukesh. Third board, Nihal Sarin against the surprise Cristobal Henriquez. And we have all the information, and Magnus Carlsen has fallen back, and now he's playing against the #1 Armenian player, Shant Saksian.
Wow. Yeah, and for Magnus, he's playing on his fixed board, so he's going to be there at the top. Sargsyan, very solid player.
Very solid, with a very well-established repertoire with black. But I think that this is the round where we really have to focus on MVL versus Artemiev, because Artemiev is the man of the hour. He has just taken down Magnus Carlsen, and it's an anti-martial kind of position with a 6-move d3. Yes, Artemiev is also very famous already of being able of playing the Berlin defense, but actually he prefers to play the martial. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave declined the offer to play against the martial. He chose the 6d3 kind of move order. Yeah, this is the current position. In order to make sense how we reached here, the players are now blitzing out their moves. It's a kind of typical scenario what we are seeing. Let's use this moment to understand. So e4, e5, knight f6, knight c6, bishop b5, bishop a4. This is the classical Ruy Lopez, bishop e7, and now the move 6d3. This is already kind of an anti-martial strategy. b5, bishop b3, castles. White opts for knight c3. As long as the pawn on e5 is not protected, you don't have to worry about knight a5. But at the moment when black plays the move d6, you have to push the a pawn to a3 or to a4 because knight a5 is a threat. So we see in this game a4, b4, knight d5, and very rightly knight a5 in time to hit the bishop. This used to be my favorite line for black in like 2013, my move order with these 7 castles. This is exactly what Artemiev is doing. Knight takes f6, bishop f6, and I believe that black has solved all his problems. This is not a really critical test for black.
Would your opinion change if I tell you there's one game in the Masters database between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian, and it was a win for Maxim?
I don't change my opinion.
You don't change your opinion?
Because I have analyzed this position myself, and I remember that I was not afraid of this.
Okay.
I felt like a4, b4, knight d5, knight a5 was killing the line. So maybe Maxim chose it because he has these nice memories. But if you ask Engine or if you ask someone who analyzes position, then no, there is nothing to worry about for black.
Okay, well, I can tell you how that game continued.
Yes.
It went c6.
c6,
bishop a2. And then Levon chose to go c5.
Yes, it's already not obligatory, but yeah, it's kind of a natural move. And then we get this very typical kind of setup. Black might be follow it up with bishop e6, trading
That's exactly what happened.
Yes, but what was White's move?
Knight to d2.
Knight to d2, bishop e6, right?
Yes, and then after bishop e6, the trade of light squares bishops, and then queen to g4 happened. And after queen e7, knight c4. Maxim is saying that his position
tiny bit better,
yes?
Yes. No, and to be honest, I don't like this whole c5 operation because this c5 is very thematic in this position, but I feel like I got the best of the best versions of all these positions. I might not compromise my structure with bishop e6. By the way, this is on the board. c6, bishop a2 just happened.
Yeah, and it's a quite interesting scenario here because Vladislav does not know in all probability that Maxim has had this game before.
Yes. I'm thinking like, okay, rook b8 and also queen e7 followed by bishop e6 is a very natural kind of way of using the fact that I have a good version. I don't want to compromise my pawn to c5. And yeah, Maxim goes for a walk. This is a psychological indication that I know what I'm doing. This is my prep. He's trying to mess with Vladislav's mind, but Vladislav is not the type of person who gets intimidated or affected by all these psychological games.
No, in fact, it's Vladislav that has today been all about deploying the psychology, burning down the clock against Arjun. That worked out to perfection. Get yourself a dodgy position, make your opponent excited, think that they're about to win, and then start fighting against Magnus. You know, he was trying to force it into a draw. Magnus was like, hey, don't want to draw when you got no time, and makes a big blunder.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Artemiev is taking his time so we can move around. Maurice, do you have something special for us?
You know, we have not really been able to focus on the world champion. And Gukesh, his rating has somewhat slipped, and some of his reign, his shine as world champion has also slipped, just to be frank. He hasn't won any tournaments, big events, since winning the world title. This would be a sweet one, to be clear. Become world champ at another discipline, start on the road that Magnus has so firmly ensconced himself and shown, yeah, I'm a world champion at all disciplines. And he's doing well in this event, clearly. I mean, on board 2 right now with a better position against David Anton. So it's just early stages here. I just want to make that point. He's in this one and showing that he can go on a roll. We actually saw him on the Grand Chess Tour play extremely well in Rapid in one of the events. I'm trying to remember if it was Poland.
No, I think it was Zagreb. No, it was Zagreb.
Yeah, it was the next one. Because Fedoseev was the one who dominated in Poland. But this young man showing that he can play at this time control. He may not be the fastest player in Blitz, but in Rapid, he can get it done.
Yes, and this is a very interesting opening. If you already talk about it, you have it on, or yes, you can have it. You can just show it. I want to highlight one element, or I can show it myself. I have it here in front of me. Okay. Because we have seen something very special in the opening, and we are seeing, and other players are thinking that after, how did we reach here? Where did this knight come from landing on c6? Because it was not the knight from b8, and this is a very special move order. Look at this. Normally the knight is already committed to f6, but this is a lovely kind of, I have seen it from Riaz Antsev for the very first time. I called it c5, and look at this knight journey. The knight from g8 is going to e7 and then going to c6. This is like an anti-Benoni kind of idea, and finally we are transposing the King's Indian structure to king h1, e5, e4. And now bishop g4 is played, a very nice move, because it's also kind of famous that if you play h3, that will be a future weakness in White's camp when White prepares later the f4 move. So h3, bishop e6, knight bd2, and we have already caught up with the current situation. And Gukesh has just played the move knight to d7. Yes. So now one could have, if someone looks at this position, what are the odds that he imagines this position, that it was played knight e7, knight c6, and knight b8 to d7, not knight from f6 going to d7 and knight to b6, knight to c6. I think you can win so many bets with just this position. You can drive everyone crazy.
And I thought you said you're not a gambling
I'm not a gambling person, but...
You like talking about bets a lot, Peter.
Yeah, well, because I have friends who are always talking like this, you know, but it's really a very special kind of position. But just to spice things even more up, David Anton has been an incredible King's Indian player with black in his youth. He became famous by delivering checkmate, so he also feels very happy with White probably. Forget the engine bar saying that black is doing fine. Yes, black is doing fine, but it's all to play for.
Yeah, it's definitely all to play for, because as you mentioned, White is going to be going there with f2, f4, really just taking as much space as possible on the right side. Whereas for Gukesh, it's all about establishing dominance on the queen side and holding off the king side attack.
But wait a second, Maurice, I have to invite you into this discussion. Black has just played the move a7, a5. What do you make of this? Giving up of the chance of playing the traditional a6, b5, and he gives White the chance to lock down the queen side, and then all the play will be on the king side. What's happening here? Black's last move was a7 to a5. Isn't this a shock?
You mean you want to play a4
here?
That
basically we also have the chance of just shutting it down, and then we focus on the king side. It just will Black play g5 here and try to stop f4 like this? It's a crazy kind of position.
But don't you feel normally very comfortable, like in these type of positions, with the knight on b4?
Yes, but you don't have a6, b5 break, and I'm coming with f4 on the king side. Yeah, it's just I'm highlighting that it's very strange, but we already have action. So a5, f4, ef, gf, f5 on the board. Very messy position.
And this is exactly the kind of direction White black has to go in to stop these pawns from rolling down the board. So it is a hot mess, but it looks like it's ending up in black's favor here.
Yeah, but he did not include a4, knight c6, so he just played f4 immediately, the thematic. I just talked in general grounds like, wow, a5 and played quite quickly. It wouldn't be a move that an old generation guy, because a move like a5 brings this shock effect, like, what's happening? Is this fundamentally correct or not?
You know, it's interesting. I was having this conversation, I don't remember who with. Oh, it was with this young Jennifer Yu on the bus, talking about the younger generation versus the older generation, how engines have changed how we look at chess. And used to be that we would think strategically, solely so, in general, okay, this is thematic, these are ideas, we understood strategic principles. But the young players have seen very concrete things be done by the engine that don't fit in normal strategy. So they don't have this shock effect that you had in your mind, because they're like, no, but this works.
Yes.
I don't know what strategy you're talking about and framework. And you could quote Nimzovich or you could quote whoever strategically, but this just works because the engine said it does. And they get used to mechanisms like that, and then they just play it. And it's a whole different way of looking at the world of chess.
But do you know why Magnus is so good? Because he's able to draw on those patterns that we have from the old school start of chess and combine that with concrete variations where you're able to throw the rule book out of the window.
He almost lived in at a perfect moment to bridge the gap without being stuck in the past. He has an incredible grounding of the past. Classical games down 100%, but he also lived in a time that merged with the present technology and is able to merge both those in a quite genius way, although sometimes he does miss tactics. I mean, and small tactics. That's one of his weaknesses. Maybe his biggest weakness is that when I said that Maxime is a trickster, Magnus tends to fall for those from time to time. Just suddenly you look around and you go, how did you blunder that? And he did that just now against Artemiev.
Yeah. It kind of, to be fair to Magnus, it kind of happens once in a blue moon.
Yeah, when it happens, it looks crazy. Like, how did you do that? But yeah, it does happen to him from time to time. He will be looking to avenge that right now, though. For sure.
Yeah. I pity Magnus's opponent, because when Magnus's beast mode gets awoken, well,
yeah, we can actually take a look at his game. That how is he doing if we are talking about monster mode? Is he really creating something monstrous? Well, first of all, he has the pair of bishops. That's for my heart more than enough. In modern chess, you cannot really ask for more than this. So my answer would be yes. Magnus is enjoying himself. He's on the way of recovering and returning, fighting for something substantial. Because this is a horror scenario with black. White has all the chances to improve. White will decide, do I go c4, do I kick this knight away, or do I first improve my queen? And Magnus says, you know what, my queen might want to join the party on f3, getting ready for knight f5. And okay, this is just terrible for black. The computer doesn't tell the whole story. The small advantage that computer gives, practically speaking, this is much more. And look at the body language of Magnus; it tells the whole story.
And this is what we see from Magnus time and time again. You know, he's got such good ability just to come back. I've always thought that for Magnus, chess is like therapy. You know, he loses and he needs that outlet, you know, put him back on the board and he's in his happy place and he's able to recover super quickly. He loses once, but it is very rare that he'll lose twice in a row, and he'll be absolutely, I was going to say...
While they are thinking, I just want to show the first move so that our audience might wonder that how did we reach here? Well, it was an Italian with bishop c4, knight f6, and this is a new modern fashion with bishop e7, knight c3, d6, a3, creating the loft for the bishop, castles h3, bishop e6, knight d5, queen d7, castles, bishop d8. Yeah, black is somehow getting ready to take, and then go knight e7, target that pawn on d5. But somehow it backfired here in this game. After rook e1, h6, bishop b3, when black has done this, and gone for this bishop takes on d5. It was very nicely met by Magnus. A timely d3, d4, it's a very thematic kind of thing. If you take on d4, white takes back with the queen and the pawn is protected. So black relies on this e5, e4 move. But then suddenly after knight d2, you are trading the e-pawn for the d-pawn. And that's how the advantage of the pair of bishops was established. Also very nice little move, knight g3 from Magnus, keeping the knights on the board. Rook e1, queen e1, c6, queen d1, queen e6. And I'm not buying this. This is just looking very promising for white. I would pay a lot of money to get this.
You're back to the gambling
but I'm
and
not.
the betting
I'm not
and
betting at all. I'm just saying that give me this position. Give me.
And whilst Magnus has a very smooth advantage here, I wanted to draw your attention to a game which is absolutely chaotic between Alexei Sorana and 15-year-old Sina Movahed, who's just come off a victory against Alireza Firouzja. And if we can rewind this position just a few moves.
Yeah, first just let's treasure it in, that what a crazy position it is, and how did we reach here? Because white sacrificed the piece. Where is the compensation? What happened here? So it was King's Indian. So this is what the youngster Sina Movahed is playing. We are seeing a very fashionable line. h3, c6, knight f3, knight h5, castles, knight f4, okay, typical. Rook e1 grabbing the bishop. Usually this is good news for black. I believe c5. Very familiar structure to the Gukesh game against David Anton from a reverse colors business. But here that black was able to take this bishop. I think this is long terms good for white. The big question is what about short terms, because white is clearly having some sacrifice in mind. And after e4, knight g5, knight b4, we see the sacrifice happen. Takes, rook takes, and the lovely knight d3. I'm loving this. The computer hates it for some reason, but definitely not for the reason what happened in the game, because queen d3, queen g5, already black seems to be in control. Rook 1, 2 e3 played. We have current position here.
Can we just kind of quickly just look at what was wrong with knight to d3?
Well, I don't have engine running. We only have our brains basically. But since we already get the hint, somehow my intuition tells me that probably a move like rook e7 could be the move. Let's make this move rook e7. It's confirmed by the engine. Yeah, hitting the queen and going after the h7 pawn. It is strange. Why he didn't do it? He probably disliked queen g6. Is that a move that we worry about?
Knight takes.
But also the rook on e1 is hanging. It's a crazy position.
Yeah,
and Sadana is kind of blitzing his game. He's still having 40 minutes on the clock. I think we will need Maurice's help. This is the Sadana game against Sina Movahed, game number 7. What on earth is happening here? Please, on move 20 after knight d3.
Maybe it's just something like rook
help us out.
Well, it looks like rook e7.
Yes, and then queen g6.
And rook e3.
Rook e3.
Allowing knight f2.
And then rook g3.
Rook g3. Simple check.
And then, well, wait a second. Queen b1 check. Luckily we have rook e1. Otherwise we get checkmate to the h1.
Yes, that's for sure.
Be careful.
That rook comes back.
Yes.
Happy
and
oof.
And now it looks like the only move to even stay in the game. But
wait a second. But we don't have you on camera yet. Guys, let Maurice show us these crazy lines, or I can also make it myself.
Can also
yes.
Make it yourself.
Okay, so yeah.
Rook e7.
Maurice helped us out. Yeah, rook
e3.
Knight takes f2, rook g3, and after queen b1 check, king h2, queen h1 check is not forced. White luckily has this retreating move rook e1 and wins the game. So that was the whole point of rook e7. And otherwise, I think Maurice was highlighting that bishop g4 was kind of the computer's top move. But that we don't really worry about, no?
Bishop g4, you take?
We just take it.
And that's that.
Say thank you very much. We have the extra pawn and we have the attack going.
On the 7th, and yeah, everything's going well.
Yep.
Just don't blunder 96 next, because then still queen b1, queen h1, checkmate.
It's always there. But that didn't happen. It was a moot point. Let's check in on the live position. And just to update you on a set of results that's occurred in the women's section, you know, at the top, there's an 8-way tie for first place. And it's a draw between Zhuzhiner and Maria Muzicuk.
Ah, wow.
So everything else is still very much in progress. It looks like Lei Tingje is doing well against Divya Deshmukh.
Artemiev is in time trouble. Ho-hum. Boring. I mean, once upon a time that was super exciting, but the way he makes it look, it's like, give me 10 seconds, 15, whatever. I'm still going to hold this position. And so, yes, he's down to 3.5 minutes. That might as well be a year for this guy. He just plays so cool and calm, and he has a very solid position here. Looks like there's no way he loses in this position for sure. And I think Maxime is thinking, if I could just get a draw now, I'd be quite content. Because Black's the one with all the pressure.
Yeah, everything is under control. Basically, Black has nothing to worry about. I also think like White has nothing really to worry about. And,
right.
And by this point, probably Artemiev thinks like, okay, you know, draw against MVF with Black, it's very nice. I'm leading the tournament. I don't want to take crazy risks. But if he can put some pressure without taking risks, then he will, of course, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he might play some moves here, but it's very hard because there's no natural pawn break in this position. D5 doesn't look like something that's ever going to happen and would have any effect anyway. And you're not going to be pushing your king side. I mean, I guess you could play
maybe G5, yes,
and see what happens and come in. But White is so solid. It just looks very unlikely that anything else other than a draw will happen. But remember, there are people who are marching up behind him, so he doesn't want to just take his foot off the gas. It would be great if he could win a game. If he sees the chance, don't say, well, let me just draw my way. You've got 2 rounds left today. And, okay, if he draws, then he only has 1 round left. But then there's 4 huge rounds where anything could happen. We saw in the space of only 3 rounds, Magnus went from first to, well, he'd have been way outside
he's
the
now
ropes.
out of top 20,
yeah,
maybe.
and suddenly just gone. So don't count your chickens, as they say.
Well, hang on a second, you know, because we just saw King G1 being the choice of defense from MVL. He didn't go for the natural H4, which was what I was expecting.
He did not want to weaken, yeah, because if he plays H4, then suddenly Luke comes back to G6.
Yes.
And you are threatened with Queen takes H4, then you might have to play something like Rook H1 or you sidestep with the King.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you sidestep with the King, Rook F4 is coming. Not that you suddenly get checkmated in one of these crazy lines. I don't know. It's at least worrisome.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
But it does feel like Maxime is taking slightly passive decisions.
Okay, but
well, I mean, he has to wait.
His next move will be Rook EF1, stabilizing. If needed, Rook G2, cemento. You know?
He realizes that
Yes.
he's not the one playing for a win here.
But
if there's just no chance. He has to take the draw. He has to take the draw. The guy's playing well. He shuts you down.
I like the delight that you had in playing Rook F1 for Rook
And
G2.
Rook G2, stability.
But I would be worried. You know, I'd be thinking, I cannot play like this.
Well,
But sometimes you have no choice. I understand.
Yeah, and Black doesn't have breaks. Yeah, it's a fixed structure. Yeah, this Queen H5, Rook H6, Black has lined up to maximum.
Okay,
And
well,
now Black goes Rook F6, inviting King G2 repetition. But Maxim might play Rook E1 to F1, just not because he wants to play for a win, but it's more natural.
But we've seen 2 players fall for this trap, you know, because Artemiev is on 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Rook E1, of course.
E1, yeah.
Maxim goes for Rook E1.
Don't be fooled. Artemiev is a beast when he's got no time on the clock.
He's not trying to trick the guy. He just made everything nice and solid. And if you want to draw, we'll take the draw. It's fine. If you want to do something stupid, please do. You're welcome. But I don't think Maxime is going to fall for any tricks here. He knows the position is just solid. It is what it is. It's not. It would be great if you had a couple of pieces on the board, a couple of minors. Give us a knight somewhere. Maybe a bishop, maybe not so much a bishop in this position, but with the rooks and the queen?
I get you, Maurice. I completely understand it, but objectively speaking, you know, that is very much the case. However, Artemiev has just taken down Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus Carlsen, two opponents that we were like, no, they would never get excited. By
Well,
the fact
I gotta say, he was
Artemiev
busted
entire
against
career.
Arjun.
He was completely
Arjun just
busted.
didn't
Yes.
find the moves. Arjun would have cleaned
it
his
was
clock.
complicated
It was
enough for Arjun
complicated, yes.
to
But
struggle.
that's the point. It was complicated, and that's why his opponent even lost the game, because it was a sharp position. Magnus, on the other hand, impaled himself in the time pressure in what was a bit of a sharp, right? E6, it was busy. I'm looking at this one. I say, you have to commit suicide if you're going to try to do something with this position if you're white. What is white supposed to do?
Only F4 break, which will lead to massive trades. We just trade all the rooks.
Yeah, like literally, what is he supposed? Like, there's nothing else to do. So that I think this one, Maxim really doesn't have a chance to gamble because the gambling is so bad to play F4. So it's unlikely Maxim is gonna play stupid in that position, and he's.
I completely agree with you, but we will see. Things are yet to be determined.
See, there he goes, Queen E2.
And the
And draw a
handshake.
grid.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing in this position.
This is the
No
correct
life.
attitude, yeah.
If we could have just gotten a couple of pieces, I would have been leaning your way. But with nothing on the board, nah, Queen and Rooks.
And look at the smile from both players. They know it. Actually, we can both live with this result. It's fine.
Yeah, there's just so much you could do with a chess position.
And talking about comeback wins and needing to win, well, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces is certainly doing the business as he starts to take control of the center. Got some moves up his sleeve.
Yeah, and everything is going according to plans. White is beautifully coordinating forces. The white queen landed on F3. The pawn structure C4, D4 made sure that black had to fall back with a knight from D5 to C7. Black was not in time to cement that knight with B5. And now the question is just, how do we cash in with our lovely advantage?
You just played D5. Said, let's go.
You go for D5, but it's a committal move.
I'm telling you, he played it. I'm not even saying
played
it like
Wow,
I'm
okay.
saying it. He played it. It's on the board. He committed.
But it's not yet on my screen. You see the future.
I see I see the board there. And the only problem for Magnus is the clock situation. He's down a bit. Maybe a little bit hesitant. I'm surprised actually, because he had a nice little lead, if I remember correctly, on the clock.
No, he was behind. That was
behind
the
the
only
whole
thing
time?
that Sean did well in the game to play
Oh, okay.
fast.
So I'm thinking of another game then. Yeah, this is one of those. Magnus definitely living a little bit on the edge time-wise.
You can't take
Takes queen
that
D7.
pawn because otherwise rook to E1 would be appearing.
By the way,
Yes.
Gukesh has found himself in a little bit of trouble in his game. He did a very enterprising pawn sacrifice. We don't have to go there just yet, but he's found himself in a little bit of trouble. That would be really a big result to happen if Gukesh loses that game.
Well, generally we can also go there because okay, we have covered Magnus more than enough while he was leading the tournament now.
Also, another game that I'd like to kind of visit in the women's section between Lê Tingé and Divya Deshmukh.
Wow, that is a prestige duel.
Yeah, it's a big duel. Divya, Women's World Cup winner. Lê Tingé, this is also an important event for her because she has an outside chance that she, with a good placing, might try and steal the FIDE circuit spot that's up for grabs.
I'm a very big fan of Lê Tingé. I like her playing style very much, and she was very close of becoming world champion. That match against Yu Wenjun 2 years ago was a nail-biting kind of encounter, and then she somehow disappeared. She didn't play so much, so I'm very happy to see her in action again. And yeah, this is a very sharp position. It's very difficult to make anything out of it because it looks good for white, it looks good for black. I mean, both sides have great pieces, and the clock situation boils down to 3 minutes and something. I don't even dare to evaluate this. Computer says it's 0-0, but I mean, it's out of control. Forget about the computer's evaluation.
It's actually very difficult for white to start advancing
Because
with
yeah,
anything.
this pawn is hanging, the rook is taking care of this if white advances with f5.
But for black, on the other hand, c5 is in the air, followed by some kind of c6.
Yes, I feel that it is easier for black to play, and that's why Lietingy takes on e4, drastic measure, but I think it is justified, because after the trade of the bishop for the knight, the f4 pawn is protected, and we might be chasing that bishop on e3, and we might be forcing some more trades. But okay, black will capture with the bishop on e4.
Oh, and then we'll have a very imbalanced game if it's
How come black hasn't played it yet?
Yeah, like it should have happened in half a second. I guess she's just triple checking the possibility of taking with the pawn, but there she is.
Yeah, bishop.
Making sure she wasn't blundering maybe because her bishop is trapped, but it's hard to see.
Yeah, but let me just highlight, this is a monster, this is a beast on e4. Of course,
Yes.
we capture, it's beautifully protected by the pawn on d5. We still haven't given up on the c5 idea.
Also, bishop takes knight is something that will definitely be a get out of jail if the bishop is attacked.
Right, and I think she was checking that, and then the bishop is forever a piece on e4, although an exchange sack for
Exactly.
a pawn maybe might be something to worry about, but I don't think it's that big a deal. This is slow playing a little bit.
Yes,
We need to show something really big has transpired in a game that's got some importance. It's board 6, this board 5 actually, because Magnus is not really board 1. And it's Hans Niemann against Lee Quang Liem, who is from Vietnam, of course, a Vietnamese #1, but also a coach at Webster University, having taken over from Susan Polgar in the U.S. In this position here, Hans was okay, a little bit of an even-ish position, but then Liem played this move, dropping his knight back, and then sacked. I mean, he's obviously winning a piece if he can take winning 2 pieces for the rook if he could take here, but Han just intermezzoed. Bishop takes on e7. This sack was so unnecessary because once he took back, yes, I have a shattered structure, but I'm up in exchange, and is it that evident that you're going to get real play? There was no reason for him to do this necessarily, and in just a few moves, he found himself in real trouble. Hans did not play perfectly, but didn't have to, because after these moves here, dropped the knight on e5, and suddenly here he grabbed the pawn, but here comes the rook to grab hold of that rank. Knight c6, and queen to e8. And now rook g3, and the rooks have stabilized everything. You just have nothing to play for as black. You had to block this one, but here comes the other rook. And this knight, hello, let's talk about it. Where are you going to go? You're completely dominated. If I could just pick the knight up, put it over here somewhere, just anywhere. But no, the knight has no future coming into the position. And this is the position we're staring at. The game is still ongoing, but black to move, sacked in exchange, and has found himself in a world of hurt in this position. Hans Niemann, a win will bring him right amongst the leaders.
Be a very important win for Hans as well, because this is the penultimate round of the day. So yeah, good finish, sets you up very nicely for tomorrow's final day. And yeah, the knight on c6, I've been trying to think of ways to get it into the game, but not easy. You can't do funny stuff like d4, yes, because that is, at the very least, simply going to be met by rook takes rook.
It was so unnecessary for him to sack the exchange in that position. He just...
But sometimes
he was carried
you can't
away,
resist.
Yeah, exactly. We have all been there. Yes, so if black tries to intermezzo with d4, then white can just take on g4. Queen takes g4, rook g3. And the black queen is overloaded because there is a hanging knight. If black gives the check on d1, then white just moves away with the king. And there is also the queen g6, queen takes g7, checkmate, queen takes c6. Everything is falling apart. So it seems like we can move on from this game because this will be a win for Hans, or we can also stay till the end, but probably there is more action happening. By the way, Arjun Erigaisi has bounced back now with a win against Narayanan Sunildut. And that's a very big game. Nihal Sarin drew against Henriquez.
Gukesh is trying to claw himself.
Let's go to Gukesh.
Back in that game. He's slightly worse only, but very critical moments in the clock because we're at 2 minutes for both sides essentially in this game. So intense times, tense and intense times in this particular position.
Yeah, white has now set up this idea of trading queens. Black is a pawn down, and now it's a psychological situation because if you move the queen, and he moved, of course, yeah, he cannot afford to trade the queens. That means that suddenly white will have this monster long diagonal for the white queen, and I'm not seeing compensation for black. We talked about black knight eventually going to b4 in this structure as well. Knight is white's knight on b5.
King h2 is the move played, just
King h2,
protecting everything.
Yes, and opening up the way for the white knight probably to go to e2, protecting the f4 pawn. Then who knows, at some moment the pawn on a5 will be hanging.
Yeah, well, actually, the pawn on a5 is hanging, right? So probably you need to go...
Yeah, but the
Queen
f4 pawn is hanging, so that's why white needs to protect it with knight e2, I believe, first.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, how should black try to get compensation? I mean, is it something like rook to h4? Are we looking at putting a knight on h4?
Yeah, he needs some g5 break.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs some g5 break, knight h4, but it will be met by queen d5. There will be pin against the knight and the rook. I just intuitively felt like that David Anton is not the right person to play this reverse kind of kings in the positions, because he is so familiar with the structure. Bishop f8 played, trying to probably get knight e7 ready against queen d5 or something, but going passive, it's not the way. Queen d5 happened.
Yeah, there's no way for black to coordinate the pieces to get through. The knight is king's best friend, and is certainly proving that right now.
Knight comes to e2, then white probably will try rook g1, rook af1, regroup the rooks, closer to action. And
do you need to? I mean, could you start be going like knight to d6 and getting it that way?
Maybe, but I always like to cement knight e7 is played anyway, so the queen will be kicked. I'm expecting the queen to fall back to f3 in order to still keep this knight e2 move available. But all the way to h1, wow, this is a little too fancy. Was it necessary?
He wants to put the knight on
f3.
f3.
He's very ambitious, but queen to h1, why was this necessary?
Well, hang on a second. The rook is maybe
Black
your
played
idea
knight
of rook f3, rook f2.
Yeah, now the knight at least protects the a5 pawn. And is Gukesh trying to set up a fortress? Forget about the attack. I don't want to break anything. I want to hold the position. Now the knight protects the only weakness. And where are the breaks? Probably white will, in the long run, after bringing the rook to e1, will go for this bishop takes d6, ed6 transformation of structure.
Actually, I really like queen h1. Knight f3 is in the air. You know, rook a e1, as you mentioned. I agree with you. You know, you're going to change the position by getting that knight into d6,
G5,
mixing things up.
Woo.
Well, there's no going back now.
Woo! Oh boy, that is committal.
Okay, now you take it, right? The proof of the pudding in the eating. Let's go.
That is a proof of sign of desperation.
Totally, and the engine hates the move.
FG played rook g6, blitzed out. The white knight will
not
get
have
to
to play
f3,
like this.
probably, Cemento with the knight jumping back to f3.
Yeah.
And there's different moves. That's the sad part for Gukesh. Is there's different ways for white to play to have an advantage. His g5 was played with 6 seconds on the clock.
Wow. And David Anton has played the move queen d5 back. Yeah, the queen keeps on using this diagonal, driving black crazy. And he has very little time.
We're setting up knight d6. And
15
let's
seconds.
enjoy the dark squares.
Gukesh finding a good defensive move.
Rook d7, kicking the queen away. I did not really understand this queen d5, because the e5 pawn is falling.
Oh, now you have to put the knight on d6. This was not the best way to play queen d5. He should have maybe brought his knight to f3 or...
Yeah, knight f3 was the thematic move.
Yeah, he has allowed some options for his opponent. And there it is. You can see it in the concern on his face and him glancing at the clock, trying to quickly figure out a solution to what he has allowed. And he's under a minute himself.
But hang on a second. Knight d6 is not an easy move to make,
Not
because
an easy
the
move
queen
at
is
all.
just going to move away.
Absolutely. And look at
And
this.
there's going to be knight takes e5 in the air.
He cannot believe.
Yes, he is stunned by what he has done. And now he's dropped the queen back.
Back to g2, and now black
now
can
knight
pick up the
takes
e5
e5.
pawn.
Okay, well, Gukesh's gamble has sure paid off.
For now at least, it does look as though he has done something sharp, risky, maybe dubious, but his opponent did allow him to come back, and he's taking that
Rook
pawn.
takes f5.
White's still more or less in control.
But now the king on h2 is also a king on h1 would be so much better. Yeah, that king is in a lot of tactics.
The knight capturing on d3. Suddenly, the Val is even.
Yeah, in time
triple
control,
zeros. In time pressure, will manage your nerves.
Yeah, you don't want this craziness.
And then,
by the way, Hans did win his game.
Yeah, and also I just want to say in breaking news, Humpy Kanaru, she won against Sarah Khadem, which means that she is now in first place. So she's on track.
But look at Gukesh's clock. He's down to 10 seconds. He was knight before. All eyes on Gukesh versus David Anton. Things are out of control.
32 seconds for David Anton, though. 11 seconds for Gukesh.
And knight f3. The knight is finally joining the party. What was black? Maybe we can even zoom in on the board because we are not
Knight
updating.
G7 was his move. Knight G7.
Knight G7. Okay.
Yes.
And the rook is kind of trapped. Rook f4, knight h5 fork. Oh, crazy. Gukesh spotted it. Rook f6, also knight h5.
Knight d3 after rook e5.
Rook e5 only move.
And is just playing very nervously right now. Look at this chaotic board. There's no logic to it. The pawn structure is ridiculous. The pieces are all over the place.
And White's rook has not yet joined the party. The rook from a1 has to come.
And there's threats of knight to e5 coming in. And this knight on b5, it's out of place, but it is controlling the d6 square, which is very important. And I
spoke about that rook. Get that rook in the game.
Late. It's probably too late.
Yeah, and things are turning in Gukesh's favor. 13 seconds.
He picks up the pawn on b2. It's not just the pawn, it's the c4 pawn.
The game has dramatically turned. What a save this would be for Gukesh, and a surge into a really good position. Probably would it be half a point behind Artemiev?
No, he would be sharing maybe, no?
Would he be
No, he's not sharing.
Not sharing.
I think he's...
No, he's
half a point.
He's
well, we will see. But he's close.
Half a point behind.
And now it seems like he's winning. Knight d6, Magnus checks it out. Magnus has won his game in the meantime.
Curious why Magnus is this intrigued. Magnus almost ran over to the board to take a look. Not just a casual observer.
Knight h5 is coming. Wait a second, knight h5. The move that we talked about on the board.
Complete collapse, and there Magnus walked away, so that's a bad sign.
Yes.
Already, this game is just over now. Gukesh is going to win.
Yeah, this queen d5 move, yeah, just knight f3, and you control everything, and you win without any trouble.
Looks like he couldn't control his nerves. He now has less time on the clock than Gukesh, and just moving his queen, but there goes the exchange.
Yeah, now all of black's pieces are playing, and white's construction is falling apart.
But still hope.
No hope.
No hope?
No hope at all.
Knight e5 is still in the air.
He just takes on b5.
Okay, now there's no
and
hope.
there will be queen
that was
f5
an important,
coming.
yes, queen f5
so
comes, and
he goes knight e5.
the position collapses.
Total collapse.
Yeah, queen e5, very powerful.
And now ready also the clock situation. Yeah, there was a danger with 10 seconds on the clock for Gukesh. Now he has more than 30. Knight d6 coming back. Take my rook.
For the piece.
Yes. I have already captured yours.
And here we see that look now. That was the moment he realized that this is actually just bad and busted. He's played bishop e5. He's got a mate threat. Nope,
yeah,
he no longer has a mate threat.
And the knight starts to jump.
Down a full piece and a pawn.
And the position. It's only played now out of frustration because he knows that he had such an overwhelming position before.
Yeah, but it's the kind of position that's so easy to lose control, and that's exactly what happened. And Gukesh, fair play to him. He found that g5.
It shouldn't have. He had 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Gukesh was down to 20 seconds when out of desperation he went g5. And David Anton made the mistake of blitzing. Yeah, that queen d5 was blitzed out, and then he was shaking his head. Gukesh used his chance, fought back with rook d7, and all of a sudden things got out of control. And now it is all a Gukesh show. And basically, white has to resign. There is nothing left to play for.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. But I do feel like in David Anton's defense, the position wasn't that easy.
Well, ask him after he will say it's crazy. It couldn't have happened.
We're not asking him any questions.
Yes, we don't have to defend him here because he knows that this is impossible. He has done the impossible, spoiling this position that he would have otherwise said it's impossible to spoil.
And I'm looking at another game.
Well, actually, Sadanov won against Sinamov. Ahead, yes, please.
Yes, I'm looking at Fabiano Caruana against Alexander Shimanov, and
yeah, maybe we can move because this is so hopelessly lost. So we can move. Forgiveness from all the fans of Gukesh, but he's so completely winning. Okay, actually, probably the resignation comes any moment. And Shimanov against Fabi. Let's check it out. Fabi on the defensive. Mr. Shimanov in action. He's actually famous for streaming and everything, and but in all these Rapid Blitz competitions, he's always there in the mix. Tremendous experience.
Wow, but his attack...
He might checkmate Fabi, no?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a crushing position. As long as he can keep his G-pawn, and you can see Fabi looking dejected.
Yeah, because King H3, the move that you want to play, is probably runs into King F3, and then some Bishop G1 Rook H2 checkmating ideas are coming. But it has to be played. King F3, and Rook has to go all the way to A5 to start giving checks.
No, but the main problem... Wait, what is this?
Rook D5?
Yeah, but if I play Bishop E3 and then...
And then what exactly?
You better change your structure, because I'm throwing Rook... Oh, no, if I play Bishop E3 now, you have to decide what to do, because Rook G2
is very annoying.
Wait, there's some pauses here, because you might even threaten checkmate. Rook
E1.
E1.
Okay, Rook E1, King H2.
And now you can get your bishop to G1, right, with tempo.
You can win. Yes, you can win a tempo, but...
It's a good tempo.
How do you win the game?
You could play Bishop E3.
Yeah.
And then play Rook
H2.
And then play Rook E2.
Yes, King H3.
And then Rook G2.
Yes, and after Rook G5, Bishop G1.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's it. And that's exactly what's going to happen. This is the line that we talked about. Rook G2, threatening Rook G3, and after Rook G5, then Bishop G1, Rook H2. Total Paketovic. Paketovic, yeah. White is completely boxed. Complete paket. Yeah.
Ah,
yes.
Never heard this one. We'll have to use
Paketovic, yeah. It's a lovely word, and it tells the story. And
there it is.
There it is, Rook G2.
Beautifully done.
H5, trying to create luft, but it goes at the cost of losing the vital pawn.
No, but he just has to... Wait,
Yeah.
why did he check? Why didn't he put his rook down and prepare Bishop F2 check?
That's coming.
Okay, he's so winning that he just cannot miss it.
Understood, but yeah, I thought he was just going to drop this move, and now Fabi going...
But now he can go Bishop
But
F2.
Bishop F2 and Rook H1 is made. Like,
Yes.
it's over. Why is he taking a pawn? Bishop F2.
He picks up, he enjoys the possession too much.
Bishop F2 was mate in 2, and Fabi said, okay, whatever, it's losing anyway.
Wow.
Whoa, we just saw a big dog go down.
By the way, Abdusattorov keeps on his comeback. He has just beaten Maxim Chigaev. So we have to keep an eye. Alexei Sarana has beaten Sinamov ahead in that crazy piece sacrifice in the King's Indian.
And can we turn our attentions to game number 7 in the women's? It's Chen Yining playing against Alexandra Kostaniuk.
Chen Yining, yeah, the young Chinese player. Okay, I know her. I played a simul game against her in Nanjing 2019. Wow.
Did she beat all the other people too in the simul?
Well, it was a clock simul, and many of these players who played there in this simul against me are now already 2,500 plus players. So yes, it was clear there because those were the most talented Chinese players. Yeah. Queen G7 check, King B6. And there is bad news because Queen B2 check is met by Queen B5 counter check, and Queen G1 check is met by Queen C5 check. And otherwise the pawn queens. Chen Yining will take down Alexandra Kostaniuk.
Yeah. And are there any kind of general rules that we can have in this type of endgame? Is it all to do with king placement?
Well, you have to have your king on H3, H2, H4, those are the only saving kind of squares. There is a debate whether H2 or H4, but H3 is the golden square. And that's it. Yeah, she designed a big win for Chen Yining. Very nice to see her in action because she was a very little girl and she was a very promising. She actually fought with Alice Lee under the under-10 World Championship back then.
Oh, both players, incredible players actually right now. Alice Lee, she's not here right now, but she is one of the... Yeah, she's also one of our options in our second poll of the day. We're asking you, who are your young talents, female, to watch?
Zagnidze in action. She just finished her game. She won. Okay, experience prevailed.
Should point out that Duda went down to Erkadil on board 32, and right next to him, Richard Rapport also went down to Tinjan Yao. So,
Tinjan Yao, the Singaporean player. Yeah, actually, they are very dangerous.
Talent.
Yes, Tinjan Yao, Siddharth, Jagadish. I was supposed to, meet him in the second round of the World Cup if he beats Bobby Cheng, but Bobby Cheng knocked him out in a very big match. So I was following, I was preparing. I know him very well. He's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, Kevin Goh, GM in Singapore, doing great work developing Singaporean chess. Also brought, of course, the World Championship to Singapore. So I'm sure they're jumping up and down right now to see that result. But the big names that are no longer going to have a chance. I mean,
Alireza won.
Unlikely. Alireza did win, but he's also down in the totem pole. He's going to have to win like 3 in a row for us
there is
to really start
against
talking about it.
Edis Gurel still in action. Maybe we can, that's board number 37. We have Bortnik versus Edis Gurel, two brilliant players fighting in a rook endgame. Edis is a pawn up, but White should hold this. White should hold this position. By the way, also Niels Grandelius, my very dear friend and everybody's friend, is also playing against Guha Mitrapha. I haven't even seen Niels' name yet in the tournament. I didn't know he's playing. Very nice to see him in action. So this endgame should be a draw. If there is any information that I should jump somewhere, please let me know because I have no idea what is the most... Kartik against Bujiangzi also in action.
Well, Sandipan is going down against Lanier Dominguez in a very fascinating king and pawn ending. This one, he's getting mated by pawns.
Oof.
Like a great position, in fact. If you look at this, king f2, king c5, he can't easily take a pawn. I mean, but if he goes backwards, then all of a sudden, look at this setup. This is just gorgeous.
And stalemate.
Yeah, you stalemate. You've got to play that. Oh. You've got to play that. We'll take that. Now you've got to push this. We'll take that one too. You still got one left, unfortunately, and the pawns go down the board. So nice little finish there, and I'd probably underpromote to a rook just to be fancy.
And wait a second, there is still Parham Maksudlu against Adiban on board 24. Two incredible fighters. Very happy to see Adiban back in action because he's an incredible player. But somehow he lost the control. His rating dropped, but now he's fighting in this tournament like a lion. He's in trouble against Parham, but also Parham is such a beast, and he's on board 24.
They're beasts on lower boards.
Yes.
Like Richard Rapport, we just mentioned, for example, way down the totem pole. It's that kind of event, right? You'd expect players to be up there who are really strong players and the names at the end, but there's so many who will be knocked out, upset during the tournament. And we're seeing that game after game, round after round, we're just seeing it pile up.
I want to ask you both the question. I mean, why are we seeing these kind of upsets happen? Because a lot of the players, they've come off the Global Chess League. Ali Reza Firouzja having an incredible event against some elite level players. And here he's playing incredibly strong players, but not the kind of same scoreline.
I'm going to say I don't believe in momentum. I really don't. I mean, it's a nice storyline when you're doing well. Oh, look, this guy's building up momentum. And you're just as good as your last game. And in fact, you're just as good as your next game as well. You can say both. You can always knit a story together when somebody's doing well, but chess is hard. And so you could do well at one tournament, and you could do great at one tournament, then you could do poorly at the other tournament, and guess what just happened? You evened out to your level of ability. It's not, oh, I'm going to play at this level exactly all the time. And if you play in a tournament and you lose some energy because you just came off a big tournament, it means that maybe the next tournament's just not going to be for you. And that's what's going to happen.
Exactly. And also the opposition is so incredibly tough. And that's why I love this event, because I want, you know, all the so-called unknown brilliant players also to make a mark, that people actually start understanding how strong they are, because it's just crazy. What we are, this is Jules Moussa in action against.
I will check for you.
Because I haven't seen where is this game being played.
It's against Orozbayev.
Orozbayev, okay, who was actually up there, finished on high note, board 46. Yeah, I have the game. But unfortunately for Orozbayev, this is a horrible position. Black has 2 pieces for the rook, and the A pawn is still alive, and that pawn is queening, marching down the board. Rook H1 played. Jules Moussa another very, and Vincent Keimer has made a draw. It seems like the 2 kings are in the center. Vincent has not been able to win a game today. It's a 3rd draw in a row for him. He's also stuck in the mud. We talked about this, that it's just crazy, because no matter where you are getting paired against very strong players. You cannot, you know, just appear and win, because the opponents are very strong.
The thing is, the name brand players get all the attention, and the weaker or lower rated players, they're not getting the invites to the top elite events where all the eyeballs are on them. So there may be players we never even heard of, but they've been playing somewhere and getting strong and collecting those rating points, and they're just ready to break out, and all of a sudden they upset somebody and you go, really? You could beat him? Yeah, this person is a monster. So we see when you mix the strongest players in the world in open events, literally anything happens. And will happen. It's not just all of a sudden the top names are the ones that rise to the top.
Do you believe that these days, if you're a great classical player, does that transfer to being great at Rapid and Blitz?
I don't.
Or do you feel like they're different disciplines? Like, we don't ask marathon runners to be exceptional at sprints.
There's some people who just do it, though, right? And by the way, did the pawn get sacrificed? He's going to try to force him to checkmate without... With a bishop and a knight against...
That's right.
But okay, it's 2 pieces, and black will not even trade the rooks. Yeah, with rook, bishop, and knight, you will just mate automatically.
Here he is. He's definitely trying to make it happen, where his king runs to the other side. And
why is white playing this at all? I don't believe that it does him any favor, because he actually needs to recover.
You never know.
Talk about the recovery, man. I don't want to lose.
Yeah, but here there is no way you're not going to lose. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Of course, if you have the slightest chance of fighting for something, fight. But this one, you just resign. You go to the bathroom, you wash your face, you look into the mirror, and you try to somehow pump yourself up.
He's young.
He doesn't need.
He doesn't need all these things. Yeah.
And also, you know, you never won a game by resigning.
Yeah, I know, but you're never gonna draw this by not resigning as well. Yeah,
that is true. But I mean, in online chess, you'd play this one out because it'll go so quickly. But I understand your point.
And actually, also coming back to this, that why top players are struggling. I also feel like, as a top player, as long as you are controlling the tournament, and you feel like you are fighting for a top place, then you are chilling, you are actually showing your best. But at the moment when you are falling back, and then you feel like, I have to play for a win, if I play solid, maybe the guy plays draw, then you get out of your, you know, main strengths that you are actually having, and you start having this very bumpy road where things usually work against you, yeah, because you are forcing the victory instead of playing good chess. And then you get beaten by these very strong, young, and upcoming players.
In the U.S., we're used to playing a lot of open tournaments, 2 games a day, gambling with how you play. You're playing a lower-rated player, etc. When you get used to playing these closed events, I'll take a draw against that guy, pick my spot, maybe if I get a win. But when you go back into that open tournament circuit, because these guys all went through the open tournament circuit, and then they changed over and started playing more closed events, round robins. When you go into the open events, it's like, as you just said, I got to win. I got to win again. I got to draw, no draw. And you start playing with a little bit more risk. You start spending a little bit more time when you would normally just be like, this is a draw, we're going to stop. And suddenly bad things happen.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word bad things happen. And I got to ask you, Maurice, can you show us Shakhriyar's game, Shakhriar Mammadjarov's game against Krishna Gautam? So yesterday, Krishna Gautam suddenly drew attention and showed to the world, hey, I'm here, take notice. I'm just 15 years old.
Number?
It was number 17. And you know, he had a sensational first day. Just 15 years old, under 15 Indian champion, as well as Indian senior champion as well. And if we could just see how exactly the king got booted all the way around the board up to b5, that would be absolutely fantastic. Because Shaq, when he gets going,
yes,
you are powerless.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy who sniffs out the king. I remember one GM colleague calling him a hacker. And he meant it not necessarily in a complimentary way. He's like, that's how the guy wins games. He's just a caveman type chess. And so don't give him a king to attack. And look at this. He's already got a pawn on g5, and he's opened up the h file. His king is not developed. His bishop is not developed. That bishop is not developed. Queen's still on. Yeah, but guess what? I'm trying to mate you. Like, how these thoughts. And he's right in this position after this trade. His opponent took on g5, and here comes the attack and the forces. And it's funny that he actually allowed this race to happen. King to c2, love that move. And king to b1. How do you castle your king in such a fashion? He could have traded queens, but what was wrong with queen f5 here, by the way? Queen f5.
Oh, then c7 at the end of it,
and
right?
the worst, there's going to be a check, and you're pinned for your entire life. So king over and queen there, and there's that pin, and you'll never change that from.
Wow, but look at also how black is beautifully trying to balance, yeah, with the king on d6. But
good luck with that one. He just can't get his pieces into the game. And this one now, a cruel move, and now a check. I mean,
never
really?
seen something like this.
Why did he have to play b4? He could have just kept the game going, but he decided, I'm just going to go for it with b4 and then b5, grabbed an exchange, and just said, you can't move your pieces. And he was not able to defend accurately. And here, I believe, after a couple more moves, yeah, he's never going to get out of this one. g6.
Well, at some point things got out of control, but yeah, he finally won it.
b4.
But what a defensive task also from black. Who was it? The young Indian.
Yeah,
incredible. King d6 like a ballerina, no? I mean, it's just king d6 looks like king c6. And white is the one behind enemy lines with queen c8, rook h8. Can you just pull that position with black's rook on c5, king c6, and white's king, queen on c8 and h8, just to treasure that moment before b4? Look at this. What kind of chess game is this? It's insane.
It was completely insane. As I was talking about the rules of modern chess, the rules, it's like they don't exist anymore. How can you even think of playing chess like this? To me, the original position was the one when he was attacking back here, g4. Look at this position. Nothing developed. Who? You're going to beat me already? Like from this position, g4 is the best move.
It's just brute force, right? g4, h5.
This is Shakhriar Mammadjarov.
Yeah, I mean, there's no simple principle that tells you g4 is the correct move here. You only have one piece, really. Your opponent's even better developed, more pieces out than you do. And, oh, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to play g4, and this is going to work.
I would have loved to see a camera action on his opponent's face.
g4.
g4. And
Vamos,
like, take that.
Extraordinary.
Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Insane. You know, he just plays fire. It's just a pleasure to watch. You know, one of my favorite things that I ever saw about Shaq, it was during the Champions Chess Tour, and we thought he blundered the queen. against Duda were like, what are you doing? You know, you just blundered your queen. And then it kind of, after a few moves, Duda's a little bit imprecise and really realized actually it wasn't a blunder, it was just a queen sacrifice. And he turns it around.
I was also commenting on that game. It was incredible.
Yeah, and in the interview, we asked him about that. You know, hey, you know, what was this about the queen blunder? And he goes, no, it wasn't queen blunder. It was a queen sacrifice. And he turned around to his coach and he said, wasn't that a good game? And the coach was like, no, it didn't work. But yeah, I mean, what a champion. I think a world blitz, former world blitz champion.
Yeah, he won it once. Yeah,
yes.
2013 it was Liam. Or Mamad, but he has won it one time for sure.
Well, let's take a look at the results of the round, see whether, with that win, Shaq has managed to climb up the standings. But one thing for sure, there's still one leader in the Open, and now there's only one leader in the women's as we take a look at this. For Magnus Carlsen, he showed us why he's the best as he got back into business mode and dispatched Shans Sargsyan. It was a calm draw between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vladislav Artemiev, but Gukesh now making big inroads with that victory over David and Ton. Huge victories as well for Hans Niemann, who finds himself near the top of the table. His win against Liam Lei and also Alexei Sarana against 15-year-old Sina Movahed, and the victory of Alexander Shimanov against Fabiano Caruana. This all means that they're going to be at the top, just half a point.
But I'm also keeping a special eye on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because Nodirbek is a player that if he starts winning, and that now we see him already on the 9th board, and he has won his game, he's climbing up, it means that he's on fire. And when he's on fire, we have seen what happened in London. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was winning game after game. And also Arjun is bouncing back.
Yes, important win.
They will be in the mix.
Yeah, they're just a point out of the lead right now.
Yes.
And so it really depends on how Vladislav Artemiev continues to play. Is he going to play well, or is he going to, again, make some draws?
Well, he's getting a fearsome reputation as he's had a fantastic day. For Hampi Koneru, well, she's the current reigning Women's World Rapid Champion. And with that win over Sarah Kadem, she is now the sole leader with 6 points. But half a point behind her, as ever. There is a chasing pack that is hungry for victories. And everything is going to be decided in today's final round of the day. I mean, it's going to set us up very nicely for tomorrow's. And for Hampi has a very smooth, stable style. I find that she's very difficult to trouble.
Exactly. As long as she has time on the clock to control things, because she has the perfect control. And I think she's basically this great strategist. Like Tigran Petrosyan was called like the boa. Yeah, that who is suffocating. This is the feeling that I'm getting whenever I see Hampi in action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only time I ever see Hampi slightly in trouble is when her king is a little bit exposed. But other than that, she's great harmony of the pieces, you know, in full control, and she has a very solid, very dangerous repertoire.
It looks like there are 8 players behind her,
yes,
if I'm counting accurately. 8. And you're a half a point ahead with 4 rounds left, right? Mm-hmm. That's a lot of rounds, and it's a sliver of a half a point. I don't count anything as advantageous at the moment.
She's got previous, you know, Maurice, she's already the reigning Women's World Rapid
champion.
Champion. She's won twice.
Yes.
Winning 3? Yeah, that's
And Ju Wenjun is also getting back in there as well.
A long way to go with that one. We'll see. You want to close out the last round of the day well every time we play, right? We don't want to go to sleep on a bad note. So we'll see just how they handle this big nerves right now for this next game.
Yeah, everything is getting tense as well as we reach the final round of the day.
And warning, don't make a quick draw the way Nepo did yesterday. Don't take your foot off the gas. Find the reserves, meditate, drink some water, get a snack, do whatever you have to do. Try to finish strong in that last game, because
Nepo completely disappeared.
When you relax, it's noticeable. It's like you're ready to get out of there. It's like, excuse me, they're they're hungry lions and wolves and hyenas, and they just love when you give up a half a point, and then you have a disaster in round one the next day because you let go of the fighting tension in your body. Very dangerous technique to make that draw in the last round.
And we know the goddess Kasia, she does not reward short draws. But I got good news for you, Maurice. Alice Lee, she is leading. I think she's perhaps won our Young Player of the Year female. She got 42% of the vote in our poll. Liu Miao is in second with 28%, and Anna Shukman 21%. Afruza Hamdamova, she's playing right now, has got the vote with 9%. But we are going to get a big round today. It's the final round of the day, and we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we are going to break down every little bit of action that we're going to be seeing unfold. So stay with us.
I'm joined here by Carissa Yip, or as she called herself, Carissa Bounce Back Yip, after coming back from every loss with a win. Carissa, it's been a tough event, but tell me about this ability to come back with victories after losses.
You know, actually, first I want to say you said bounce back, not me. I prefer to be Carissa Nonchalant Yip. So in line with that, yeah, you know, feels okay. No biggie to be bouncing back, but
you don't have much time between the rapid rounds. Like, you know, after classical, you can go and recoup and get yourself together. But here, you just got to go move on to the next game. Is this why you're able to just kind of move on and forget about the last one?
yeah, I mean, I think Rapid and Blitz is generally just like a lot more for fun, whereas classical, I'm very serious about it, you know. So, you know, had some bad games here, but it's nice. Everyone's here. I get to talk to friends and stuff. Always keeps my spirits high, and just kind of try to focus on the next game.
So you're more here for enjoyment of playing chess, Blitz and Rapid than actual performance?
No, I mean, definitely I want to play way better than I did. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you just, like, have to have a shift in mentality after, you know, a couple bad games. Like, I can't be like, oh, I'm totally out of it now. I'm cooked, you know. I have to be like, still have to lock in, unfortunately, so.
And what about during the game? How do you, quote, lock in if you're in a stressful position, low on time, which of course is the nature of these fast tournaments?
Yes, very stressful. But I've gotten used to the stress at this point. I think like in classical, I kind of tend to avoid being in time trouble. Like time management is one of my strong suits. So it's kind of like a weird feeling to be having like 10 seconds on the clock. But also, yeah, we have like pretty good increment. So 10-second increments a lot. It's not too bad.
How about managing stress outside of chess? Is there anything specific that you do?
Stress outside of chess, I would say probably like most of the stress in my life, like 95% is from chess. But yeah, I mean, generally when I want to chill, I like to write a lot. It kind of just like helps me process things.
Like journaling?
Yeah, kind of like journaling or just like creative stuff. I like playing, play the electric guitar. Yeah, so that definitely helps me calm down a little bit. Yeah.
So you're quite a creative person, and this is what reflects on the board, right? You're a creative player too. Do you see those in sync?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been said before that who you are over the board reflects who you are in life. Yeah, sure, I'll take creative. There are a lot worse adjectives out there.
Well, thank you, Carissa. Well done for bouncing back or coming back, as I said. And good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Blitz or rapid?
Rapid.
Rapid. Prep or intuition?
Intuition.
Intuition. Attack or defense?
Attack.
Attack. Play solid or play creative?
Creative.
Play solid. Play favorites or play underdogs?
Favorites.
The first one? Yeah, the favorites. Yeah, favorite.
What's the first app you open in the morning?
WhatsApp probably. Telegram.
Generally WhatsApp.
Probably WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. WeChat. It's a Chinese chat application.
Probably Twitter. WhatsApp when I'm not with my wife, because then I see her message. And then otherwise I open probably still WhatsApp because I want to see the messages. Not a good habit now that I think of it.
Let's say chess.com. It's not always true, but often enough.
My messenger app, checking, my message from my beloved, from my wife, my family.
Okay, I was expecting Twitter.
Yeah, I know. I'm, giving the tricky, yeah.
Hang on a second. No.
What?
She won.
Who?
Vachier-Lagrave won.
Was it a mate on the back rank?
Yes, it was a mate on the back rank. Oh, wow.
No way. That was the only thing I was thinking. And I saw on the screen, Tan was just sitting there looking a little disoriented as Vachier got up and walked away. And I was like, what's going on? That it looks like that. And now we come back. Come on, show. I don't have it here. Please show it, because that's insane.
Absolutely insane.
She hung a mate?
She hung a back rank mate.
No way.
I mean, the players were down to their final seconds, and it's so easy.
You know,
I
was talking about the disparity between the king positions, but I just knew I wanted a little luft. Just be careful.
Wow.
And she lost like this.
No.
And we're talking about players. Look, we saw Bishop E6. I have this one on the board.
Yeah.
Great players in the world. Don't feel bad about your own blunders. It happened with this woman. Come on, one of the best in the world. And it happened to Abdusattorov hitting Bishop E6 tactic. It just shows that we are all human. We all make mistakes. Chess is hard. That's what I tell my students. First thing, you know chess is hard, right? Okay, stop your whining. Chess is hard.
Exactly.
We all blunder.
Wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year, and hope 2026 is filled with a lot of love for chess and friendship. Thank you.
The first ceremonial moon in Odessa.
Okay, I can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
5.
Oh, you didn't
Oh,
press the button.
Okay.
Yep.
First time was better. Why did I count so much faster the second time?
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, close.
are back for the final round of day 2 here at the FIDE World Rapid Championships. So far, we have some absolutely, I'm going to say, it has been nerve-wracking, it's been exciting, it's been jaw-dropping, it's been all of the positives, it's been fantastic. Now, as a result of all this play, we have 2 sole leaders in both the Open and the Women's. And it's been a tale of expect the unexpected.
Kind of what we expected, no? We talked about it, that really this tournament is so unpredictable. There are so many brilliant players out there. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And would you have predicted that Vladislav Artemiev would be at the top of the leaderboard going into round 9 of the Open?
Well, actually, I was expecting him to be doing so well in the Blitz. Yeah, that he does it in the Rapid. Well, he's capable of. Yeah, and there we see the standings. Artemiev with 7 points, but right behind him, Gukesh, Niemann, Strana, and another surprise, Alexander Shimanov. And he's not the youngest, but he's a great streamer. Has tons of experience. And then we see Magnus Carlsen, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Arjun Erigaisi back in the mix, Robson, Ralph Mamedov, and Erigaisi, Cristobal, the Chilean player. So Latin America should be extremely happy. And also Nielsen at Dogmus, Abdusattorov, already there sharing 6th place to 14th. He's on fire right now.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to 15-year-old Sina Movahed, who's coincidentally in 15th place. But there was a lot of unfamiliar names there in that roster, you know. Shimanov, perhaps he's the streamer, but perhaps a lot of us are unfamiliar with him. And here are the pairings for round 9. Magnus Carlsen is playing on a fixed board, so that's why he's at the top. He has black against Ray Robson. That's a very strong, very fast American grandmaster. But Vladislav Artemiev, tournament leader, faces Alexei Sorana, who has been European champion. He's an online speed specialist. He's altogether a dangerous player. Shimanov plays against Hans Niemann. And Gukesh finally rounds out the day against one of his old rivals.
Wow.
Norbek Abdusattorov.
A prestige duel there between the 2 youngsters.
Old rivals.
I mean, those 2 go back. They have history.
Oh, long history.
Very long one.
3 years ago history.
No, already it's like a lifetime's worth of battles. And they're just still barely in their 20s. And
Gukesh hasn't hit 20 yet, as he's still 19. Though.
Yes.
Yep. And in the women's, it has been Humpy Canary showing that cream rises to the top. She is the reigning Women's World Rapid Champion, and she's has a small lead with 6 points, but behind her, there's a whole pack of superstars. Alexandra Goryashkina, Zhuzhiner, Nina Besashvili, Lei Tingjae. I mean, we can just go on and just admire these list of players. But the big question will be, will Humpy, will she manage to hold on to that lead? Will she manage to extend it? Well, let's take a look at the pairings.
I'm not betting on it that it's going to be easy, I'll tell you that much. Right away, she's getting Goryashkina, and I mean, just look at that. Maria Muzichuk, Lei Tingjae, Jonah Valley. What? These are names upon names upon names, all chasing, all wanting the gold. This is some real murderer's row you're going to have to navigate in the next 4 rounds.
Divya Deshmukh, Women's World Cup winner as well. But Humpy Canary is on a winning streak. She's won 3 games so far. Can she make it a 4th? The games have begun. They're in progress. Let's go in and dive into the games.
Still early stages. They've literally just started. So we're just seeing some quick opening moves get played. And we'll try to look around and find something pretty exciting. But just at the moment, I don't see anything on the top boards that really strikes a fancy. Just basic opening theory getting played. Now, Ray Robson, by the way, American, he used to be a youngster, but now I believe he just hit 30s, 29 or 30-ish kind of range. So He can't be considered Little Ray Ray anymore. And Little Ray Ray used to be like up to your waist, and now he's one of the taller players in the room. So not so little at all, but he's used to being in time pressure a lot, navigating time pressure. He's one of those time pressure junkies. It's working for him here. It's working for this man, Artemiev, as well. Walking into time pressure, no big deal. I'll navigate those treacherous waters. Can he win this game, though? Or will he take his foot off the gas a little bit and try to cruise? I don't think he will going into this last round. I think he's got to think victory would just put him in such a sweet position going into the last day.
Well, don't they always recommend that when you're leading in the front that you should just play it move by move? You know, a draw is okay. It's important not to lose. But you just simply continue. And if you're giving the opportunity to push for more, that's exactly what you're doing. But Alexei Sarana is a fantastic opponent. But let's pull up the game and see how it's continued. So it starts off with d4 with white not having challenged in the center as of yet. It may or may not come later.
It was a reti, but yes, finally then the pawn landed on d4. This is modern chess. When you look at the position, you don't know where it came from because everything is kind of a total mix right now. Knight f3, d5, g3, g6, the professional way. The move order that Vishy Anand introduced against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match 2013, and it became very famous. c6, castles, knight f6. The idea is that if you play c4, then you have to reckon with d takes c4. And if you are not prepared, you might not be sure if you can comfortably capture that pawn. And this is the reason why Artemiev is now posing. He's famous for, playing all kinds of opening lines without move per move kind of preparation based on feelings, and he plays now the move b3 castle blitzed out by Sarana, and white has the chance to go c4 and then transpose to a typical c4 c6 b3 line, where black has this dc bc c5 kind of reaction, very thematic, which also has stood the test of time, says black keeping equality. Also black has other options. A very solid opening. We can basically move around because this is not yet the most exciting position.
Talking about excitement and unconventional games, can we cast our eyes on Alexander Shimanov against Hans Niemann? Because already we're seeing an unusual start. Trompowsky is not a familiar face at the higher levels. So bishop to g5 played, d5, and then there's knight to d2.
I think let's just also try to get them on the camera because...
Let's get there.
Yes, Shimanov against Hans Niemann. Fight of egos, I also feel, because Shimanov, the reason... He was like a 2650 player when he was 18 years old. Yeah, he was a kind of Russian great young player, but then he given up the career because there were just too many brilliant players in Russia. He couldn't make the breakthrough, and then he became a very successful streamer, talking non-stop and playing all these Rapid Blitz games, commentating on them. And he has his systems. And the reason I think why he's successful is that he has many of these specialties which he has tons of games on, and his opponents are, kind of, okay, this is objectively not critical. All right, forget about objectivity, this is rapid play. And he's also up on the clock without spending any time. And he already went for a walk. Look at this, he's walking around, and Niemann is deciding, should I take EF, GF, and he's down to 11 minutes. What is Hans doing? Is he doing the Artemiev?
I would suspect not. I think he's genuinely torn as to which direction he should capture that bishop, because both of them have their advantages and disadvantages. If you take with the g-pawn, well, that's kind of logical because you're capturing towards the center.
Yeah, but come on, this is Hans who is actually... wait a second, he's talking to the arbiter. What happened? What happened? Something happened because this is not normal.
Right.
But then why is the clock not stopped? Or probably it is stopped. Yeah, it's just that our clock is ticking, but no, because this is just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately noticed that something is not right.
And I'm looking in, yeah, he's actually...
The arbiter's communicating something to
Shimanov as well.
Maybe
they're
there's-
looking up for some reason. Like something... What
Maybe
could they
they're
be?
able to see. Let's have a look.
I don't see their position, oddly.
Okay, the game has been resumed.
Yes, resumed. Yes, this is correct. This is.
I see their position on the screen. They're the 8 boards that are above the playing hall, and their position is frozen.
And then it distracts them. Yes, of course, because they are playing their game, and you look up and there is nothing there.
Well,
But hang on a second. We
so
just
you're-
saw a result being played out as well. It's a
Mamedov,
draw
Vachier-Lagrave.
between Mamedov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime with the black pieces would have
Wow,
been happy
that's a big
to close
result.
out a nice day for him. And yeah, you were right, Peter. There was going to be no hesitation as to
Exactly.
which way to capture, and he captured with the e-pawn. Okay, but there are some disadvantages, swings and roundabouts. You know, now the pawn on d5 is a little bit vulnerable, whilst as compensation, black does have the bishop pair.
Yeah, this is how I envision actually Shimanov being able to be successful in this super field. Like he has these special structures, and also here he's going for this special structure against the isolated pawn. He will put the pawn on c3. He will have very easy kind of development, and he just plays very quickly. He knows the structures, and very unpleasant to play against a player like this in fast time control.
And I'm seeing now in the distance, the PGN is slowly catching up with their position. So,
yeah, honestly, I fully agree with the players that this kind of has to be fixed, because whenever you look up and you see on all the other boards there is action, and you look up at yours and it's stuck, and who knows, maybe there will be some controversy or whatever during the game that the arbiter needs to check the, you know, the move number, any claims, whatever. You are in the dark without the coverage. So very nice
well,
call.
actually, it hasn't moved off of bishop takes f6. It was stuck on bishop on g5, knight d2. It was in that position, and c5 had not been played yet. And then we see c5 get played, and now we see bishop takes f6 get played, and that was way back on move 4, and it's stuck now. Like it's crawling along one move at a time, which normally does not happen on a PGN. So I don't know what's going on there. I guess Hans is the one who can actually just look straight up and see it in the distance. There may be a board on the other side too. There is a board on the other side, but it didn't look like Shimanov was using it. Oh, there it is. Shimanov can see from that angle. We could see that Shimanov could look up and see the screens as well.
Yeah, and we see all the thematic moves being played in the position. Black puts something on e5, the knight. Yeah, that of course white cannot afford to take, because then black grabs the center, correcting the pawn structure. So all the play from white is based on the fact that you have this lovely d4 square, and black will try to use these central squares with knight c4 and so on. Normally you have a knight on e4, you might be thinking about an attack. But like this, I think stability is the most important thing. We can also move around. For example, Gukesh against Abdusattorov. I want to see that.
Before you move,
yes?
though, if we could go back to that camera angle that we just had, the one that was showing itself directly at Shimanov. If you look over his shoulder, right over his shoulder is the screens we're talking about.
Yes.
Right over that left shoulder. He's blocking it now, but that's what he was complaining about, was Hans looked up there and saw that the position had not moved just yet. And it's still stuck on bishop f6. So he's just decided, okay, they'll fix it at some point. But I remember Hans was playing against Wesley So famously in the U.S. Chess Championship that just transpired. And the newly renovated St. Louis Chess Club, the skylight suddenly had sun streaming down on Wesley, and Hans didn't think that was very cool. Was it on Wesley or was it on Hans? It was on Wesley, I believe, and they had to get an umbrella and hold it Chris Bird, who is here right now, international arbiter Chris Bird, had to get an umbrella and stand there with the umbrella to block the skylight. And this was
and you know, Maurice, that when I walked into the playing hall and I saw Chris Bird, I immediately went to him and I congratulated him in the name of chess players that this is the arbiter we want to have, who immediately finds a solution to any kind of problem. We very much appreciate this.
Well, that's what happened.
But to be fair, they could have just moved the board rather than have a poor arbiter.
That would have been a bit to do. That would have been a bit to do, given
They do
the
that kind of test on the strongest man, right? You know, like how long can you hold some bananas?
Well,
and the poor arbiter.
he just had to hold it long enough for the sun to make its way, and he did his duty.
But let's move to Gukesh against Abdusattorov. I want to see these two extraordinary young gentlemen.
Oh, Artemiev's game is also over. Did we note that?
Draw.
Okay,
yes.
draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so it makes perfect sense for Artemiev. We can focus on Gukesh against Abdusattorov.
But it means if one of those chasing him, half a point behind, wins.
That's right. That's right.
That's life. That's life. You can't win all the games.
You can't win. You can try to win, though. And I think in this one, they just didn't want to play. They just decided, we're just not going to play. And we had that warning. Don't make quick draws to close out the day unnecessarily. But it looks like he just decided, I'm not going to press my luck. I'm good to go. Let me go and get some rest and get a leg up on the players for tomorrow.
Exactly.
That could come back to haunt both these players. We'll just take a look as the day transpires. Because remember, there's people like Magnus who now will be desperate to win. He'll suddenly be only a half a point out of first if he wins right now. And you mentioned players who win could tie for first as well.
There are so many great players. Just if we go through the pairings, Robson against Carlsen, Artemiev finished in a draw, Shimanov, Niemann, Gukesh, Abdusattorov, Mamedov, Vachier-Lagrave also draw. Mamedov wanted to play it safe. And then Arjun, I see Erdogmus on board 7 against Nihal Sari, Mamedov is in the mix on board 8, Sindarov bounce back on board 9, Dominguez on board 10. Many great players are hoping that the leader Artemiev slows down, and then everybody suddenly gets a chance.
Please keep drawing. Please keep drawing. We saw how it happened with Magnus on day one. The draw in the last round, not that he didn't try, because he absolutely did, but then another draw, and then you lose that feeling of invincibility, and then suddenly you lose a game and you're gone. Wow.
Well, also remember that the longer the tournament continues, the more you start to feel the nerves, right? And everyone is actually going to start to feel it as well, because it's been a very long, it's also been a very intense tournament so far. I mean, we're only on the second day.
Yeah, okay, this is a rather slow affair.
Yeah.
So let me call out the Magnus game, just to get an update. I think Maurice, you have been looking at it. Can you just share your feelings? What's happening there?
These kind of positions liquidate pretty readily. You could also end up giving black a pawn structure that's not so healthy. This capture on d5 would be very natural to play. And then this secondary capture is the one that now makes you make a decision. Which kind of position do you want to play? Do you want to play the isolated pawn by capturing with the knight? White will be able to get this square d4 and hope to work on this diagonal. Or do you want to think about taking with the pawn, which is actually not possible in this position because you're dropping material. So White can immediately go for that kind of structure, but these are well-known waters. Magnus is navigating. He's hoping that somehow his opponent tries to do something dynamic or interesting or just different that gives him some chances, but this is something that the world number one will
takes d5, by the way, played. Can you just go back 2 moves? Because this knight f3 to e1, this is a very special move. We don't see that very often. But it just shows that Ray Robson, who is otherwise an e4 player, is already very familiar with all these subtleties of this, because the reason why black plays this c6, c5, opening up the bishop, and suddenly knight moves to e1, and that's how he will be able to get that structural advantage that you just showed after this rook e8, rook c1, rook c8, cd5, which had been played.
Yeah, the nice diagonal action with the bishop right here, and then go for the capture on that square. Very nuanced stuff, as you mentioned. Ray being a natural e4 player, I love it when players start to, as I mentioned, I believe yesterday, become ambidextrous, get more structures in your being. It just helps you as a player in the long run. And so, who else better to do it against than somebody like Magnus? And this is the position that we have. And actually, no, we're still on rook c8. That move
No, cd5 happened.
You said cd5 happened. Okay,
yes,
it's showing,
cd5
not showing
happened.
live on my board here, but yeah, cd5. And it's Magnus's turn to move. Did he capture back?
Well, on my screen he has 8 minutes, Ray Robson has 7.5. Maybe we can zoom in on the players to get a feel for what's really happening. The body language, everything, e takes d5 on the board. Yes, no surprises, and we are expecting the move d takes c5. It is very important, that's the whole strategy. Otherwise, if you give black the chance to play c5, c4, with the bishop stuck on b2, I don't think that you want that to happen. So yeah, dc5, provoke knight takes c5, and then jump back with the knight to f3, land the knight on d4, and play against the isolated pawn.
Yeah, makes perfect sense as well. But black is objectively okay, because yeah, you have that structural problem on d5, but a knight is willing to jump into e4 as well, and the rook is primed and ready to start applying pressure on the c3 knight. So I think Magnus will be very happy with the imbalance that he has, and he's, of course, knows these positions inside out. I'd like to just jump to the women's section, because there are two positions that I'd like your opinion on, Peter.
Yes.
And the first one is Alexandra Goryachkina against Humpy Kanaru, because Humpy has really gone into the tank, and it appears that she doesn't quite know this position. And is she in trouble? Even though the evaluation by no is a small favor for white.
Well, first of all, we have to acknowledge that a lot of pieces have been traded off. It's a very symmetrical position, but in such symmetrical position, of course, who has the more active piece is a big question, and Goryachkina just has played the move rook g5. She doesn't want to slow down. She hits the pawn on g7, so black has to react that knight d7 hitting the rook was not a tempo, and then probably she will try to also open up with h5 the h1 rook, and that feels very dangerous. But in order to understand how did this happen, just very quickly to run through the moves, it was the Petrov, and after knight takes e5, knight takes e4, whenever I see this move I say, oh no, we were all taught in our childhood that you can't play this move. Well, thanks to computer, actually it turns out that you can. However, it's always suffering, and we see here that Goryachkina nicely giving back the pawn and going for this knight b5, targeting the c7 pawn, and that's how things escalated. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2, takes, king d8, rook e1 coming, knight d7 h4, and knight c5 played, inviting rook e5. Alexandra jumped on the chance, activating her rook, and after g6 h5, I'm really worried for Humpy, and this is so uncharacteristic for her that why would she go into this dubious kind of line?
May I make a point quickly, please? Because it looks like the top players are deciding the last round is not the round to fight, at least some of them anyway. We have this position here on the board, the Hans Niemann game, and it looks as though they're repeating already. It's move 17 after the move h5, the move of the knight to c2 was played in the game by Shimanov, and bishop to e6, knight cd4, bishop d7, knight back to c2. We've seen draws already. We were thinking, let me consolidate my situation and get the heck out of here and fight tomorrow. It's not like you're going to get any weaker players tomorrow, though. So I guess they just want to get rest. They're fatigued, the nerves are frayed, and it's just time to go home.
It's also
or at least back to the hotel.
Conserve your energy, right? You get an earlier night.
Yes.
And then you can go in 100% power tomorrow.
But I think we also have to talk about the new element, which we haven't talked about, because we're always having Magnus in our minds, that the title on the line and so on. There's also a big prize fund on the line. And there are many players, for example, probably Shimanov, who thinks like, I'm not going to win the event. I'm not playing to become world champion. I'm trying to win as better prize as possible.
With 3 more rounds to go?
Well, 4 more rounds.
4 more rounds.
I'm sorry.
Even 4 more rounds.
Right, and it's the open section, right.
Yes.
With 4 more rounds to go.
But he wants to cement his good position.
And you could drop a couple of games and you'll be in the cement somewhere yourself.
You have to play the long game, right, in these type of events, because it's not just the rapid as well. You've got to think about, okay, you've got a chance in the blitz, so why not? When the nerves are fraying, it's been a long day, it's been very tense for the players. I can understand that feeling that, hey, let's end the day early, let's have a good night's rest.
But it's also some kind of a provocation, because Shimanov is like the underdog in all these fights, and he offers the repetition. Hans is very upset with all these kind of things. We see him, he's burning time, he's looking at you, and really you want to force the draw because he's hitting the d5 pawn. So let us actually jump back to that game, because it is very important for the tournament standing and for fans of Hans and so on, that there is this pressure on the d5 pawn, and this is what Shimanov is using, that if you protect this pawn with bishop c6, then white will not repeat, white will jump to b4 and will cash in on d5. So the whole point of bishop e6 is that after knight b4 you have d5, d4 due to the pin, and you are winning the game, you are clearly better. So that's the reason why, in fact, it seems that black is forced to play bishop e6. But if Shimanov is very smart, he's luring Hans to think like, I want to repeat. You go down on the clock, and he already has like a 5 minutes time advantage. And after bishop e6, he continues the game. What a trick that would be. Because it's not yet 3-4 repetition.
We will find out in just a few minutes what actually happens, whether it's a draw. Okay.
Meantime, there's a big development. Talk about not wanting to do badly. Did you have a result?
No, I wanted to go into a game, but I can see that you also have Gukesh, Nordebek, Abdusattorov.
Well, while players look like they're navigating draws, one Abdusattorov looks like he's trying to navigate a win. With the black pieces at that, take a look at what happened here. Gukesh decided to play the move knight a4 in this position. Looks like a nice place to go. Put your knight on c5, add a little bit of pressure. And the brilliant move, I love this sidestep. Queen to e8, stepping off the d line and looking to get the rook to d8 yourself. And this queen finds itself a little bit strange, especially since the queen on e8 is hitting just off in the distance the knight on a4. Gukesh, by the way, the best move is supposed to be bring your knight back to c3. Hard to play that move. You just play knight a4. The guy plays queen e8, and now you're going to crawl back to c3, realizing that having to realize that your move was not that good. Hard to do, and Gukesh did not do it. He played e4. And now after bishop to e6, black's pieces are getting better and better. Now knight to c5 looks like a good move, but here comes that move. Rook to d8 hitting the queen now had to hide. Because guess what? A knight is going to go to d4. Nobody's guarding that square. After the piece moved, he played it anyway, knight d4. And just those first, you just saw the few moves that got played. What did Gukesh get? He put a pawn on e4, blocked his bishop, weakened that square. This bishop is on a sweet diagonal now. And it's these knights looking really offside. You can double my pawns. Nobody cares because suddenly black's pieces look excellent. The engine hates white's position. Gukesh needs to figure something out because he's starting to go on the other side of the worst position here.
And I want to see the camera angle. I want to see how Gukesh is reacting, because we know that Nordebek is, you look at this, how Nordebek is leaning forward. He smells that this is a great chance. And Gukesh with this d4 weakness. This is very dangerous.
Sorry, I got some breaking news. There's already been, we've seen a lot of draws so far, but there's been a fantastic result for Wesley So, who defeated Aravind in what looks like it was a firecracker of a game. I mean, how did this happen? This is like a miniature here.
Yeah, he got a winning position right out the opening. My goodness, it was bad that fast. I got to go back. Oh, well. First of all, it was one of
the
Caro-Khans. He had the advanced Caro, but the kind of accident happened really quickly. Okay, we're just going back to here. We'll just go to fast forward a bit. I was trying to figure out the exact moment when the mistaken move occurred. 97 wasn't supposed to be that good. Yes, you get this one, but this unit is pretty tough. Continuing after a trade, and now white with the space, and eventually this move F4, the knight dropping back, and then G4. Whoa, here we go, F5, and suddenly the bishop is just trapped. Why is this easy? Takes, bishop to G5. He thought this was going to help, but bishop D4, and this bishop is the problem. It's just not going anywhere. How do you save it? Queen F6 played. We'll snack on that, and you can start punching as much as you want to. And actually, he got the piece back, but his king found itself in danger, and the queen penetrated, and just like that, it's over.
Yeah,
that's it.
Checkmate's unavoidable.
Check doesn't help. Here comes a mate on the square. If queen takes, then rook G1. Wow. Wow, just straight opening prep that became a disaster. And Wesley So with a very easy win. This is how you want to end the day. This is how you do it. You just walk out of here with a nice quick win. Thanks for the point. And he's on a comeback trail as well. Wesley, I think he's a half a point.
Yeah.
Is it a half a point out of first? No, maybe he might be a full point out of first. But still, that's the way to close out.
Yeah, that's
and Wesley's so very strong in Rapid, by the way. He's done so well on the Grand Chess Tour, and it's a very comfortable time control for him.
I'd like us to go also to the game between Maria Muzichuk against Lei Ting-jae, because Maria, we missed the moment, but she did find a big time move on move 15. Things were relatively... Yeah, I mean, this is the actual game position, but if we can rewind to move 14, where Lei Ting-jae blundered, and...
so this is this typical, just so that people understand, it was the G takes F6 French with knight F6, always leading to very interesting, intense battles. F4, F5, knight C3, knight F6. You always have to watch out for a potential D4, D5 break. This type of, and after bishop C4, B5, bishop B3, B4. Yeah, if the white knight moves, black gets beautiful grip. But this was the moment when white decided to strike, and this is absolutely justified because B takes C3, D takes C6, followed by E takes F7 check. The bishop protects the pawn, and after King F8 will be knight G5, knight E6 check, deciding the game. A horrible miss there by Lei Ting-jae. She had to take E D5 and then knight D5. Takes, queen e5, using the double attack on the pin on the bishop and the hanging rook on h8. Watch out for the destroyed pawn structure. Black king is still in the center. So there was nothing better than to castle, and now white just collects everything with interest. White is not only pawn up, but has total control, more active pieces, completely winning position.
Yeah, nice move there. D5 just exploding things open. And I'm going to direct us back to the Open because, Peter, we've been criticizing Artemiev. I don't know whether we're justifiable in our criticism of his clock handling, but it seems like Ray Robson is also...
Told you he's a time pressure addict. You said he was fast, and I was thinking, Ray? Ray is fast, yeah, when he has only 20 seconds on his clock.
Or 2 seconds.
Well, that's how I've always associated these American youngsters. You know, they're fast, they're speedy, they're sharp.
Not
dangerous.
Ray.
Not Ray, yes.
Ray is always in time pressure, and here he is 36 seconds. I'm impressed that he has that much time, in fact, because he's just such an addict for time pressure, but he plays well when he's up against it. And we've seen Magnus implode against a previous time pressure addict. He's not only is he ahead on the clock, he's doing better in the position as well as Magnus, so just needs to calm himself and just keep playing good moves.
Bishop F6, yeah. I guess that's the move because it's begging to be played. Bishop F6 on the board. Yes, the bishop belongs to the diagonal. Well, honestly, I feel like this is a very even kind of position. Black has everything under control. Typically, rook plays on c5, so whenever there is a trade on the c file, black is able to capture back with the pawn on c5, and then the d4 square will be under pressure, so white cannot really afford. And these kind of things are very often unpleasant to face, because if there is constant tension in the position, normally you would love to play some e3, queen e2, rook d1, harmony. But if you start with e3, I'm guessing that bishop a6 was a move that was disturbing white, because suddenly black is in time to occupy this diagonal. So queen d3 is aimed to stop bishop a6 and then somehow get rook f to d1. But 15, okay, probably 25. This is not correct. White probably gained the 10 seconds increment. Who knows? This is Ray. This is Ray. He will have 2 seconds pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a few times.
I like how you two are very chill about the clock situation.
No, it's not that. It's not the clock. It's the player. You just know that it happens the same way he felt about Artemiev.
Yes.
You know, you just like, yeah, but that's what the guy does, and that's what Ray does in every time control. Even in classical, he's got time on the clock. I just got to use it. Right? Why not use it if you've got it? And that's what he thinks. But by the way, Artemiev is, sorry, not Artemiev, Abdusattorov is putting on the screws against Gukesh, and his position has just grown. In each move, it just gets better and better as we find the world champion in some trouble. He had to play this move back here when knight d4 landed on the board. He played the move king to h1. Not the kind of move you necessarily want to play here. It just seems like it doesn't make any progress, leaves everything as is. The engine didn't think b6 was best. Knight b3 was supposed to be best, but how can argue with a queen just bursting out into the scene on the square? a4, the knight had to drop back, and now bishop g4. And now you can compare what has happened in the last couple of moves. I mean, the knight's gone, yeah, but black's pieces are the one who's grown in capacity and scope. And now the move knight to d5, and here is where Abdusattorov, who's now, though, down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds against Gukesh's 1 minute and 9 seconds. Engine's loving the black position here, giving knight to e2 the nod, going after this bishop.
He played bishop e2.
Bishop e2 looks more logical, to be honest, but bishop e2. And now, after rook g1, this pawn seems like it's completely meaningless as far as the engine is
knight
concerned.
check, king h8 was played, and rook g1. Yeah, this is the current position.
So the position goes knight e7, king over.
And rook g1.
And now rook to g1. And what an interesting sacrifice. The point now just to bring your bishop back? What happens if we bring our knight back? No, the knight should still go back here. The engine's insisting you should have had a knight on this square.
Well,
and after rook to c7,
knight takes rook.
To take the rook. We could have had the knight on the square earlier, but it would have been a different kind of chess. Well, here we go. Rook g1 on the board, and then a little bit of time pressure. Anything could still happen, but it's Abdusattorov for choice right now.
Yeah, look at Nadia back. He's so focused. He senses that this is a golden opportunity. And it just reflects, if you look at the clock situation, 120 for Gukesh, that he was not feeling comfortable. Yeah, because you don't want to do this in a rapid game.
And by the way, Hans declined the repetition and played queen e8, and now he's the one who's better by a lot in the position. Just in 3 moves after declining the repetition, he's the one who's in control of the board now. And that's the kind of play you want to see in the last round where, you know, when you're young like this, you're young and foolish. It's great. You just be optimistic. I don't want to draw. Forget that.
Yeah. One thing, though, if Hans wins, he will share the lead. He will go into the final day of Rapid with a half-point lead over the rivals.
Well, but this is a big question. If this is now better because there is something very direct, or is the position better? Because it looks like, wait a second, takes on f3 bishop e5.
Yes.
Is white losing an exchange, so white has to sacrifice, or call it a sacrifice, because after bishop takes f3, bishop e5 happens, we are hitting the rook, and if the rook falls back, then suddenly there's bishop a4.
Yep.
Not only winning the pawn, but also winning the exchange. So Shimanov, by too much thinking about this draw, let's try to repeat whatever, tricked himself.
He has to give up an exchange.
But okay, how bad is it if he gives up the exchange, takes on d5, and that's exactly what he's done. And he's got the light squares as compensation. Let's not panic too much. You can anchor a bishop on d5.
Yes, I cannot play bishop takes a4, or I can, but after bishop a4 you have rook takes d8.
Rook takes d8, yeah.
Intermezzo, and that should probably save you.
The smart money is on rook takes d5, which is really sophisticated. You play rook takes because bishop takes is literally unplayable.
Yes.
Because of bishop a4. So you have to go for the rooks leaving the board. This is not something you want.
On the board, rook takes d5.
And he's done it.
Captured.
Excellent chess. You lose your rooks, you only have the light square bishop. It's not like he's going to combine with anything else. So massive trades in this way, and he realized he had to do it. And he will have a nice bishop on that square, but boy, you better hope the rook doesn't get any kind of work, the black rook. But I got to say, it is tricky how you get your rook into the game.
Yes,
yeah?
Humanly speaking, this isn't obvious that black is really much better. It's like, okay, only black can be better. Yeah,
Yes.
white can never be. White is trying to set up a fortress. For example, after bishop d5, maybe something like knight b5, and whenever you play like rook d8, queen d7, then maybe we'll have to play the ugly c4 to cement the bishop.
I have a question though.
Yes.
Because when I'm commentating, I like to be a hacker. And so one of the things is that the white king isn't necessarily that safe. So going into that particular position, isn't it possible for black to go h4, move the rook out of the way, set up some kind of battery?
Yeah,
cheap
yes.
central.
Okay, now takes b6 happened, but I don't think that there's anything concrete because the knight will probably hop into b5. You can play h4, but actually I can just walk away with my king to e2 because the bishop on d5 beautifully protects back on g2. Yep. I don't know how easy it will be for Hans to break through, but it's a very nice problem.
It's a pleasant position, and let's go to the first board between Ray Robson and Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus, he did not like losing against Artemiev, and now it looks like he is back in business once more. This will be his second win in a row once he does it, but number one, it's the D pawn.
He's up a
it's
pawn.
all about that.
He just was able to take a pawn.
Queen d5 is coming. Queen d5 and the game over, basically.
Yes, he snatched the pawn on e2 for just no reason at all. And once he was able to do that, now he just has a passer. And there's queen d5, as you mentioned. Just straightforward mistake by Ray allowed Magnus to put a bishop on a6. You see the bishop on this diagonal. You think it was been on this diagonal the whole time. It actually went to a6 and took on e2 and then came back to this diagonal. And now it's all Magnus in cruise control, dominating the position every which way. Ray trying to trade off the bishops, but that really doesn't look healthy. Look at Magnus just play h6, no back rank mate. It's all about technique now. The last thing you want to have when you're playing against the endgame wizard that he is.
Yeah, and again, I'm tracking the positions in the women's, and Humpy Canero, she might have turned things around and has now an advantage against Giri.
Really, from that position?
If she wins this, she will be in the sole lead, but she cannot rest easy because Maria Muzicek is still winning against Letingje, and Zhu Jiner is winning against Divya Deshmukh as well. So in the women's, there are no quick draws whatsoever. It's a full fight.
Wow, talk about a fight. Nordebek is now increasing his advantage big time against Gukesh. He actually was able to exchange queens. And look at this beautiful tactic that he played. Nordebek in this position here. This looks like a great bishop sitting on this square. And look at this move. Bishop takes e5 with a splash. Thank you very much. By the way, he was already up in exchange. First of all, how did he get up in exchange? We'll come back to that in a second. But the point is, after takes, now f6, you're hitting this piece, and you're threatening rook d1. He's going to have to give you the bishop. That's going to be nasty.
Bishop e4 played, rook d1 check.
But I'm just curious. Oh, he won the exchange back here. He did actually play this way, and that's it. Just stolen exchange out of the position, and that's how we got to here. And you said bishop takes, what was played? F6?
Yes, f6, bishop e4, rook d1 check, king g2, fe, f3. This is the current position. And with 10-18 seconds for Gukesh, let's see them on action.
This has been a complete evisceration. I mean,
G5.
it hasn't been close at all.
is very nice also. I just wanted to point out that rook takes h7, which looks like a very natural move, giving a check, is really not attractive because the king just slides over to g8, and the bishop on e4 could be overloaded.
This is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is absolutely over.
What a great game. Well, how well played. With the black pieces,
Yeah.
and it just looked like he was better all throughout.
And he made this nice little tactic, bishop f3 check, bishop takes f3, rook d2 check, and it is game over. Black will get g takes f3 in.
Nice finish.
This is terrible.
Well, I told you guys, Abdusattorov, if he starts to win, he's the man also to follow.
Yeah.
Definitely getting
You
the job.
did tell us. And
But we didn't tell Gukesh. Somebody should have told Gukesh, be careful. Be careful.
I think he knows how tough this rival of his is. And it's looking desperate with the knight on a7, rook takes h2. Now the threat of f2 and rook h1 on tap. And how do you stop that? Actually, how do you stop it?
Well, it's by resignation. That's the only kind of thing. Yeah, it's completely hopeless. What will
with no time on the clock as well?
Yeah, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. e6 is pushed, but where is this pawn going? f2, rook f7, kind of the defense, but that is also hopelessly lost. Then black can just, yeah, f2 play. The rook f7 will happen.
Yeah,
and
happy trade and just.
And then you trade and king g7 just and chill.
Take that. We'll get that and.
And against knight c8, we even have rook h6 if we want to, in this protecting our b6 pawn. I also like this little finesse. And then the knight is also cut. But okay, anything wins.
Evil.
Yeah, well, actually, that's a really important point, because if the b6 pawn wasn't there...
Yeah, then the knight can start jumping towards the king side. The knight c8 played. Rook h6 will be blitzed out. Yes, he's moving for the rook. That is the move he wanted to play.
Yeah, rook h6. Keep pawns on
the
both
board.
sets on sides of the board.
And now the knight is also in trouble. Plus, black's king is walking towards the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this b6 pawn wins the game.
By the way, Hans...
It shows the weaknesses of the knight, how they're not able to perform on both sides of the board, whereas for Magnus is simply doing the business against Ray Robson, coming in with the queen.
That's it. Resignation by Ray. Magnus with a great comeback after a bad loss.
Yeah, 2 wins in a row. Can he continue that winning streak tomorrow?
And look at this, Ray is not leaving the board. He's so disappointed at himself that how did this happen? Well, don't spend so much time. This is insane. You cannot play the game in a complex middle game position with 30 seconds on the clock against Magnus Carlsen, in a type of position where maybe even 1 hour on the clock would not be enough.
And it looks like it's a great day for Edomush as well, as he's taking control over Nihal Sarin.
By the way, the camera, just looking out into the playing hall, on the big stage is the camera with Ray disconsolate with his head on his right hand, and that's just not a good image, as he's just so sad about what it is.
And let's follow Erdoğan versus Nihal Sarin, because even Magnus thinks like this is the game of the moment. He's watching. It's a crazy time scramble.
He had actually walked out almost and then turned double back and said, wait a minute. I need to see some stuff going on over here.
And it looks very good for Erdoğan, because he's not only up a pawn, but his pieces are very dominant. Knight on d5, knight e4. If the pawn on e5 is falling, the pawn on c5 is falling. And black has a compromised pawn structure. 4 pawn islands. That's what we were taught in our childhood, that don't do that.
Well, I think we can zoom in on the board, because players are moving so quickly that it's very difficult for the live board to keep up. There we see it. Knight takes pawn on the board, and that's a beautiful pawn mass that are going to get up the board. B5 coming.
Yeah,
B6.
and the knights are just so dominant.
We can predict the ending here.
14. Or did he turn 15 now?
No,
I don't
he's
know.
14.
He's still 14.
And he's working with Shaq Mamadjarov.
I mean, these kids. I mean, I know his age, but he can't be that age and be playing like a boss.
Well, he's 26-60 already. And look at his rapid rating, 24-46. This is what I'm telling, that these rapid ratings are so crazy. He got the rating when he was 5 years old, or how does this work? In any case, he's a monster.
Oh, my gosh. He's just bloodying the guy's nose playing chess like this. And Gukesh is also experiencing that pain right now as well, as he can almost resign in his position. He can basically resign. Hans Niemann actually down to 20 seconds, both of them with 16 seconds actually in their game. So just wild stuff going on everywhere as these players try to get this win.
You're totally right, Maurice, because it's also turned wild in the game between Alexandra Gereshkina and Hampi Kaneru as Alexandra starts to fight back. That was a very crazy double rook knight endgame with both sides having pass pawns. The engine, as always, saying 0.0, but it's not that easy.
Wow.
Okay, now there's been some further developments, and now Black is completely winning. So Alexandra not quite finding the right way to defend.
I know, there was a pawn on b6. That's why it was hidden behind the black king.
Yeah.
So knight d5 check, and then knight takes c3, and the knight is in time to save the game. But this is the Adogmus game.
Yeah, we can see
there. Hang on a second.
We can try to come back.
Will Gereshkina save this one?
Very difficult.
Won the c3 pawn.
Yes, but Black's king is coming.
No, but King d2 was a very nice move.
Just in time to stop Black's king. Okay, knight f4.
Well, you can't go g3 because of knight to e2.
Knight f4, yes. On the board.
No, but does knight e2 immediately draw?
Okay, no, knight e2, king e4, we continue. Knight e2, king e4,
That's
and
true.
it gets scary.
That is,
of course, it is a draw, but...
Oh, then you go knight to g3.
Yes, and then you activate the knight.
Yes, then you go around controlling the g3 square.
But okay, as long as you are able to set some problems, with little time on the clock, anything can happen.
It's quite funny because I'm looking at the table base right now, and it says there are 3 drawing moves with that knight. Knight b1,
knight e2 check
knight
on the
e2,
board.
knight b5.
Yes, of course you don't want to go far with the knight. Only computer can do that. Yeah, knight e2 check, king e4. That's the human way. And we are expecting this knight g3 check.
Doesn't knight g1 draw here too? Maybe
knight h3.
No, knight g3 is the only
move.
Only move, and it's the most natural one as well.
Yeah, it is the most natural.
The knight will start dancing around in a circle.
Yes, this was the logical position, but okay, still. Let's try to pretend that we are threatening something.
How do we get this? I mean, you got to keep the king out and...
Yeah, unfortunately, knight g2 runs into knight h6, g3, knight f5. That's an instant draw.
Yep.
And then white sacrifices the knight, so I can't block the g-pawn, but otherwise you can also come with the king.
I was just thinking king f2 here.
Then rely on Zugzwang.
Yeah, something just to keep the king out. What else can you do? If the king gets in the game, then...
But then maybe knight d6, I can...
You stop.
I can get to the knight e4 construction.
Good idea.
Okay, in any case, she has to find the move to cause some headache. Knight h3 played. Wow, and she goes knight h6, g3, knight f5, g2, knight h4. Just in time to sacrifice the knight.
Give me that.
Yep, nicely done by Gereshkina. Nice save there.
Hans Niemann winning, by the way, completely in his game. The rook finally came out and now is doing heavy damage, about to win easily, in fact.
Okay, let's pull that one up because rook takes f2 is about to make an appearance. That's it. it's
the bishop
more or
on
less
d5,
over.
by the way, has been sitting there beautifully, gorgeously protected. Yeah, great, wonderful, good for you. But guess what? Look at that dark square attack that you could not do anything about. And as soon as the rook was able to get in the game, he was able to get this going, and then he's going to reposition himself for the new dark square diagonal with bishop to c7. Now you got to watch out for any attack on that pawn that you simply can't defend because you just don't have a piece that is an adequate counterpart to that bishop on c7.
Yeah, it is hopelessly lost for white. Yes, c5, okay, you have nothing else to do than at least push something. Correct, also stopping queen d6. But yeah, the black queen will activate itself, yeah. Threatening queen h1, checkmate, or queen f1, checkmate.
And you can't play queen d4.
Yes, because you moved the c-pawn and then takes, rook d2 will just win the game.
So knight e1 now on the board, and here comes again the repositioning on the dark squares, queen to c3, your bishop on d5, again, looks so gorgeous, but turns out to be simply anemic. It's nothing in the position to somehow to use it, and he just lost on time, actually.
Yeah,
clock was ticking down, he didn't play knight f3 fast enough. Hans Niemann with a huge win.
Very important one.
Absolutely surge. I believe it's a half a point. Well, he's tied.
I think he's
tied.
tied.
For a tie.
He's tied with Vladislav Artemiev.
And look at this on the top boards. Magnus Carlsen winning his game. Artemiev Sana was a draw. Niemann wins. Abdusattorov wins. Erdogmus wins. Mamedjarov wins. Sindarov wins. Dominguez wins. And so wins.
Also won.
Yeah, so it's completely wild.
Yeah.
We will have to look at the standings to understand, because I think we have also lost track already. Who is where and why and how.
And also, I can tell you that in the women's section as well, it's now a two-way tie between Zhuzhina against and Humpy Canary. So, and again, they're on 6.5 points. And they are being trailed by a whole load of people on 6 points. So we're talking about really narrow margins in both sections. Tomorrow there's going to be 4 rounds remaining in the Open, 3 rounds remaining for the women.
Let me tell you something. You know, we're going to keep an eye on it and see if it's correct, if the analysis, the trend, the idea that you take a draw to get your rest in that next round, and you walk out of here. But there are players who played for the fight in that round. They said, no, we want to win this particular round and make that big comeback. You see Hans walking out. He's got his chest stuck out. He's walking with a swag like, that's right, I could have taken a draw. I had the black pieces. My opponent was happy to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to win this tournament. With the black pieces at that, it's an easy excuse to say, yeah, but he had black. Everybody says that. Yeah, but he had black. He's probably satisfied. He said, no, I'm not satisfied with anything. I'm trying to win here. You walk out him, Magnus, Abdusattorov also wanted black. Magnus won with black, right? We just saw a slew of really strong players say, we want to win. That, going to bed tonight, is a different feeling, right? You say, yeah, I'm putting myself in position to win the tournament. The guys who drew, they might feel satisfied, yeah, it's okay. But I think there's a little seed of, maybe I could have played harder or should have played in their minds. We'll see. It's a tough road to try to win this championship, and everybody has their own way. But you got to give it to the players with heart who decided, even if I had the black pieces, I'm looking to win this tournament, and I've made my mark coming into the last round.
Actually, there was also this Iranian battle between Sinamovahed and Parham Maksodlu. Maksodlu has stopped Sinamovahed with the black pieces. Sevian won, Nepo won, Alireza only made the draw, Fabi won, Anish won. So big guns, and Alexander Grishuk also won his game.
Still one game ongoing, well, still a few games ongoing, and one of them is between Heik Mater-Rosen against Faustino Oro.
Board number?
39.
39.
Let's see how the 12-year-old
Wow,
is
against
doing.
Heik Mater-Rosen. That's a big one. And Faustino is in the driver's seat. How much time does he have? We have to look.
13 seconds.
7, 6, 5. Make a
4,
move.
3, finally moved. Had 2 seconds left when he moved.
Queen d2 was the move that he played. What does this do?
Again, let's focus in on
let's
players
zoom in because we cannot.
B3 making an appearance.
Queen
Offer
D1
a
trying
queen
to
trade.
trade queens.
Unnerving moment as he's now back under 10 seconds yet again, trying to decide. He's going to have to make a move. 4 seconds, and he decided to trade queens at simplified.
Yeah, he's 2 pawns up after all. 2 pawns, it's not just one.
Yeah, but the rook on G6 is a little bit
He
offside.
might, yeah, he's losing the B3 pawn. Rook E6, rook B3, rook D3. White will survive this.
Oh, and the youngster bouncing up and down, perhaps a little bit nervous.
Yeah, now he's
Advancing
just
the H-pawn.
not thrilled having to play that move, and you can see it.
King G2 high does not even capture the pawn, immediately makes a nice prophylactic move, King G2.
And there goes the pawn and a pair of rooks.
And okay,
And
well,
this should be a draw.
but in the king will come, right?
Yeah, but white doesn't have weaknesses. Only the F2 pawn, which is nicely guarded, so white's rook can get active.
Yeah.
In fact, it is an easy draw.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking if the black king could somehow get it onto E4, and maybe we'll see some kind of H4 happening. But yeah, you're right, the C6 pawn, the extra pawn is just simply weak. And Faustino, the disappointment is there.
Yeah.
He knows
It's
this is not going to be an easy task at all to
It's not just
squeeze out an advantage.
It's not just technique, right? It's time. And so you have to blend that. You just have to have enough time on your clock, and you could see that he didn't. And now he's just kind of is making moves, no longer in heavy time pressure, but no longer having the advantage that he once had, and his opponent will likely make a draw here. Could I draw your attention to the Sindarov win? Just a nice little cute tactical win he had. We just very quickly show this as the players go about their business here. But this one finish was just a cute little combination. It's not super huge move. Again, if we could just bring it to light here, always nice to see a nice finish. In this position, white is clearly up material, in fact, 2 pawns, but he won the game in a nice little way. He sacked an exchange and then played this move. And it looks like, wait a minute, maybe we can stop that guy. But oops, I just queen. And now when you take, thank you for the fork. Just a nice, cute little finishing combination there to bring Sindarov back up within the fighters mix.
Absolutely, and we see that poor David Anton has lost 2 consecutive games, not using his chance against Gukesh. He lost, and now he's losing another game. We can head back to the Faustino game, I believe, because they are probably still playing it out. It might be the last game to finish. Faustino, with the frustration that he had a chance to... No, draw agreed already. Yeah, there was nothing to play. Faustino's just complaining that I could have done this, and he kind of agrees that, yes, my friend, you really had the chance there to win.
I gotta show you, I don't know, Peter, if you can bring it up, but there's a fascinating position back on board 63 between Uskov Artem against Puya Idani, because...
I know I can't,
yeah,
I only have top 50.
It's a situation where white has a queen and 2 pawns, B2 and E4, and black has a bishop on E3 and a pawn on G2.
Wait a second, I can try
you bring
to...
it up?
This is which
Maybe
number?
Maurice,
63?
It's 63. And I'm just laughing because despite white having so much extra material...
And who is playing it?
It's Artem Uskov against Puya Idani.
Yes,
this position is just simply a draw. There's no way to give a check that picks up the G2 pawn. And if you cannot do that,
it is crazy.
the G pawn is unstoppable.
So how do you maneuver? Where do you go with the king? King F8, Queen F5 check. You have to go to E7. It's the only square after Queen F5 check. And the bishop is such a dominator. What a construction.
And this is where, if there were no pawn on E4, you'd go queen, queen E4
just
at the
remove
end.
that, remove that pawn. Can I just push it aside? Yeah, Maurice is already capturing it on his phone. Yeah, this is history being made here in
Geometry.
Doha.
Well, I might have to make a study out of this one.
Yeah.
That's a weird position that black can draw.
And
yeah,
then
what
we
a
keep
save.
on, we
Yeah,
keep on
impressive.
checking, and then this king hides on e8, right?
Yeah, you got to be precise with where you put
Yes, and then queen b8 check, we go back to f7.
Yeah, and if the queen...
No, king
No, be
f7
careful.
loses.
Queen b3 in that position.
Yes, queen b3, so we
Yes.
have to,
You
yeah,
have to
it's
go stick with
very
the formula,
tricky.
king E.
The formula is what? King d7, king
no,
d7?
King E7.
You know, there's so much pressure on me, I'm handling the mouse. Yeah, what is the right square?
I think
Just tell me, I'm thinking when I'm handling the mouse.
Oh, king e7 should
King
be okay,
E7.
no?
King e7.
Yeah, because queen to G8 is met by...
Yes, so queen b4 check.
Okay.
And we
And
hide
now-
on e8
We have
again.
to go back to e8.
Yes.
There's no
And then I'm going to give queen a4 check. I mean, it's nerve-wracking.
Yes, you keep switching everything,
Okay,
but
and now you got to be
King
careful.
d8, you have
Yeah.
to go.
D8, yes.
Yeah, because king f8, queen a3, king e7, queen a3,
yeah,
king f7,
seven,
queen
queen
b3.
b3.
So luckily we have the only move which we really love when we don't have choice. We just, what a construction.
this is insane. Yeah, the geometry of this.
But
is
good
wild.
luck navigating it with 10 seconds on the clock. Was black able to do that? The clock stopped. Is the game still in? It is, no? There is big gathering there.
It is very much that. Okay, what's happening here?
And look at the smile, the happiness. So black survived. Idani Puya with all his friends.
Yep.
Daneshvar
agreed.
and Sinamova had the Iranian national team.
I'm glad that there was an audience to watch that particular finish.
Absolutely. Because this is one of the most amazing kind of constructions we have ever seen.
Mhm.
And look at the joy of the players. Yeah, survived this the way how it happened. Probably he was completely lost before. Yes, he was lost before. Ooh,
What a save.
what a save.
Still some games ongoing. We see on our camera there's some games happening in the women's
Board
section.
number.
Board number, I'm trying to pull it up. Okay, so this is board number 32.
32.
Alina Bivol against Umida Omonova. And again, we have a rather unorthodox battle between a queen and two bishops.
Now, where is this game?
It's on board 32.
Yeah, so it is 82. Yes, 82. For me, because it's all together with the man. Yeah, that's why I need time to find it. Should be a draw with the two bishops and also this lovely, lovely double pawns. You say thank you very much for those pawns. There's no entry square. You can just rely on going back and forth. You just sit and enjoy.
No, this is almost
Total
impossible.
fortress.
It's almost impossible to give any zugzwang. Like,
Yes.
you can forget it.
Maybe
Those
with
pieces-
black we start to play for a win.
No, stop
if,
it.
if the bishop could be on e5 instead of g7, who knows? You know, give it to Magnus, bishop on e5, he starts.
And then what? Push your F pawn? You don't want to touch that.
You don't want, you play on nerves.
Yeah, they'd have to blunder something, even if you could switch that bishop around.
Well, the king is sneaking its way forward. You know,
Yeah, but
maybe
there
you've
is
got queen
no-
g2 ideas.
There is no way to get in because the two pawns are stopping every entry. The bishop is stopping every entry here from behind as well.
Pure fortress.
Yeah, total fortress.
There's too many moves that will be possible. The bishop can also, if the queen tries to sneak around at g8, then the light square bishop can go along the diagonal.
Yes, I thought like, yeah, I'm not even sure that I like this king g6, but okay, it does not seem to matter that much.
That's what I meant. Okay, she's decided you're not even going to get to g8. Where are you going? Oh, this is an interesting idea to try to get the bishop to commit itself. So you can somehow, if bishop g6, then king g4 with the idea
Yeah, but
of
we
h5.
can just wait with bishop f3. I mean, we can just
That's what I
be on
meant
the
about having
diagonal,
this
yes.
diagonal. You just keep, you have so
Exactly.
many moves.
Yes, too many moves, yeah.
And every day we're announcing a player of the day for in both the Open and the Women. And in the Open, I mean, who would you say is a worthy winner? I mean, we have like Hans Niemann, you know, he scored 3.5 points out
Yes,
before.
well,
Abdusattorov.
Niemann, Abdusattorov, and their Dogmus all these three
Yes.
comes to my mind because they, I don't know, they kind of...
Artemiev.
Yeah, but Artemiev slowed down. He beat Magnus, and then he kind of had very nice little draws. But that's why I don't feel like he's the man of the hour. He is the leader of the tournament. He's not even the leader alone already.
He's, well, in that case, Hans Niemann is a worthy opponent. Some kind
You
of
get brownie
award.
points. You get
Yes.
brownie points, definitely.
Yes.
But
I'm not able to decide, but do we have to decide it for the audience? I think let's pass it to the audience, not to decide.
They might not have enough time. They have to be very quick.
Do it, yeah,
Press-
everybody jump on the chance. Because I don't think that we can call out anyone
Okay.
because there were too many brilliant guys.
Yes, well, sadly, we don't have enough technical opportunities to do this. So it will be up to
Then
us.
just in the chat, 1, 2, 3, write your favorites, guys. Everyone following us, shout out to you all.
Yeah, big thank you. And for the women, Humpy Canaro is a natural contender, having won 3.5.
Yeah,
You know, 3.5 out of 4. And we also have Chen Yining. You know, she might have scored 3 out of 4 today, but her performance is just absolutely phenomenal. 25-80 performance. Oh, the Queen is a dangerous piece, Peter. One learns this in life.
Dances around. Oops.
Yeah.
Already.
Some threats.
It's
so-
again move 117. The ladies love playing chess. That's, I think, the conclusion, because every round, kind of, the ladies have some very special kind of game, crazy end game, fighting till the very end.
I gotta say, there's very few quick draws in the women's section. It's
I don't
really
think that they know that this exists.
Bitter
No?
end.
I don't think that they know that it exists. What is this quick draw?
I think it only exists if you're very good friends, and otherwise, it's like no.
We love to play
fight.
chess. Yes. Wow, Bishop h6. Look at Umida Omonova.
I mean, just always going to have moves.
Always.
Trying to give Zhou Zhuang here is just next to impossible. Bishop comes back.
Lovely construction. And she's looking around. Why are we playing this? I'm enjoying it, but why are we playing it? It is a draw.
Let's move the king up
King
again.
h6.
Nice little nook.
I'm just very interested, when did we reach this position? It seems like move number 90 was the last capture on f6, and we are 30 moves, so 20 more moves to be played before anyone can claim, and the players don't even have access to that. This we have already witnessed.
And just checking, is this the final game
It is.
of the round? And it absolutely is.
Yes.
The case the players.
It's amazing playing hall. Yeah, whenever I look, turn around, and
It's such a rare.
yeah, look at
opportunity
this.
for
Yeah,
us.
that suddenly everybody disappeared, but there is still this one game going on with queen versus 2 bishops, plus this lovely construction with pawns on f7, f6.
Just to show how big the playing hall is from this view. You see it right there. You get even more boards as the camera pans in the area of where they are playing. Just the massive amount of space, comfortable for the players, elbow room and leg room.
Fantastic.
It's great.
Yeah.
Also, all the flags there. I think it's very nice to play in an environment like this.
It's very good, you know, it's very important to have space. It's also very important to have light. And that's something that this arena has in spades.
As I mentioned,
Well, this
Qatar
game is going to
used to
continue
hosting
for a long
these
time.
sorts of events, and
It's the creme de la creme.
they know how to get it done.
They know
Not
how
just
to
in
put on a
chess,
show.
but in a lot of other sports as well.
Well, because this game is going to take a relatively long time, let's take a look at the results of the round. And Magnus Carlsen at the top.
Wow, look at this. On the top 6 boards, 3 black wins. Incredible. You don't see it very often.
Magnus Carlsen defeating Ray Robson. For Vladislav Artemiev, it has been a rather spectacular day for him, but he did finish very calmly with a quick draw against Alexei Sarana. He'll be having to bring the heat tomorrow if he wants to maintain his lead, because right now he's sharing it with Hans Niemann after that tremendous game against Alexander Shimanov.
That's tomorrow's pairing.
That is
Hans
going to
with
be
white
tomorrow.
Against Artemiev.
and Vlad with black. right? Like that's the pairing. The two of them can prepare tonight because they know they're going to play each other. They haven't played yet, so that's a natural pairing. In first place at 7.5 points, but trailing them will be Magnus on 7, Abdusattorov on 7, and
Savonov on 7.
Dogmush on 7.
Dogmush on 7.
That's
it. And Alexei Savona, yes.
Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah.
I think Adomash's performance, I mean, what do you think? Worthy of player of the day?
Tremendous.
Well, definitely, but he was not even selected. Being the top, Faustino won the poll. Guys, where have you been? You haven't been following that.
Well, we didn't know. We didn't have that until now.
But we can kind of give him a consolatory.
You can't vote retroactively.
No. I'm saying he lost the poll of the day.
Yes.
So that was definitely Faustino Oro. But we have the opportunity to...
We have to correct.
We have to correct this. Award Adomush Player of the Day.
I don't think it's even a correction. He's a kid.
He's a kid, 14 years old.
He's 14 years old, and what the heck is he doing on like board 2 or 3?
Okay, well that's sorted for Player of the Day when it comes to the Open. But for the women, when we have a choice, it's Humpy Canero, who rose to the top of the table, now sharing the lead.
Let's go for youngsters. Chen Yining. Yes, let's give Chen Yining.
Performance of 25.80. Okay. That is certainly impressive.
She has beaten Kostenyuk. This we have seen in that Queen endgame. And she also drew with black against Harika. And after all, Humpy is leading the tournament. I think she's very happy with that. She forgives us if we support youngsters.
Okay, well, there you go. It has been decided by our panel. We are going to reward the efforts of the youngsters. 14-year-old Yazkan Adomush, 7 points, and Chen Yining just making waves. Performance rating of a 25.80. And tomorrow, the action will conclude in the rapid portion. It begins the same time, though. At least we'll not have any early morning starts. But take a look at this. If you're here in Doha, it's going to be 2 p.m. If you're in Berlin or in Europe, then it's going to be 12. It's a very nice thing. You can enjoy your lunch and enjoy the chess.
And set your alarms in New York. Hans Niemann is fighting for the title. He's leading the tournament 6 a.m. Not an excuse not to wake up.
And if you're cheering for Faustino Oro in Buenos Aires, then again, set your alarms nice and early, 8 a.m., perfect time. Enjoy your breakfast and enjoy the chess. And for those of you in Tokyo, Beijing, well, it's at 8 p.m. What a day it has been. I thought after yesterday that we were going to see Magnus Carlsen just dominate the field because he was so impressive, making things look easy. And then we saw Vladislav Artemiev. It wasn't the smoothest of rides, but he's now at the top, co-leader with Hans Niemann.
They're being trailed, knock, knock, by one Magnus Carlsen. He's back in business, and there are 4 rounds to go with Magnus thinking, I'm winning every single round. That's my attitude. So it's all up for grabs with all these players. Abdusattorov playing extremely well, taking down the world champion today. So who knows? I don't even know what the trend is. Who do you pick?
No one.
I mean, just... For who? It's just crazy what's going on right now in the tournament, and it's great. We're going to see 4 fighting rounds tomorrow. It should be a treat.
Yeah.
Perfectly agreed. I can't really add anything because the action tells the story. It's an insane tournament, and we are in for a treat. What a final day it's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, and I know you didn't say no predictions, but can I?
Yeah, please, please, I don't dare.
Predictions, nothing.
I thought like you are coming up with a prediction. I want to hear it.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't even feel it. It just... Normally, I would say Magnus, just because, and it's probably a good guess, a safe guess. But the way this tournament has gone, who knows? It really, I don't see anyone playing so well that they're just the dominant force. Nobody. Artemiev, yeah, he won a great game.
But it's not like you feel like he's overwhelming the opposition. He actually came back a little bit with those 2 draws. I don't know. Prediction, I don't think I'm going to throw one out there now.
Okay. Well, there are 2 events, though. We have the women's, where we have 2 co-leaders, Hampi Kanaru and Zhuzhina. Still a massive pack trailing them. Just
I'll
half
stick with
a point behind.
Zhuzhina. I'll stick with that when I said earlier. I like the way she plays, and I think that comeback is nice for her. The surge back into the lead. I'll go out on a limb, just step out there and say, okay, that's my prediction for the win.
Yeah, and from my end, I just want to enjoy the show because it is really amazing. I mean, what the players are delivering, what Qatar Doha is delivering with this amazing playing hall. And we have seen Magnus Carlsen's emotion after that loss against Artemiev. Yeah, things are out of control.
We needed a little controversy. Okay, it's not really out of control. It's just Magnus had an outburst. But we needed something. Like, it's been just so quiet on the Western Front, like nothing going on. Like, we needed a little drama, and Magnus gave it to us. Front page Norwegian News. If you haven't seen it yet because you came too late, shame on you. But it's going to be clipped all over the world. Magnus shoving, they said, the cameraman's. Well, he's got to push the cameraman's camera out the way. The bad boy continues to make waves.
Yeah, and he came back on the chessboard, and that was really what mattered. But it's been a fascinating day of play here in Doha. We've had momentum shifting, we've had new leaders emerging, and nothing is decided just yet. And with everything on the line for tomorrow's final day of rapid action, well, all we can say is expect the unexpected. And on that note, we are going to leave you with the very best moments from an action-packed day here in Doha. So sit back and enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I'm joined here by Carissa Yip, or as she called herself, Carissa Bounce Back Yip, after coming back from every loss with a win. Carissa, it's been a tough event, but tell me about this ability to come back with victories after losses.
Actually, first I want to say, you said bounce back, not me. I prefer to be Carissa Nonchalant Yip. So in line with that, yeah, feels okay. No biggie to be bouncing back, but
you don't have much time between the rapid rounds. Like, after classical, you can go and recoup and get yourself together. But here, you just got to go move on to the next game. Is this why you're able to just kind of move on and forget about the last one?
Yeah, I think Rapid and Blitz is generally just like a lot more for fun, whereas classical, I'm very serious about it, So, I had some bad games here, but it's nice. Everyone's here. I get to talk to friends and stuff. Always keeps my spirits high, and just kind of try to focus on the next game.
So you're more here for enjoyment of playing chess, Blitz and Rapid than actual performance?
No, definitely I want to play way better than I did. But, I don't know. I feel like you just have to have a shift in mentality after, a couple bad games. I can't be like, oh, I'm totally out of it now. I'm cooked, I have to be still have to lock in, unfortunately, so.
And what about during the game? How do you quote, lock in if you're in a stressful position, low on time, which of course is the nature of these fast tournaments?
Yes, very stressful. But I've gotten used to the stress at this point. I think like in classical, I kind of tend to avoid being in time trouble. Like time management is one of my strong suits. So it's kind of like a weird feeling to be having like 10 seconds on the clock. But also, yeah, we have like pretty good increment. So 10-second increments a lot. It's not too bad.
How about managing stress outside of chess? Is there anything specific that you do?
Stress outside of chess, I would say probably like most of the stress in my life, like 95% is from chess. But yeah, I mean, generally when I want to chill, I like to write a lot. It kind of just like helps me process things.
Like journaling?
Yeah, kind of like journaling or just like creative stuff. I like playing. I play the electric guitar. Yeah, so that definitely helps me calm down a little bit. Yeah.
So you're quite a creative person, and this is what reflects on the board, right? You're a creative player too. Do you see those in sync?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been said before that who you are over the board reflects who you are in life. Yeah, sure, I'll take creative. There are a lot worse adjectives out there.
Well, thank you, Carissa. Well done for bouncing back or coming back, as I said. And good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
I'm here with Grandmaster Katerina Lagno, whose birthday it is at the FIDE World Rapid Championships. Katerina, you're quite used to having your birthday in this time of the year at this event. Tell me how it's been on the board and off.
Well, yes, unfortunately, it's been many years like I celebrated during my work, so I cannot really have some good rest. I cannot spend it with my family, but what to do? Today I cannot complain because I scored 3.5 out of 4. So of course I'm satisfied with my results. So I think for a chess player it's the best present that you can offer to yourself.
Of course, winning the Rapid title is something you've done before. What do you think it takes, especially with so many rounds in the tournament? Doing well in the middle is important, but in the beginning and the end, what are your thoughts on that?
There is no, many secrets. You just have to play well, you have to be calm and to be lucky.
Lucky?
Yes.
Is there anything that you do outside of the chess that may bring you luck?
No, unfortunately, I don't have these secrets. Otherwise, I would, I would have not +4, but maybe more.
And Katerina, you've spoken about your family being important. I remember in the Grand Swiss, your kids were just starting school. This is a very festive time of the year. Are they with you here? Do you keep in contact with them during the tournament, or are you going to leave celebrations for afterwards?
This year I will not celebrate my birthday because I have another tournament just after New Year, so I will not go home. But of course I'm in contact with them. They already text me and wished me a happy birthday. So, but yeah, maybe next year, I don't know. But I really hope that maybe they will change the dates because it's like since 2016, I cannot celebrate it with my family, my birthday. So, but okay, this tournament is anyway a great one. So let's just play and hope it will end well.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of your Rapid tournament.
Thank you.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
I'm here with Grandmaster Vladislav Artemiev, who just beat Magnus Carlsen in the 7th round of the FIDE World Rapid Championships. What results, what a game. Tell us about it.
Yes, it was a very critical game because every time when I participate in the World Championship, Magnus is clear favorite, and game against him it's very interesting and big challenge for me, for everyone. For today's game, I wanted to play very solid and see on his ambitions, and depending of this, choose strategy. And after opening, I have interesting position. I think a lot of time, unfortunately, because my opening preparation was not so well in this game. But knight e5 was first critical moment. After knight e5, black have some possibilities. Magnus choose knight e5, but c5 also interesting. After c5, I can play knight g5 maybe, and it looks very complicated. I think that I analyzed this line, but maybe a few years ago, so it's very hard to say white is better or it's equal. But in the game, later I played e6, and of course, queen c7 was a big mistake for Magnus because he missed my idea with bishop d5. So in this moment, I was little lucky because, for example, he can take my pawn f7 on e6, and honestly, I wanted force a draw. I have a nice tactic: bishop h6, gtx h6, and bishop c6. And black should be take bishop c6 and queen g6 and many checks draw. Then it was very nervous because I have troubles with time. Of course, I totally understand that my position very close to winning, but it's not easy play on, for example, 20 seconds on every move because black have some tricks in this position. Bishop on b7 is very strong, and probably last critical moment was after move Magnus rook f6. It was very nice tactic for white, rook d8. Idea that after rook g6 I will take rook f8 and rook h8 mate. If queen d8, queen g7 mate. So it was very nice. Yeah, after bishop g2 the end already. Yeah, so of course I'm very glad to win a game like this. But we have so many rounds in future, so everything is possible, I think.
What's the difference playing someone like Magnus in classical versus rapid?
I have only one classical game against Magnus. It was in Vachier-Lagrave, probably 5 or 6 years ago. I have black, it was draw. I don't know. I think that for Magnus, better less of time. Because, of course, he is very strong in all formats, but Blitz or Bullet, it's incredible level. So probably when I have time, it's better for me, because it's very hard give fight for Magnus when 1 minute for boss, for example. Yeah.
But you didn't have much time in this game or the previous game against Arjun. You were also very low on time early on in the game. Tell me about this, your time management in Rapid.
Probably it's one of my problems, time management, because I love think a lot, find good ideas and maybe surprise my opponents. But sometimes it's a risky style. But especially game against Arjun, I have troubles in the opening. He played a very fresh line, e4, bishop c4. I not analyzed this line, so it was a big surprise for me. Of course, I will prefer to have at least few minutes. Yeah, I hope that I will have in this tournament, at least in one game.
Yeah. But you say you like to think a lot, but your rapid skills are so great. But it's not about time management. What makes you such a great rapid player then?
Probably I'm more or less a universal player. My technique is good, I believe. And I have a lot of experience in my life, so many tournaments on professional level, and probably Rapid and Blitz I love more, objectively. It's very fun and very emotions. For example, when you win game, it's like celebrating. When you lose, it's nothing, just only one game, and second game will be very soon.
Yeah, you don't have much time to celebrate or be sad about it because you got to play the next one.
Yeah, because when you participating in a classical tournament, it's usually 9 or 11 days, and you need to be very focused on tournament. to be in very good physical shape, maybe have a very good sleep. Now it's more for relax, I think. I am enjoying.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations once
Thank you
again,
very
and
much.
good luck with the rest.
Thank you. All the best.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection. And September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.